Hello and welcome to the Nash Tackle Off the Hook podcast. Just to make you aware, this podcast may contain some explicit/offensive language, and if that's not your thing, you don't have to listen, but I have given you a warning. I hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
You don't know the half of it, but anyway. I'm skating on the thinnest ice known to man.
He said, and they put a poison in the tank that just instantly kills them. He went and we'd run out of it, so we cut their heads off with shovels.
Suddenly, bang! The whole boat exploded.
Take your sort of 8-inch long piranha and imagine that at 4, 5, maybe 6 feet.
I said, I've revived your dead fish. F off, he said. You haven't.
That was just humongous. It was... I couldn't believe what I was looking at.
I'm just battling this fish out in the pond. I know it's a black man. I'm saying I'll never be a naughty boy again.
If you catch fish and you return them to the water, then you are my brother.
Mark Bryant, welcome to the Nash podcast, mate. How the devil are you?
I'm very well, very well. I've got a bit of a pain in my neck, because I mentioned before I slept a bit funny. Usually the pain in my neck is caused by my kids. But at this point, it's actually a physical injury that I've got. So
I thought you were going to say me then, pestering you to get you on a podcast,
no,
mate. That's
mate,
the
no, I
pain
know
in the
it's been a long time coming, but trying to get everything aligned and... Oh, mate, I apologise, because we probably should have sat down
mate,
maybe a year ago.
You're an incredibly busy man. And one thing, you have an incredible spectrum of carp angling knowledge, experience and practicality, mate. There's bait in this, there's fish rearing, there's fishing itself and lakes plus loads more, mate. So thank you very much. I'm very much looking forward to sitting down and chatting through it all with you, mate.
No, pleasure.
What have you been up to recently?
Oh, recently we've had a few family little holidays or getaways down to the coast and that. So that's been nice. So spending time, luckily sort of timed the weather just about right. But
this
week's been okay. I had my little girl's birthday party yesterday. So birthday tomorrow, but we had the birthday yesterday. So I've been sort of busy with that. But yeah, just all full on really with the bait business as well this time of year, particularly because of the weather we've had. It's been, we haven't had that really sustained long hot spell where high pressure was dominant. So we've had lots of that low pressure come in, lots of rain, as we all know. And there's been loads of fish being caught. So I've been, and that means for me as a bait maker, I'm massively busy. Got to get product out the door to customers, constantly chasing your tail. And it's been a really, really good year for that. But it just means that, my time gets cut in half for fishing and that, because you're trying to divide it between family, business, fish, X, Y, and Z, So, but no, it's been good, mate. Yeah,
you have done some fishing or not? Have you had the summer off?
No, I have done. So I can pinch usually because of where I live, which is essentially on the Cotswolds Water Park. Then, I'm very fortunate. I've got a lot of lakes close to me and around. I'm always buzzing around those lakes, dropping some bait into them from some fish grown and stock ponds and that. So I'm always around that area. And I found that over the last sort of year or two, then sort of more the opportunist style angling can yield some really good results for be that floater fishing or fishing in the edge. So I'll try and finish work. I could finish work at. Don't tell the missus this, but I'll finish work. Yeah, I know. So I hope she won't listen to this. But I'll finish work maybe at 3:00, and I know I've got 2 hours until I've got to pick the kids up or the kids are home, and I can't push it too much. I've got to be home.
Yeah.
So as long as I'm home between 5 and 5:30, that's fine. So I've got a 2.5 hour window. And of course, that 2.5 hours on the Cotswolds Water Park, you want to be in, if there's a southwesterly blow, and you want to be in the corner of all those lakes. There's 100 lakes there, over 100 lakes. So you want to be everywhere, don't you? But I'm usually bombing around, and sometimes you can find an opportunity and make something happen very, very quickly. So that's sort of been my style of angling this year, because I've got a young kid. He's River's only 2 or just 2. Darcy's 6 tomorrow. And they take up a huge lot of time, particularly, from a missus as well. She looks after them. And for me to go off and do fishing for a week or a weekend after a week of work when she's had the kids all week, it's just not the one. So I've got to, try and tread carefully, but try and get my fishing fix. And I can do that in a 2 hour sort of spell. So,
but the key is obviously keeping areas primed with bait, as well as just obviously going on whatever weather's going on, right?
Yeah, that can unlock the door. Absolutely. On any lake, across the country, if you're slipping bait into an area when the conditions are right, or if you've done it for long enough, you can catch a fish, you can turn up and you look like a hero because you can drop a bait in and have one within 5 minutes. And that is, and always will be, a great way of angling. So I do a lot of that. And I tried to do that on some of the waters. If there's other anglers there, I can't do it because I don't want to bait up while they're there. So you got to sort of nip and tuck and sort of pick your time. So trying to do that. So yeah, that's been sort of the essence of my fishing largely this year. I nearly had the best session ever about 3 weeks ago. Nearly the best. This is nearly. So this is just how it goes. We'd had all that rain and we had sort of that a day where it was warm, really muggy, but there was not a breath of wind. And all the fish pretty much across the water park all popped up to the surface and they were all just there. You know what I mean? Those days for floater fishing are just, they're rare, but when they happen, you can have a bumper session. So I finished about 3 o'clock from work, went over to one of the lakes I run actually, because there's some big fish in there. And I know they're susceptible for a floater. So I thought my best chance of a floater caught carp would be there. So I went over there. Went up, just walked up the bank into one of the swims, some backs out the water, and I thought, this is game on. Pouch full of mixers, and they started taking floaters straight away. There was one fish at the back, which was just bigger than anything. I couldn't see, when you get that sort of silver water, and you can't see, it's hard, I could see the shoulders, and I said, well, there's definitely a bigger fish at the back. So I got them feeding on a mixers, and I literally had my rod, and I didn't even cast out, just waiting for that opportune moment where it's either separated from the pack or it's taken a line, you can get a bait to it. And a free line floater, which is one of my most favourite rigs ever. Yeah. I love rigs. I love rigs.
Yeah, we're going to talk rigs.
Bits and pieces, but it doesn't get more simpler than a free line floater, with super glue to the back of the hook. And I whip that out and I can get it a fair distance, so I refine the tackle to do so. So I can get it out, a good 20 yards maybe sometimes on a good cast with the wind behind me and all that. In front of this fish, hook this carp, biggest one there, and I think that's a good one. And it's gone off. And so I'm playing it sort of 5 minutes on light tackle, 10-pound hook links, all that sort of stuff. There's a bit of weed about, but nothing that sort of would worry me until it found a weed bed that I couldn't see. Went straight through it, played through it, and I've brought it all the way back to the bank, trying to get the net in some sort of position, but the fish had actually, it was behind, although there's nothing on the line, apart from, obviously it's a free line, but the weed was like quite heavy up towards the head end. The fish was out the back of it, and because all the siltweed is all knotted and that, and I was like, this is a nightmare. Yeah. So the only thing I could do is put the rod down and hand line and just rip the weed off with one hand. So I'm ripping the weed off as fast as I can, and I can see the pop-up, which is rare because it usually comes off on the fight, but it was glued and it was just hooked on the edge of the mouth there. I'm thinking, I can see it, see the hook and everything. I'm thinking, right, okay, so the hook hold I thought was good, so I'm pulling all the weed off, and then now playing it, I think, right, it's nearly ready for the net. It's then played back down on 10-pound hook link. I got, 10-pound main line, I got to let it go. It's gone through the same weed bed, picked up another bit of weed, and then this time it's come up, and it's the same sort of thing happened. I've put the rod down to get the reed away because there's a bit of siltweed on the bottom, which is knotted on the line almost. And the fish is behind it, but now as it's coming up and I can see I think, what's happened? I thought, the line's caught around the one of the pecks or the fins, and I think, that's a weird. So I've got it up, I've got it in the net, bundled it in the net, lifted it up, and what had happened is the hook had come out of the fish's mouth and gone straight back into the side of the carp. No. And I'm like, I'm gutted. So I've looked at it and I'm like, wow. And I just unhook it and put it back, but I thought, I know what fish it is. It's actually one that I introduced as an egg years ago, or grown from an egg years ago. So I had some affinity with it. I knew exactly what fish has been in my tank, and it's gone through the stages.
That's amazing.
And it's gone in. So, and I thought, that's got to be close to 40 pounds. It's massive, So it's last out at sort of 36 or 37. So I thought, I'm going to weigh it. I'm just going to weigh it. And just for my own curiosity. And I weighed it, and it was 39.12. It would have been a personal best off the top, because I'm trying to catch a 40 pound off the top. I've caught a lot of 30s off the top, but not a 40 pounder. So it's hooked right in the belly as well, like just in a weird place. I could see the fresh marks. So I knew it was in the mouth, but I was like, it just didn't feel right to photograph it.
No, of course.
So I unhooked it and slipped it back. In that time, another angler's come round and I just explained what happened. I said, it's obviously it's in the belly. He said, yeah, but you hooked it in the mouth though. So, and it was a sort of a dodgy grey area. And I thought, well, do you know what? Yeah, it was in the mouth, but it just didn't feel right. So I thought, I'm going to put it back. So I put it back. It swam off. I then went at the top end of the lake, and there's a big common in the lake, which is the lake record, and that's like an upper 40. And so repeated the process, found some fish, still reeling from the chance down in the other end of the lake. This is all within like half an hour, 20 minutes. Went at the top end of the lake and got the big common coming up feeding, Pac-Manning them. And I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. So get same process. And I reckon I've had the bait in the water again seconds. So the fish down, it was seconds and it took the bait. And I know I put the rod back in for this common. That's seconds and it's on the same line. That's how quick and fun it can be. And it's took the bait, gone down, bait's disappeared. I've struck, and so, I don't know how I've done it, but I've struck it and it's come out the fish's mouth. So whether it's like it's turned and faced me, I don't know, but I haven't hooked it. It's then gone off and never returned.
Yeah. Oh my God, mate.
Yeah, no. And it literally, so after that, I went to another swim and hooked one of the levers in the lake, which is about a 25-pound fish, lovely fish. Saw that take the bait, knew which fish it was, went for the weed and had a hook ball. Then went home. So I went home. And this was like probably total 40 minutes from turning up a lake, went home with a towel between my legs. Could have been the best floater session ever. Turned out to be the worst one.
That is a roller coaster of a 40 minutes, mate.
But that's what it's like. So I love that, the adrenaline of that style of fishing. I love that. That's, and I love doing a night and waking up, with a cup of tea in the hand, watching the mist. I love all that as well. But I can't do that at the moment, or I can't justify. I feel incredibly guilty if I allow myself to do that. I used to feel guilty with my bait company if I took time off because I just wanted to produce and get the bait out to customers as quickly as possible. And if I'm fishing for 2 or 3 days, that doesn't happen. So I've always felt incredibly guilty, and that's taken over now with kids because I know how hard they are sometimes, and some week the missus just all she wants is a break, and I can't justify really going and doing that. So
I can empathise with that massively, like that feeling of guilt. But I'd also think there's a feeling of like, I don't know if it's missing out. You think when they're young, especially when they're very similar ages. My eldest is 6, my youngest is nearly 2, just like yours. I've got one in the middle. But you sort of feel that you're missing on that sort of those early years and that time because let's face it, when they get to 14, they ain't going to want to know, are they?
That's very true. So there's that as well. So it's a funny time for me at the moment with time, where I dedicate my time. But I'm still getting my fishing fixes because I suppose I've orchestrated my life to surround myself with fishing lakes and managing fishing lakes, growing fish. So I'm always about, do you know what I mean? Like I sometimes get that fishing fix from feeding fish or watching fish. I get a phone call to go and photograph fish for friends all the time. And I love all that. And that's, my whole life is saturated with fishing in many forms. And the actual fishing part of it, don't get me wrong, I still love it. And I've got targets I want to achieve and I want to go and target some fish, but I've got to be realistic with my time because I know that some of those targets are the energy and time required to go and do that and execute it is going to take away time somewhere else. And I haven't in my life at the moment. I just got to be a bit careful.
I think that's sensible, mate. It sounds like you struck a balance whereby you're still getting your fix. Yes, they're little intense bouts. And to be fair, it's a point that a lot of people, if they have got local waters, they can mimic the same thing. They can introduce bait and they can go and get 2 or 3 hours, which everybody can manage in a day, whether that be going to the gym or, you know what I mean?
You can find little periods.
Yeah.
I often found some of my, until I had to do the bloody school run this year, which killed it. So I do the school run with a little girl, and obviously River's now getting to the age where he's going to nursery and everything. So I got to sort of do that as well. But there was a couple of little spells, particularly in the spring, where I said to the missus, like, the month of sort of April and May, I'll be going. This is why I'll put the kids down at night. That's all fine. But then at 4 a.m, I'm going out fishing, and I'll be back. Then come in, go shoot off to work. But I'm going to be in and out. Be very quick. So those little 4-hour periods, are golden, aren't they? In that time of year, but you look at the calendar of the year and how it progresses, and you look how many captures come between 4 and 9 o'clock in the morning. It's a huge, huge number. And particularly some lakes are really localized. So in that period, particularly in the spring. So you think, well, let's capitalize on that. Let's turn up at 4 a.m. with a couple of rods, no fixed abode. I'm just going to wander around with PVA bags or zigs or floaters or whatever it dictates. And I'm going to get my fix and fish for 4 hours. Then I'm going to go to work. And that's what I've sort of been doing more recently. And that has been really exciting because you turn up, break of dawn, watch all the mist rolls. You're getting all that. You're tiptoeing around. Some anglers are still asleep. But then you're seeing a show, 2 shows, and as long as it isn't encroaching on anyone, you're in there and you're flicking rods out and you're fishing and you're getting that fix. So I'm just having to adapt the way I fish so it works for everybody, family and everything.
I love it, mate. That's quality. Your fishing journey, it's certainly been, well, extensive, mate. There's some incredible captures. We're going to talk about a few choice chapters within amongst that, as well as a lot of talk about rigs, because I've always known you and you've always been synonymous in my head around sort of being a little bit outside the box with regards to rigs, tactics, mechanics, things like that.
Yeah.
But it's fair to say we've got something in common outside of fishing, which is sport, mate. And that's been a key. I was quite shocked to discover it because I didn't know anything about it. But a choice call to your partner in crime and co-podcast host, Mr. Holly.
Oh, Mr. Holly,
and he informed me that you, in amongst your fishing, also balanced a pretty healthy, successful footballing career, mate. Is that right?
Yeah, it's fair to say I played football all my life, and I've played like semi-professional, always trying to get the goal of playing professional football, and that took me, to other countries, and in this country I sort of played at a very good level, sort of Bath City. I played over in Wales, Aberystwyth and that. So I always had my football career and a job alongside it, and then obviously juggling sort of fishing around that as well. So yeah, I've always strived to try and play the highest level I can, and it took me some lovely places.
You're a keeper as well, mate.
I'm a goalkeeper, yeah. Unfortunately for me, I'm a goalkeeper who's 5'9".
Oi, there ain't nothing wrong with 5'9", mate.
Never in any other industry. That's why I went into the bait industry. There's no bar to entry. There's no height limit. But as a goalkeeper, like myself, growing up and trying to ply my trade in the 90s, is at the boom of a lot of big goalkeepers coming over from Europe, like your Schmeichel, Van der Sars, and all huge guys, and a 5'9" goalkeeper at the time. Probably still get overlooked now a little bit because, I was tiny and I didn't really develop and grow until I was sort of 17, 18. And that wasn't a huge amount. As a youngster, sort of 12, 13, as a goalkeeper, I was like 5'3". And I was training with lots of like Bristol City, Bristol Rovers. And they really, my technique, and they loved me in terms of my ability.
Yeah.
But there's always a big question mark over my height. And, it's been a story of rejection from an early age for myself at pro clubs, for that very reason, which was hugely sort of emotionally sort of upsetting for myself, but it's given me some sort of resilience, to keep on pushing and belief as well. So a lot of the clubs I was at, like Bristol Rovers, Bristol City, the guys that got taken on as YTs back then and pros and that, they couldn't match me in their abilities, my shot stopping and all that sort of stuff. So it's just, I was just scratching my head thinking, but I always knew in the back of my mind it was going to be a height issue. So, and that's really been, I've always fought against that in all the times, and what's got me to some of the clubs, I suppose, that I've played for. We're not talking professional here. It's like all the semi-pro clubs, and went over to America. So, what's got me there is my ability and shot stopping and stuff like that. And it's just
your technical ability rather than just physical sort of size.
Yeah. And I just trained, I just went all in on that from an early age, just trained and just focused and zoned right into football. And that's, you work hard and put hours into anything and you get better at it, I suppose.
What was America like? You went over there, was it scholarships? Sort of?
It's a scholarship, yeah. So I was playing over in this country, semi-professional again, earning some money, had a job around that. And then the World Cup was over in America, which sort of spiked my interest. And they had obviously a very successful World Cup over there. Then after that, some of the scouts and clubs and colleges and universities, they scout from England, and they my dad knew a guy over there doing some coaching, and I expressed an interest. I knew sort of in this country, potentially as a goalkeeper then, because of all these huge goalkeepers over here, and I'd had 5-6 years of rejection, and I was thinking, do you know what? In America, it's a new league starting up, the MLS, and I'd only been in the MLS. There was leagues prior to the MLS, but the MLS had started up a few years prior. And I just thought, you know what, no one could be a fresh start over there. And they had Jurgen Campos over there, He was 5'10", I think. Tiny Mexican goal. Do you remember him?
Yeah, I do remember.
Or
him.
was you like wore
Well,
flamboyant
flashy,
stuff?
yeah,
That's it, yeah.
He was in the World Cup, wasn't he?
He was in the World Cup. He used to run out and play a striker as well for them. Like really talented guy, but he was small, tiny, but they loved him over there. And I'm thinking, yeah, if I can get over that, I'm small, but he's already there playing.
Get me a flashy top.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I have actually. I sort of mirrored. I had to be loud in my colours because I was so small. So
you kept the shorts, mate.
I kept everything. I was become a Jurgen Campos. So if I wore black, and that would look tiny. So I'd wear bright colours all over there as well to sort of mimic sort of my hero back then. So I inquired about it, and there was a guy over there coaching who basically put me in contact with different colleges, universities, and a college looked at me. They had a guy a mutual friend who they knew. He came and watched some of my games and gave me the thumbs up to this college, and they offered me a full scholarship to go over there. And I was like, wow. So I literally packed my bags in Boston. This was packed my bags, said goodbye to my mum and dad, and just went straight over hopped on a plane and went to America, which was just amazing experience. Absolutely amazing. So yeah, dropped everything and went over there.
America for 4 years. Any fishing in that time?
Yeah, a little bit actually.
Did you?
Yeah, a little bit. So it actually worked quite well for fishing because you'd be over there like college system. You'd have like a season playing football, and then you'd be home for Christmas, be home for sort of some parts of the spring. So you had a little block. So I'll come back and do a bit, but over in America, you had lots of the river systems like St. Lawrence. I wasn't a million miles away from. I was up in Boston. You had the Hudson and you had the Merrimack up in New Hampshire. Met up with a couple of guys who'd fished over there. We were like part of the Carp Society in America.
Yes.
And they took me out and showed me a couple of places. So yeah, I went out and we caught fish up to just under £30, which was amazing. And the way they catch them, they was fishing these big rivers, huge rivers, and there's big flow going through them. We'd be on this massive drawbridge that goes across, and I'm looking down, and we're probably 40 foot up, I'd say 40, 50 foot up at quite a distance. And I'm looking down and I can't see the carp or anything. He goes, oh no, we fish them here. And I'm like, how the hell how'd you land these fish? Oh, we've got these drop nets. Yeah. So they have drop net, like a big
sea, like you do off the rocks. Yeah.
So he put the rods out, drop them down on maize or sweet corn, and then they put them up. And you got these cars whizzing past. I've got a photo of me on there with a couple of fish. You got cars whizzing past you, and literally you would just stand back away from the road and you watch the tips, and then they tie white plastic to the tips, and basically when the tips bounce in, they see the white plastic going, or they tie it to a line and see it going down because it's so noisy. There's no buzzers or anything. You're just watching the rods, waiting for this bit of tape to go out. And as soon as it go out, you pick this fish up, and the other guy then puts a drop net down. You're playing it, and it's quite an art, obviously, in the flow to get it all in the right position. But the fish are beat, they're up on the side like that, not doing anything, and the net goes under, and they go, shimmy them up, and then get them. Well, it's quite an effective method, really, but it's amazing. Yeah.
It's novel, isn't it? You're not doing that back in the UK very often.
No, you're not. So that was great, So I've done a little bit of fishing up there on some of the rivers, and then after 2 years at college there, I got I'd done quite well, and they have a team which they call the All-American team,
right?
Which is you don't actually go and play and do anything, but they pick a team from the colleges which they think represent their, it's like an accolade. You get like a sweatshirt, jumper, and a certificate and all that sort of stuff, and a ring as well. You get a ring.
A ring?
A ring. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, but I've bloody lost it, so I don't know where it is, but you get an All-American thing anyway, certificates and all that, and it's basically an acknowledgement of how well you've done. And I've done really well at college level and went to the national championships, got to the semi-finals and all that. So I done well. And off the back of that, I got recruited to go to a university, which is just a Division 1. They call it a Division 1 university, which is a big university where sports is like massive, huge. So I had options to go to a few different colleges and universities in Division 1. Picked one, which is called the University of Rhode Island. Largely because they had a really good soccer scholarship program. It's Rhode Island is a small little state, and it's a little peninsula. It's between Boston and New York. It's a little peninsula that comes out, surrounded by water, so on the sea. Just a lovely way. My friend, an Irish guy, had gone there a year before me. He graduated, and he went. Not graduated. He got recruited. He went down a year before me. and he lived down there in the beach house, and I used to send me pictures and that, and it's just a lovely way of living, just absolutely beautiful. So I thought, right, they've got a good soccer program. It's on the beach. It's like got everything there. It's lovely. So I transferred for the next 2 years to Rhode Island and played university, and then played in Division 1 university football, which is just the way that it's all structured there is amazing. Because prior to that, I was so focused on football in school, from literally like 9, 10. I was so focused that was what I was going to do. I didn't have no interest in education. I've been educated, yes, but I had no interest in it. So I come out of school with nothing, absolutely nothing. I said a C in pottery and a C in art. Everything else was E's and D's and F's.
You're the only person I know who's got a pottery.
I know. It was luckily for me.
Go on, the boy.
Yeah. So, coming out of school, but I know my mum and dad were concerned because I had nothing, no qualifications. I pinned all my dreams on football, everything. It was like, shit will bust. If it doesn't happen, I'm struggling.
Yeah.
And so education for me just was, I never had I don't want to say a great experience, but it was my own fault. I was just so driven and focused on playing football. That was it. Nothing else came into my life. And I've been very much like that through my life. But once I focus on something, that's it. It's just, I tunnel vision. And, it's been a trait, a good and bad trait for me, but it's good in business, I suppose, or anything you set your mind to, because you're very focused and you execute and you do anything you sacrifice, and you're a bit selfish and you make sure it happens. So from university, and the system is amazing. The education goes parallel with the football. If I don't have a C average in all my classes, I don't play football. And suddenly that was the light bulb moment for me. I was like, right, I've got to. This education will affect my football, because I was still chasing the dream of going through the collegiate system and playing professional football at the end of it. But I have to get an education with it, and I was a bit old and a little bit more. I say a little bit mature, only just. That becomes sort of my focus, is the education as well. And I had to take, it gave me a really good grounding, because I had to take chemistry or go into chemistry, where a lot of the American kids have already done chemistry at high school. I was coming in, I had no experience of chemistry, but they already had a grounding. So they were coming in at a good level, and the courses reflected that. So I was coming into a course and I was lost. So the good thing about the athletes is they invest lots of money into the athletes, and they give you a full scholarship, but they want you to succeed and be successful for their university. So they gave me a tutor, we didn't have to pay for, and I had a tutor every other night for chemistry to learn and to get me through the course to keep my C average, otherwise I wouldn't be playing. So it's a great system for
some money in that system, isn't there?
It's amazing, and we was talking about the American football. Take American football, basketball. The American football college games, they're attracting like 50, 60,000 people, same with the basketball as well. The stadium's 30,000 people. And there's a lot, that for kids coming into sport, that system is just such a well thought out and just a great system, because they're going to high school. From high school, the natural progression is to go to college or university. College, university in America, that's sort of the same thing. Go through that system, and then off the back of that, if you're good enough, you get picked up by the pro leagues in the draft. So American football and baseball, basketball, tennis, golf, you name it. You're then going off after that. So it gives you such a good grounding. It gives you the education that is, you might miss in this country if you go to a pro club and get spat out at sort of 18, 19 or don't make it. So you get a grinder, but you also get used to playing and training as a professional athlete, because you're training every single day. You've got your classes in the morning, and in the afternoon you're out playing soccer or whatever sport it is for 4 or 5 hours. And then you're traveling around America. They fly on you everywhere to hotels to play tournaments or to play against teams, because you can't drive anywhere in America. It's so big and vast. So our conference would be the East. So we'd be all over the east of America, and then we'd go to Seattle or California to play a tournament for a weekend and play like 3 games or whatever. So you go over there and you put up. So it's just an amazing experience to have that. And then after that, if you get picked up by professional teams, you're a much more rounded person for having that experience. And you've got an education. So if it doesn't work out with the pros and you don't get picked up or whatever, you've got an education to fall back on. And it just, for me, it's just a real healthy environment. But the way it's all set out for me was just a dream. And I thrived in that environment of training and obviously the education had to come with it, which helped me now running the business.
It seems a lot more glamorous than the old plough cow field in Aberystwyth or wherever else you're playing, mate.
Yeah, I played in Wales for a year, and that was great. That was really, really good. But the college thing is just what an amazing experience. And for me being over there, I helped open the door for other friends as well, which is lovely. So there was another goalkeeper who was my height, actually, a guy called Chris Hamlin. And so I come back after a year of being over America, and I'm buzzing with it. I'm saying, this is amazing, mate. You want to get over that. And he was like, oh, it sounds really good, And he only lived up the road from me. So we used to train together in a little bit and all that. So I knew him really well. And there was a college called Boston College, which is a huge college, in Boston, you got two colleges. You got a college university, Boston College and Boston University, BU and BC. Anyway, BC, Boston College, were looking for a goalkeeper. They was looking at me actually as well, but I was heart set was on Rhode Island anyway. And I sort of put the coaches in contact with Chris Hamlin. I said, I've got this guy at home, and he was playing a good level. He's playing semi-professional, really good level, really good goalkeeper, really technically really good, but obviously sort of my height as well. So
yeah,
that
the physical thing again.
Yeah, so the physical thing did come into it. But in America, they were a bit more relaxed about all that, because there was goalkeepers from scholarships and that was goalkeepers from Mexico, from everywhere. And, the height wasn't really that much of an issue. So he managed to get a full scholarship at Boston College. So he came over and he's still there now. He's done really well. So he went through the collegial sort of system. He played, professional. It was like Division 2 under the MLS. You had this Division 2, and he played for the Boston Bulldogs. Steve Nichol was the
Boston
Bulldogs. Yeah, some funny names over there.
Go on, America.
Yeah, and he had Steve Nichol was the manager, Liverpool legend. And he played with them for a year, but then went into coaching. And he's done brilliantly well at coaching, and he's now the men's head coach at Harvard University. The women's head coach at Harvard University. And he's just living. He's got a family over there. He's got 2 boys, 2 girls. But he's just having a lovely. He stayed there, and he's made a lovely life for himself. So he's having a great time. So he's good fun, Chris. We got into some trouble over there. We have, me and him. Oh, wow.
Brits abroad trouble.
Oh, gee. Yeah, I don't want to get myself. No, I can't get myself in trouble. I didn't have any misses at the time or whatever. But we used to get. So the parties over there,
outrageous,
just outrageous. So it's all because the drinking age is 21. So you imagine all the people coming in freshman and sophomore. They're not 21 until they're usually their junior year. So there's loads of house parties, like just party. The house parties are just absolutely biblical. We had some amazing ones down in Rhode Island. We had so our house, we had I'll come on to the story about Chris, but we had a house down in Rhode Island, which was a beach house. The beach, it's called a beach house, but it was probably about, 500 yards, 600 yards from the beach. So beach is there. So we rented it. So basically what happens is you go over there, you get on your scholarship, you get money towards your rents. They basically cover it, but you get a check for a couple of grand, $3,000, and that's your accommodation. You can either choose to live on campus or live down in the beach houses, and there's loads of it's all college kids down the beach houses and that. So we want to be down there. You don't want to be in campus.
Yeah, of course.
I went to college when I in Boston, the little campus, you're in little rooms, probably the size of this with 2 people. It's a bit claustrophobic. It's good fun, but you have a few, good laugh and that. But I want to be down in the beach house next to all the bars and all that.
Yeah.
So we've so then you have to find a beach house. So this lovely old lady was renting out her house, this beach house and that, and basically all the students are in competition trying to get these houses, and there's this one we really wanted. So it was me, there was an Irish guy with me called Gareth. He's now the head coach of Rhode Island, that particular college, so he stayed there. A Portuguese guy and a guy called Peos, who's Swedish. So he had a real mix. real mix of nationalities. So me and this Irish guy's done the negotiations with this woman, and she was like really hell bent on, oh, you need to look after this house, my pride and joy. And I said, oh yeah, look, we're athletes, we're so focused on football. What we're going to do, it's a base for us. We sleep and everything, but we're training every day. So yeah, we don't want no noise and all that. Sold her this because it's a lovely house, absolutely beautiful. So she gave us obviously the rights to sign the contracts and that, pay the money and everything. We was in there, and this house it's just beautiful. A big wooden house, like massive. It was like, how many bedrooms was it? There was like a 5-bed house, big veranda at the top that looks out. You could just about see the sea through the houses. Big grassy area, which you thought happy days, that's for parties and all that.
Yeah.
And we used to throw. Then as soon as so in the football season, we're a bit more sensible, but then out of season, which is all through the winter and all that, we're just training then. You're training every day for the next season, but we're like partying hard. We are literally like, we're buying. So there's pubs down the road. The guy who owns the pub is an ex soccer athlete from Rhode Island, American guy. So a little pub called Charlie O's. Nice. So he was right on side. Yeah, mate, you want to buy any kegs off us? So we used to buy kegs of beer off him, bring them into our gardens, either put them in big dustbins and fill them with ice, or we dig them into the ground. You dig them into the ground and put loads of ice around so they stay cold. Yeah. Then you got a tap that comes out, and then basically we'd invite loads of people, and then that would just grow. This is before social media, and this would just grow and grow and grow through word of mouth. And then you'd get like 300 people turn up at your house party, So we then all charge them like $4 a cup. So $4, you get a little stamp on you, a little cross on your hand or whatever the stamp is. And then we'd give them a cup, and then you can go and drink from the keg. So then you get a massive queue. You had like 5-6 kegs in there, all drinking, music up like full blast. And that
sounds mega.
It was crazy. Just the best time. Just really real fun. Loads of drink, and the house was like Bowen, where it's all wooden at the top. You get like 100 people upstairs, and everything was, the music was on, and the whole house you could see everything, all the foundations and that, and all the beams, everything was bouncing. So, we gave that house back in a very sorry state, unfortunately. But at the end of it, I was leaving the country anyway. So
you ain't gonna get caught.
Yeah. So these parties, that's synonymous with American.
Yeah, definitely.
American party. Look at all that, and that's a huge thing over in America. All these house parties, because of the age, you can't. It's really hard to get into the bars unless you got fake IDs, because they're really stringent on it. And even if you look 30. 40 years old, you get checked. You get checked. If you don't got ID, you're not getting in. I used to have to take my passport out because I didn't have an American driver's license. So I'd take my passport everywhere with me and show that. And even then, they'd look at the passport, and because it's not their traditional driver's license, I'd say, mate, it's a passport. You can't get better than that. That's a passport.
It's genuine, that, yeah.
Yeah.
Forget the bars, get to the Baitworks house party, boys.
Oh, they were epic. But I used to go up to Boston College quite a bit because I had still friends there, and we used to meet up with Chris, and we used to go out in Boston College, and that was just same sort of setup. Loads of houses outside the college, which was all full of students, but inside the college, which is a big area, they'd have the place called the Quads, which was loads of little houses, purposely obviously built for all the students, and it's all student, but inside the actual college itself,
right?
And they're all like very uniform on a block, there's like 6 houses here, 6 houses there, bang, 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 bang. And it's just a notorious area. There's always parties going on there all the time. And, I don't know how many people are in that college, but there's thousands of thousands. So you go to parties and you meet different people every single time. You never see the same face twice. It's just it's mind blowing how many people are there. So all these quads, people have these parties, and you just literally turn up. You don't know you don't know them, but you turn up and they give you a cross in your arm. We'd go in with a cup and you start drinking, and away you go. So me and Chris, we went out a few times, and we'd go on like proper benders. Like this is in the off season, like,
obviously
proper benders. We'd go out on and so the Boston Marathon is a huge drinking day. So you get any of the like Halloween. Any of those days, are just massive drinking days on university campus. On a Thursday, they call it Thirsty Thursday. So Thursday night, any of the bars around university campus and that, they're full up with students drinking and just having parties. It's just synonymous, these little events. But the Boston Marathon is marked in the diary every single year. We never see the marathon, but it basically goes round. It skirts round Boston College and the university campus, and the college and the campus, and it comes through Commonwealth Ave, which is a big long road that goes into the centre of Boston, And either side of that is loads of these huge townhouses, like 3-4 floors, massive. And in there's loads of students. They all have house parties. They all got these parties and that. So we're basically drinking in all those house parties all day, drinking not great beer like Bud Light, and all that. Miller, Miller and all that, but drinking lots and lots. So we're absolutely half cut. We've then gone back to Boston College to these quads. And by that time, it was just me and Chris. I had another friend who came over, another scholarship with me, James Ellis, and he stayed over there. But he wasn't out. I don't know where he was on that particular day. He doesn't usually miss it. But anyway, he wasn't there. We then got back to the quads and we're like so pissed. And we've gone into these parties. We've gone to 1, 2 and 3. And we've gone into this other one party and there's just loads and loads of women there. It must have been like it's either like a, fraternities.
Right, yeah,
fraternities, okay. Male and sororities, I should say, sorority. So some of the women, they have like sororities. So it's a house of women and they basically put on parties and then obviously it's like bees on a honeypot.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to go to that one. Yeah. So there was a sorority one and there was loads of girls. There was blokes in there as well, but there was loads of girls there and me and Chris like, jackpot. We're in here like, So we've got in there and we've walked into this party. We got our cups, we got our drinks and that. I goes, Chris, let's come into the bathroom. So we've like both gone into the bathroom. How do we in that? I said, mate, what do you reckon if we just walk out of here absolutely starkers, like bollock naked? And he was like, oh mate, I don't know about that. I said, mate, I'll tell you what, let's get our socks and we'll put our socks on our cocks. Right? So we were like absolutely smashed at this point. So we both thought it was a good idea. And I said, mate, because being an English guy, just being English.
Yeah,
as soon as you open your mouth, the women are just on you like, and they're just chatting and they love it. Oh, can you say this? Can you say, meet my friends?
This is why all your mates didn't come back.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I know.
Why did you?
I don't know. I should go back. So in this toilet, we've basically took all our clothes off. Got not a stitch of clothes, nothing. This is before phones, anything. So we got, there's no photographic evidence or anything. So we took all our clothes off. We put them up on a shelf. Our shoes and everything. All we've got is socks on. I think I had black socks on. Chris had white socks. So my black sock goes straight over everything, there. So it's it's not that impressive. So I'm thinking this might be a bad idea. Actually,
I've got a trainer line on it.
Yeah, it's like yeah. Especially being black as well. It doesn't really. I should have had pleasant socks on, but anyway, it wasn't premeditated. So Chris has got a white sock on. His looks more impressive. Just because the white sock was a bit longer and all that. So I'm like, I've had a mare here. But anyway, I'm all in now. So we've literally come out the door and walked straight into this party and like deadpan, like straight face, gone in, started walking through the party with drinks now, and then we just started like chatting to each other and all these people just like rubbernecking around and we're just absolutely sparkers. And these big group of girls come over to us and they absolutely loved it.
Did they?
They're like, oh my God, what? And at first they were a little bit aggrieved. What the hell? But as soon as we opened our mouths and there was English, oh my God, are you from England? Oh my. And they just couldn't believe, what we were doing. But that was sort of in essence what a lot of the times we would do, like sort of crazy stuff like that. But
the crazy Englishman.
Yeah, that's what we got labelled as over there. Chris up in Boston and me down there. So we got
goalkeepers, mate. They're all mental, aren't they? It just proves it.
As soon as we said we was on scholarship goalkeepers, I think they thought, okay. But
here we go.
But yeah, we stayed in that part and we stayed naked for a good few hours. I think we got dressed and I ended up sleeping there, not with anyone, unfortunately. I was that pissed. Chris went back to his apartment, which was not far from there anyway. And I slept downstairs, but I was a little bit conscious that it's just a bit of a dodgy to me sleeping in a room full of girls, a house full of girls.
Yeah.
So I got onto the couch and I put a little note, a handwritten, a dodgy note on myself saying, "Hi, my name's Mark. I'm from England. I'm no harm. Just need to stay here the night. I'll be gone in the morning." Just pinned it on me, and I just passed out and fell asleep. Then the parties all died down. And got up in the morning, got our clothes, and we shot off. But that was. There's lots and lots of little funny things.
When I said I had some parallels with you around sport, mate, first of all, I didn't know you were such a proficient goalkeeper. Secondly, I wouldn't have pictured that story with the Mark Bryant come up into the world of carp fishing, mate.
Yeah, I suppose I've calmed down a lot from my college.
I don't know, you might not have.
I don't know, there are little little glimpses, and I don't know. I think I'm quite quiet and softly spoken, but there is a side to me as well. Sometimes that has come out with little bits.
It's the inner goalkeeper, mate, isn't it?
I think
That's
so,
what it
yeah.
is. But the same actual birdie did tell me that your goalkeeping has scarred you in terms of dog excrement.
Oh, yeah.
You go out, you actually pick it up on the bank, don't you?
Yeah, if I'm fishing near it and that, yeah, and that's probably born from goalkeeping, particularly growing up as a little boy. You know, I used to go out training on parks, you know, so I'm always diving about. Sometimes you're training at night in the dark, you know, and I'd come back literally head to toe sometimes with it all over me. It'd be in my ears, up my nose, on my hair.
Oh, that's grim.
Just all down the top. So that smell, smells a really powerful memory provoker, isn't it? Like that smell can transport anyone back anywhere. So that smell for me, it just evokes some really horrible memories going back. So yeah, if I'm fishing and I got anything near the swim, I try and flick it in the lake or pick it up and get rid of it or whatever. Going over to Belgium recently has been really, oh my God, it's terrible because the tow paths on the canal systems that we've been fishing, they're just full of it. Like, you know, it's terrible. Like, it's disgusting everywhere. It's all, some of it in various different stages. Someone's been there for, you know, a week. Someone's been there for years, it looks like. And it's, you know, it's all part of, it's just disgraceful. So yeah, I take a ground sheet over there. Mike doesn't even take a ground sheet. He just literally rocks up, puts a bit, doesn't even check. But I just have to. It's just, and that's, you know, that's why.
Oh, that's brilliant, mate. You, this time, obviously, there's a lot going on fishing-wise. There's a lot of movement there. You've gone to a different country. You talked about a little bit of fishing. Your carp fishing, at this time, how does that factor in with everything that's going on? You said you worked around it as well, so you're already quite busy. And then while you're in the UK playing your football at various different places, there's the travel element, going place to place. There's also a day job in amongst all that. Yeah. And then there's obviously this four-year period in America. How does angling factor in or carp fishing over that time for you?
It's difficult trying to fit in angling with any regularity, but I suppose I've always been, you know, an avid floater fisherman. So, and the stalking approach for me is when you've got limited time has always been really beneficial. And that's really helped shape me in terms of watching fish at close quarters, behaviour. So that's really helped me sort of, I suppose, cut through a lot of the smoke and mirrors, which is in the industry regarding what works for carp, what doesn't work rigs wise. You know, some fundamental things have come out of that. But back then, my fishing, I'd still get little pockets and windows, and I'd be very intense with that. And I'd fish, had the Horseshoe ticket for a number of years, and I'd done a whole, it's when I come back from America, I've done a whole winter up there. That was from sort of...
What year is this? Give me an idea of time.
Yeah, I'm trying to think at the time. That was 2000 so I come back from America 2001. I reckon that was 2002, something like that.
Right.
I'm a bit hazy on the dates, but yeah, I think it's 2002. And I've fished up at Horseshoe for the winter. And I was playing, what was I playing for then? I was playing for Western Supermare at the time. I'd come back from America at this point. I'd gone out on trial with various different clubs, QPR, Dundee, Bristol Rovers again. Dundee, yeah.
That's a fair old trek away, mate.
It was, yeah. So a guy at my university, he was friends with one of the coaches there. And basically they took a look at me over in America and invited me up for a trial when I finished. So I basically went up there and spent 2-3 weeks with them, something like that. And done well, but again, I suspect it was down to a height thing, unfortunately. Same with QPR. I went up to QPR twice, so I got invited up. Ian Holloway was the manager.
He's a character, isn't he?
He is, yeah. So trained with QPR for the week. Done really just had and played a game in the reserves. Done really well. Another couple of weeks, they invited me back up for another week. So I went back, done another week with them, and then another game for the reserves, and done well again. But Ian pulled me into the office and said, look, you know, no question on your ability technically, but my concern is your height. In our league, if they put two big centre halves on you from a corner and pop the ball in, do you know what I mean? I don't think you physically have to deal with it. And I was like, I gutted because I thought I'd done really well. You know, on a trial, you know when you've done well. I was in training, I was really sharp. Just obviously finished from America, training every day, so I was really sharp, but really, really at my peak almost. And unfortunately, it didn't work out. So when I came back, I then went to some semi-pro clubs. Went to Western Supermare. That's where I sort of got a bit of fishing in as well. And my fishing was like coinciding with that. And that took me then to Bath City and then to Aberystwyth and other clubs. But yeah, the fishing back then, I remember when I was at Western, I fished Horseshoe for the winter. So I'd go really intense and I'd be up there because I was getting paid enough from Western to basically not have another job. I'd work part-time. So I'd have a part-time job, doing whatever. But it gave me a few days then in the week and a weekend if I wanted it. But I was training twice a week. So I'd basically go up to Horseshoe in the winter in December and I was fishing up there. And then I'd wind in at like 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the winter when it was dark, get in my car, drive down to Western, train, drive all the way back, get the rods back out at 11 o'clock and then fish the next day and then do that. And on the weekends I'll go home Friday, or sometimes if it was good, I'd stay Friday into Saturday, then go straight to a football game.
Straight to a footy game?
Yeah, I didn't do that many times because you can be quite tired. Luckily for me, like the bites were mostly mornings and daytimes on there. I got it pinned right down to a real isolated time. Found where the fish were, which were right at the top end, on top end of the Whitney Bank.
Yeah,
and they were all out at range, so they were all out at sort of, or they were sitting at 150 to 170 yards, which is outside my casting range at the time. There was a lot of fish there, but if I baited at sort of 100, 110, which was achievable with the tackle I had back then.
What did you have tackle wise then?
3.5. Some random rods, 3.5 Tesco rods. There'd be Biomasters maybe.
Yes.
Be Neville's. Be some stainless steel along the way there from Neville, and that it's quite tricked up, I suppose. I quite liked all that. Still do. Still like all the buzzers and that. I love them, yeah. But I was fishing out at that zone and constantly baiting, and I was putting in loads of maggots, sweet corn, and hemp, but a lot of maggots, loads of maggots. And yeah, absolutely clumped them over the winter. Had a lot of fish. I had probably 100 fish, I'd say, over that sort of period, and some 30 pounders. But it was like clockwork. Every morning you'd get sort of 2 or 3, 4 takes sometimes. They'd come in, they'd feed on you, and then you're trying to hold those fish for as long as you can.
Yeah.
And then they'd drift back out in the afternoons, and then nighttime, that was it. They'd just go and sit out where they were. So I was picking off the shoal, and there was a lot of fish there back then. But I was fishing maggots. And I had like a long, I was fishing over silkweed, so I was fishing a long boom. That was amnesia. And I used to call it the Bob Marley rig, which is a rig I'd come up with. I hadn't seen anyone use it back then, but it was literally an amnesia D rig.
Yeah.
With a little bit of cork or foam. Didn't really make too much difference, as long as it was buoyant enough. Then top of that, I'd have a little rig ring. And then I'd basically lasso and tie loads of maggots in a ball and tie them onto it. And it would basically stand up as a balanced bait on the bottom, but it would stand up and the maggots would be waving about, and it'd look like, I just called it Bob Marley because it looked like a load of dreadlocks.
Was a hook laying on the bottom? Was the hook sort of prong like a little claw?
It was laying on the bottom because there was a lot of silkweed there.
Yeah.
If you have anything too balanced, it's going to be like a claw and it's going to catch on everything. So although there was some buoyancy in it, that was only to throw the rig away. And then I wanted to lay on the silkweed, which was only a few inches, but I knew it could cause a problem if I started critically balancing anything. And it just lay on, and they'd come in and hoover everything up, silkweed and everything. And you get like clockwork takes. So it was
100 bites.
Yeah, I think it was like, I got photos of most of them. I was on my own, so I had to do self takes for a lot. So I was so trying to keep it so quiet.
Yeah.
So quiet on there because at the time when I fished it in the winter, and I'd fished it previous to that, but I thought I need to give it a good go. You know what I mean? You just right, winter, I'm going out. I'm going to give everything. I'm going to, because I knew it had previous form doing winter bites, but I knew I had to keep it very, very quiet. And there was anglers coming up and fishing, and word got out eventually that I was catching a few, and some anglers would come up and set up next to me, but they were all fishing a bit too short, so I was a bit selective on the information that I'd give them. And the swim itself, there was like big brambles left and right of me and 2 big trees. So I positioned the bivvy, so I was right tight to the water. And because the bites were in the siltweed, they had literally, and it was still cold. It was still really, really cold. Yeah. The bites were, the bobbin would pull up tight, and that was it. And the rod would just go round, and they'd literally just kite. And they're so lethargic in the winter because of metabolism that they wouldn't bust off. So they wouldn't get like a screamer. And quite often I'd have people who would fish next to me thinking that he's had one or two. And I'd be playing a fish, and I'd play it all the way in under the water, tip under the water, and I'll be able to net, because they come up and they're a bit lethargic, they could net them and no real dramas. And I'd actually unhook the fish, sometimes photo the fish, but invariably put the fish back if it was a low 20 or an upper double or whatever it may be. And they'd be none the wiser. And I'd do that quite regularly. That was quite a thing. So I managed to keep it really, really quiet until probably February. And then I got rumbled, basically. People starting to fish. Some was coming out.
A few more people on the bank, yeah.
But there was a rule on there that you had to move swims every, I think it was 48 hours, something like that. And I hadn't seen anyone all winter, December, January, and not until February. December, January, I was the only one fishing it in the week. No one there at all. On the weekend, you get one or two down, but in the week. So I could invariably fish in the one swim and then go football training and come back.
Yeah.
But then the bailiff at the time there, Owen. He was pretty hot on that, and so I'd like move to the next swim and just fish diagonally across. So I had to move every couple of days or whatever. But that was fine. But yeah, a lot of the time it was just trying to keep it all under wraps. Otherwise, you get someone turn up in there and they'd be in there for the week. But because I kept bait going in regular.
And they stayed in that zone from December all the way through?
All the way until February, until the end of Feb. And then the weather changed. Started to get big low pressures started coming in. Up to that, it was really cold, like Baltic cold. Then you got big low pressures, and then basically that pod of fish moved down to the Whitney Bay, the big bay.
Yeah.
And there's more, because they're getting caught, more people starting to fish through March, and it's the traditional close season. And I managed to get down in the big double for a week. And in between sort of football, and I caught them as they come through, because they are so well on sort of maggots and
tuned into, even in
tuned
winter.
Right in. I put a big bed of that, huge bed of that out.
What were you putting? What's quantity wise? Because there was, as you said, there's a good head of fish. You're having an awful lot of bites. They ain't on you all the time, but maggots invariably with a smaller particle, you're holding them for a bit longer, ain't you?
You are, especially with the siltweed. That made a big difference, because everything would bed into the siltweed and particles would get caught up at different levels. The maggots would bed themselves in. A lot of them were dead, so I didn't put in live maggots. I put a lot of dead maggots in. So I was putting in literally a night, because I'd basically catch those fish, you'd spot over the top, and you'd invariably push a few fish out doing that, but you'd still catch a few fish a day, 4 or 5 generally. Then on the night you would load up. So I'd either load up on the night, or what I ended up doing subsequently was getting up really early in the morning, because the first bite generally was coming about 7 o'clock.
Right.
And it was light by then, and they were moving back over as the conditions were changing. So I used to get up at sort of, 5:30, 6 in the morning, get a spod mix, a big bucket. I was putting in like a bucket like that, huge, was it a 10 litre bucket, enough to hold them. It was enough to get enough bites. And I've learned that through pre-baiting is not to be greedy. If I'd have fished at 140 in the pack, I'd have caught a lot of fish quickly, but I'd have dispersed them. So by fishing short of them and bringing them onto the bait, there was obviously the main pack of fish, which would have gone into maybe hundreds of fish there.
Yeah.
Back then.
Yeah.
And you'd get a pack of fish would come over, feed, and I'd pick them off, catch them, and then they would return back. By that way, I wouldn't spook the main cluster. And I continued that all the way over. And that's been, in essence, what I've always done with pre-baiting. You don't necessarily want to clump them quickly. You want to string it out as long as you can, and you can pick 1s and 2s, and you can have that for weeks.
So rather than fishing directly on them, you're fishing shorter.
Yeah, you just want to bring them onto you if you can. And even if you're fishing in a zone where they're all holding up, if you can fish on the edge of them and just pick off 1s and 2s, you can build momentum them and build lots of fish over a longer period. Whereas I've gone in and baited an area, and sometimes because of the swim, or if it's on a big gravel pit on the water park where I've only got access to a couple of areas, if I put bait in there, I know I'm going in there for one or two hits and that's done, and I've got to build again. So it's a different sort of mindset in terms of how to build the swim with fish, maximize it, and then it's right, okay, that's done now. I've got to start another baiting pyramid over the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and get it to its crescendo, go in and maximize it again, and then start again. So there's different lakes, different areas, different swims open themselves up to that style of fishing. But at Horseshoe, it was lovely because the fish were sat at range. I could bring them onto me and pick off enough, and then just string it out all the time. So I caught loads of fish. I went for a lot of bait, a lot of sweet. I remember I was clearing out supermarkets of sweet Tesco's, just coming out with crates of sweet corn. And the fish were venting and passing all the bait all the time. And a bit of hemp as well, not too much hemp that you preoccupy on hemp, because that's one thing I found with hemp is if you put too much in, you're going to preoccupy them, and they almost go into that clamping motion on the bottom where they're moving very slow.
Yeah, it's
and
a nightmare.
Trying to hook a fish like that is very difficult. But
have you done it? What have you done when you fished it? I've had it. I can think of loads of occasions where I've had them on a big bed of hemp, and they have been granite. Short of putting a real short hook length on a PVA bag and plunging it in, I've not known anything that's really sorted them out in that scenario. It's about the only way. When you super saturate the bottom of a lake with food signals, and hemp does that, and you can do it with micro pellet, faster way, you've got a lot of noise coming off the lake bottom, food signals, loads of food signals coming off, and the fish come over, they know there's food there, but because the food items are so small, they can't isolate like a boilie and go in and locate them. So they go into like a clamping mode where they're just down there hoovering. They're hoovering anything that's come in that line, and invariably where you're mass baited with particles and particularly hemp and micro pellet, everything going up into that oral cavity, it's getting shuffled about, pellets are going back, and everything else is getting blown out the gills or blown out the mouth. So when they're in that mode, yes, you can get a lot of fish feeding like that, but the only way in my experience to catch them is to use a balanced hook, sometimes no bait at all, but something on there that's just going to go up. So you want to balance like a hook with a sliver of cork, or a sliver of, if you want to do it with a food bait, a sliver of pop-up or something. So you get the hook, it's just on the bottom, it's going up, and I've caught fish before on PVA bags, micro pellet with bare hooks, just casting bare hooks out. With bare hooks? With a bare hook, So they're just coming in and taking everything, and they just happen to take the hook because it's in amongst everything, basically. Yeah, it was an experiment I wanted to prove to myself, and I done it on a lake up in the Cotswolds Water Park, which I'd recently taken on. There was a load of new fish that were in there. So there was, say they're naive fish, but you put pellets out and they feed, and I just wanted to prove a point to myself. So I put a load of micro pellet in, but I also had a real dense liquid, and I was convinced that this dense liquid, which we sell, would seep into the lake bottom and it'd stain the lake bottom along with the pellet. And I thought, even when the pellet's gone, I know that the carp are going to return to that liquid and they're going to dig about. So to prove this theory to myself, I'm going to put a PVA bag in. I'm just going to have a bare hook, little hook link, bare hook, nothing on, no balancing on it at all, just a bare hook, size 6, I think it was. Put it in there. Cast a PVA bag out, and I was doing the night actually. So I cast it out at night, and I thought, you think, well, if it's going to go in the first hour or two, aren't you? But it went the following morning, literally, first light, about, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. It rattled off, and had a fish all fairly sort of hooked in the scissors, just on that. So yeah, that's ballsy though, putting a bare hook out, isn't it? Yeah, but it is. But I think for me, it's logical. And I try and bring that into a lot of my fishing, just a bit of a logical approach. And those micro pellets and liquids, which are dense and heavy, they stay there for a long, long time, and these fish keep returning. They're sucking up everything. So I'm thinking, that hook goes in, it's only got to go in once or twice. And on a bare hook, there's nothing in there to impede it. It's just it's there, and the gravity of a bare hook is going to be on the bottom cavity. It's going to drag. It's going to find purchase, and that's sort of what happens. So. Yeah. Bare hook. Yeah. There's plenty of people I know that have caught on bare hooks. But when you get them in that zone, that feeding situation where they're clamping, it's probably one of the only things probably you can do, because you put a big 18mm boilie there and they're ignoring it because they're in that, they're down mopping up sort of the bottom. So yeah, having
having something bare. But hemp is really important, and a lot of the times I will put in, sometimes even when I'm baiting with boilers and I'm having to spawn them out because of the gulls, I'll put a pinch of hemp into the spawn, literally a pinch, and I reckon that's probably 15, 20 grains, and that's going in with 30 boilers. But that's enough. Those grains, you know, they're so, or it might be micro pellet or something like that. So micro pellet, you put in like just a pinch. That's all you need, just a pinch. It's enough for the attraction. You know, the amount of times I can stop fish coming through from a margin with, I don't know, 10 micro pellets, you know, real good ones. You literally put them in and they sink down. The fish come through. You see the body reaction, the twitch, the fins sort of maybe go erect. They know it's food. They circle back and they're down and they feed. And they'll be down there for a few minutes trying to put 10 little baits down there. 10 tiny, I don't know, 1 mil pellets, you know. But that's it. And then you can introduce something else because you haven't super saturated the bottom. If I put a handful in, they'd be there for hours and I can't get a belt on anything else. But then if I introduce a boilie, that's, I don't know, a 10 mil boilie or something bigger, it's not what they're searching out, but because I haven't saturated the bottom and those individual pellets are being picked up, they can locate what I've put in and then you get a bite. So it's just reading the situation.
I like that,
and you can not ruin your chances. You can get a lot of fish feeding on those food items, but you've got to be very, very careful how you then apply hook baits to that to try and get a bite because you can be there for hours. Hours and hours.
I've been there for hours.
Yeah, we all have. Yeah.
I've been there for hours.
Yeah.
It's interesting. You referenced it a couple of times already. The water park, the Cotswolds Water Park, a load of water. You're fishing, and we talked about this in the sort of, I'm going to say sort of the 90s period here.
Yeah.
A lot of your fishing, we talked about it before, had been around the water park, but probably before the water park is as we know it now.
Yeah,
absolutely. You were very much like dropping onto little bits of blue on the map, weren't you? And fishing for
really,
who knows what you were fishing for.
Really exciting back then because you were fishing for the old guard, I suppose, of the water park, and a lot of the fish that were stocked by hook or by crook back in the 70s, 60s, 70s, 80s, I suppose, were either coming to the end of their life or some of them. There was another stocking in 96. So those fish, which is about the time I was fishing it, those fish were all coming through as well. So it was a really exciting time to be up there and fishing. Trying to get access to lakes was difficult because a lot of the lakes were owned by gravel companies and they sort of hold on to those lakes after they've excavated them. They hold on to them for sometimes 2 decades, you know, so 20 years. And in that time, they've been stocked with fish. Yeah. Fish have been moved about. So there was pockets of fish all over the water park. And at the time, I just sort of, so I've been fishing the water park since I could drive, which was sort of 18. And since that day, I was coming up to the water park quite frequently in between playing football, obviously fishing and everything. So I was coming up sometimes on a Sunday and I'd done a lot of exploring, a lot of looking and a lot of fishing on some of the lakes, which had no fishing on them, I suppose. They were just ex-gravel company workings that had just been left for years and years, and there were pockets of fish had found their way in by loads of people back then were moving fish about. So you was fishing for a little bit of the unknown, which is hugely exciting.
Was that the main reason why? Because obviously you're thinking here, there's a lot of constraints on your time.
Yeah.
You could pick, I'm not saying Horseshoe's an easy option, but venues such as Horseshoe that are equal travelling distance where there is a known head of carp and you can go and catch them willingly.
Yeah.
Or you can take your limited amount of time and go to somewhere which is completely unknown, which could have absolutely no carp in it. What's the attraction with that? Is it the challenge? It's the
challenge. Yeah, it is the goal, the challenge. I was looking at lakes and there's probably no carp in there, but it didn't stop me going back and looking. And just that unknown, because there was always rumours of monsters and huge fish on the water park in various lakes. And I'd travel up to lakes and walk around them and just think, what if I'd come around this corner and there's like an uncaught leviathan there or huge fish. So that was always the driver. And many times I found fish up there and I'd fish for them and I'd catch, and a lot of it would be opportunist stuff, dropping in for a night, because I had time back then. I didn't have the responsibility, so I could do a night or two, or I'd put bait in and prep areas. So I'd find some of these old gravel pits or nature reserves, which weren't really managed or owned by anybody. But I'd be very discreet in how I I fished them because I didn't want to alert anyone that I was fishing them. So I'd go about it in a very precise manner of either dropping gear, height stashing gear, burying gear, cycling in if I needed to, parking up to a mile away, you know, and all that, and cycling, and that formed the base, and that was all part of the journey. That was all part of the excitement. But because the water park was so close to Oxford, I'd come up sometimes to the water park and I'd find that I couldn't find fish or whatever, and sometimes I'd then go on to Oxford, so I'd fish at Linch Hill,
right?
Just as I'd break it up, because you could go hard at the water park and you might not find fish and it'd be like demoralising. And I think, do you know what, to mix it up, I'll go up to Stoneacres or Linch Hill or Linear, and I'd just walk around with a floater rod, and I caught loads of fish like that, and it was really exciting. And I remember Stoneacres was an interesting story. So I was up on the water park and it was a boiling hot, I think it was a bank holiday, so it was busy everywhere. I was on the Cotswolds Water Park and I was been up this lake and I couldn't find these fish. And a friend of mine was fishing on Christchurch. So he said, "Oh, mate, come on up. We'll have like a barbecue, a bit of food or whatever." I was like, "Yeah, same, mate. I've had it there now. I've walked miles and miles today." So I've gone up to Christchurch, and it's the first time I've ever been there. So he sort of got the directions. No phones back then or anything like that.
Yeah.
And I've turned up there and it's busy. You know, there's lots of people, being a bank holiday, lots of people everywhere. And the first lake you come to, you've got the Calf, haven't you? Which is, and I knew it is, the whole complex then was day ticket, but you could buy a syndicate place for Stoneacres. So you could fish on a syndicate or day ticket. So I know that all these lakes were fair game. You could fish them. So, and I think I got to the lake and I thought, well, I think that's Stone. I've never been there. I think that's Stone. It's a big lake. It's got to be Stoneacres. I know there's Willow and Christchurch and there's other lakes around, but I'm pretty sure Stoneacres, but I wasn't sure. So I got out of the car and I started walking down, just with my fishing gear on, walking down to my mate who's on Christchurch, which is, you go down the side of Stoneacres. And as it happened, they were working over the path, over the road from Stoneacres, and they were pumping a lot of water into Stoneacres. And there was a pipe that used to come on intermittently into Stoneacres halfway along that calf bank. So I'm walking down there and I'm just glanced at it. I've got my optics on, obviously. And all of a sudden, I've seen like 4 fish just like coming up the lake, like almost backs out of the water. And there's this pipe there, and I think, oh, bloody hell, there's a pipe there. I can't believe there's no one fishing there. And I'm thinking, is there any swims along here? And I thought, oh no, there's a swim down there. So obviously people can fish. But where this pipe comes in, it's an open area. And I'm thinking, shit, there's fish there. So this fish has come through, big fish. And I'm like, wow. I've literally ran back to my van, got all my fishing gear in there, picked up my floater rod, picked the wrong one up because I had like 2 or 3 floater rods in there, and one of the floater rods was set up with 7-pound hook link on because I was fishing. I can't remember where it was. I think it was Welford Pools. I fished there occasionally, and you had to go right down to a really small hook link and small baits to catch them off the top there in the Specie Lake when you could fish it on a day ticket. So I grabbed that rod and I thought it was, anyway, I'd matching one, and I got the other one had like 12-pound hook link on, a much more robust. So I've grabbed the 7-pound one, not realised it because I'm in a bit of a rush. Bag full of mixers, unhooking mat, everything gone down, sat next to this, behind this bush on the where the pipe's coming in. And these fish have come, they're just going up and down that calf bank, up and down, up and down. So I thought, right, here we go. So super glued a little mixer to the back of the hook, like a free line again. Got a catapult and just catapulted a couple of mixers up. They're coming from they're coming from my left, left to right.
To right, yeah.
So I've put mixers out. There's no breeze hardly at all, and these fish have come down. And all of a sudden, one of them's come up, started taking them, gone down, gone on another circuit, and literally done that. So 10 minutes later, they've come back, and I'm thinking, I haven't put a rod in the water at this point, but I'm thinking, wow, this is there's an opportunity here. So I've again repeated the process, put another bigger pouch of mixers out, 4 or 5, 6 now, something like that. With that, as they've come around on the line, they've come in, started taking the mixers, and they're well spread by now from the catapult. And I'm thinking, right, now's the opportunity. And there's one fish on the side which looked just longer than anything else. So I thought, right, that's the one to go for. And he was coming up, taking with all the rest. So I flicked the mixer out long. Literally, it's a bit like fly fishing. You're just bringing it right back. You're just tracing them out. You're watching the line of the fish, and you've got your mixer out well past them, and you guesstimate, and you're thinking, right, that fish is taking this line, continues on that line, my mixer needs to be there. So I'm like, wind in, I'm ahead of it, wind in, and And the beauty of a 3-line mixer, if you've got a big controller on, you create a wake as you bring the controller back. And that sometimes that wake with pressured fish, that vibration in the water, particularly that wake, they know, and they just move, they take a different line. But on a single mixer, it's nothing. It just comes back and you just skip it in. I think, right, that looks about right for my eyesight. And they're only sort of 15, 20 yards out. And with that, it's come up in Golf a mixer, set the hook, and then it is just absolutely flat rodded me. It's gone all, like, took in 70, 80 yards of line. I'm like holding on, the rod's bent double, and it's only a light rod. It's only then that I realised that I'm looking at the reel thinking that line looks really
I was going to say, when is it clocked? It's £7.
I'm like, so I've slackened off. I'm thinking, oh no, this is a disaster. And it's stripped off. Like, I just couldn't, I couldn't do anything with it. I just got to let it go. And it's gone. Hit a weed bed at about 70, 80 yards. And I just prayed. And literally I managed to put pressure on it and it's kicked out. And it's, this was like, we're going back in, this was the spring. So there wasn't a huge amount of weed growth, but there was enough to make you worry. I wouldn't have fished £7 hook link. And I managed to play it all the way in. I've got it all the way back. And it was a tussle. It was like 25 minutes at least, because I was just so gingerly playing it. It was only a small hook as well. Managed to get that in the net. And that was the lever that used to be in there. And that was 30, I want to say 36, £37 off the top. And that was my then sort of PB. So that was...
Mate, that is
mega.
You've literally been on a complex hour.
Well, the hook bait was in the water for, I reckon, 6 seconds, 7 seconds. And that's what quite often with the floater fishing, if you're fishing in that way, that's all it needs, because you're waiting. If I would have put that rod out to start with, you've got a line in the water, you don't know where the line is, there's no point. So you basically wait for the fish to feed. There'll be a little precise opportune moment to get the mixer in position. You get it out, the fish don't know you're there. They don't know the mixer, don't know the line's there. They come out, another one, bang. And you can position it so they come onto the mixer. Yeah. They're not coming in, not hitting the line first.
Or anything. Yeah.
So again, it was like a few seconds. And I've done that quite a lot on waters, and it's a few seconds. It can be on floaters or even on the bottom, but certainly on the mixers. So that was, And I went down to my mate, I said, mate, you can't come and do a photo. And he's like, what? Well, you just couldn't believe it. I said, mate, I've just turned up. And anyway, I told him the story. I managed to get a few snaps of it. You put it in the anglers. Like, no, put it into Carp Talk.
Did he?
Yeah, but I lied.
Why? Because you had to say you had a ticket or something. What?
No. Well, I went and paid for the day ticket then after.
Right.
I thought I better go and pay for a day ticket. I went into the calf.
I'd have been done, mate. I'm home.
And then so I put it into the Carp Talk and that. But I was corrupted back then because there was competitions for bait, weren't there? You put a big fish in, you get bait. So I put it in on Tails Up.
Did you?
Embarrassingly, yeah.
Did you win?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, that's so dark.
30 kilos of bait or something like that, which was to me back then was mega. I was like, I got loads of bait. Yeah, so it went in on Tails Up, caught off the bottom from a Cotswold Water Park.
Oh my!
Even lied about the location. Terrible.
That is carp gods tyranny, mate.
I know.
You're a goner there,
I know,
mate.
It's bad, but yeah. So I helped Tails Up hopefully back in the day.
I love it, mate.
Yeah, Ash wasn't involved back then, but there you go.
At least you're admitting to it, mate. A fair few people must have done it over the course of time.
Absolutely. It's rife, isn't it? But yeah, that was sort of my style of fishing back then. But then I'd go on to other lakes that I found on the water park, which unfortunately now have been really fished heavily by a lot of the anglers, which is inevitable. Inevitable. Some of the fish stocks in there were amazing, and I was very fortunate to drop onto a lake there, which is probably about 40 acres, loads of the sort of horseshoe style fish.
Right.
So inadvertently, it would have got stocked from Horseshoe Lake. It's not a million miles away from there. Back when the carp site were about to take it over, there was keep nets of carp being taken out and moved onto the Cotswold Water Park, both east and west, so the Fairford area and over the Ashton Keynes area. So there's fish being dotted around, and some of those fish are still around today and absolutely revered. Yeah, wow. But I happened to find a lake over there which had a huge stock of those fish. And there was probably in 40 acres, I don't know how, there was hundreds of fish in there. Lots.
Was there?
A bit a lot of fish, but sometimes black with them. And I was, but it was a nature reserve. So you're technically not allowed to fish it, but it was one of those nature reserves for bird watching where no one, it was owned by, I think at the time, was it, can't remember the actual governing body that looked over it. it was like a bird sanctuary, RSPB, but it's like an
Yeah.
English nature style sort of setup. But there was an old bird hide that had been put up, never been used. You know what I mean? No one ever walks around it. It was just left. And I was like, right, well, the odd person still used to get around it in the day. And I used to basically, I stashed all my gear, buried my gear there. And I've done that a couple of times over the years, but this is going way back now. I used to like park quite a way and cycle into that particular one. And catch fish, literally used to flick them out for the night and used to get like a couple of bites, 2 or 3 bites a night because there were so many fish in there. But they're just like epic, like real long, scaly things, like the horseshoe style, the Christchurch, Stoneacres sort of style that are sort of revered, I suppose. Managed to catch quite a number of those before I went. That was just prior to America, before I went to America. So really enjoyed that and I enjoyed that lake for a number of years. Before I mistakenly told 1 or 2 people about it, and that was the beginning of the end, because then it got a bit of pressure, and the anglers fishing it just weren't, I suppose, so meticulous in their approach in terms of getting in and getting out undetected, and then people got to know about it, and it just
the net closed in. Yeah,
but it had a couple of fish kills after that, unfortunately, and they lost a load of fish. There's still fish in there to this day, which are being fished for. But back then there was lots, and I think there was an O2 crash. It's a very shallow lake, lots of weeds, so it's inevitable. So
how big did you have them to?
There at the time, 28 was the biggest,
nice.
Which was lovely back then. But those fish, and probably the biggest fish I've seen in there was probably 35, and this is going back 20 years, 25 years. Yes, but back then there was probably a couple of bigger ones, but I never got through to them. But where the fish kill actually benefited the lake, because off the back of that, the lake went really clear, less fish. The recruitment from spawning was non-existent because it was so clear, so all the fry got predated. So the pocket of fish that were left in there got bigger and bigger and bigger, and they're still there today. And there's some really, really prized jewels, and there's some anglers, high-profile ones that have gone and fished for them and that, but it's a bit of a free-for-all over there, and it's never quite what it was or what it would ever be. And there's loads of the otters are really prevalent over there as well, so they're taking fish left, right, and centre. So that's a massive problem on the water park, is the otter population as well. They've always been here, but particularly it's pretty ramped up over the last sort of 10 years. There's loads of them, loads and loads. So
why do you think that is? Captive release, loss of sort of food sources and habitat elsewhere?
I can't help but think, if I think back, so I moved up to the water park with my bait business in 2006 or 7. And for the first 2 years, there was otters were non-existent. Didn't hear of anything. There was nothing. The only issues that had ever been reported on the water park prior to that were Ashley Pool, which had been well documented. And there was the fish there had been decimated, unfortunately, in sort of I know Dave Gawthorne, I forget he was running it at the time, but I think that was back in the 90s. That would have been 96, 7, 8, so around that period. So there was obviously otters then there, but it was very localized, and it only seemed to be Ashley Pool that got devastated. After that, there was nothing else. But fast forward, and we come into 2006, 7. I'm operating my business as a water park, and I'm supplying bait, and I'm traveling around to lakes. So I'm getting I'm getting access to a lot of lakes. I'm talking to a lot of anglers, and that network, I suppose, of information is growing all the time. So I'm hearing about everything. I've never heard anything about otters at all. All of a sudden, I think it must have been 2007 or 8, the winter particularly, getting to sort of Christmas period, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, we're getting otters spotted everywhere, getting squished on the roads.
Yeah.
Casualties on the roads. We're getting being filmed, going into lakes, and it all started from that time. And that for me was unnatural. And what was really unnatural, I had a friend of mine who's well into his filming, and he was GoProing and videoing different otters hunting, not hunting in packs, but sharing territory. So there'll be usually a dog otter will have a territory of like a few kilometers, like a big area, massive area, and it will defend that zone with its life. And those lakes will be his, and that will, and that's how it should be, because he's not going to get around and eat every single carp in every lake, but he will hunt on all those lakes and keep other otters from coming into his territory. What we were finding on the water park, we were getting 3 or 4 dog otters sharing territory going in, and the guy was being able to identify different otters through markings and because obviously they all look the same to me, but So that was unnatural, and I couldn't help but think that there was a big release program, or someone had released lots of otters on the water park 2007, 2008, and it just created carnage because there were fish being killed left, right, and centre. And off the back of that, those have bred successfully, and it's just got worse and worse and worse. And it hit a crescendo sort of point a few years ago. It's not settled down because they're still here and they're prevalent, but now we've got pockets of otters, and I can't help but think that those otters that potentially were released have all been raised in captivity, used to sharing territory in areas, but otters, their metabolism is very, very high, so they sort of live fast, die young. So after 4 to 6 years, they're gone, they're croaked. So the new generations coming through, which have been born in the wild. So you would hope that those characteristics of being territorial would
kick back in.
We would hope. But we all know through evolution what parents pass down. But anyway, we're hoping it's found its sort of natural balance with otters, and these ones are now defending territory and have their pockets. And there seems to be pockets and areas of otters around the water park now, and the crayfish boom has been a help and a hindrance, because on one hand, it's undoubtedly saved the carp, because the otters are coming in now and eating the easiest food source, which is the crays on some of the lakes, because it's so abundant. All they got to do is look around and there's 4 or 5 crays and they're coming up crunching them. But the flip side of that is they're coming into lakes. So if they see a carp, or as they're swimming to hunt crayfish and they see a carp, there's an opportunist kill there for an otter. So that's the double-edged sword that we're playing. But it's certainly the crayfish have increased over the last 5-6 years, in large part to them being introduced by an unscrupulous, I don't want to call him a fishery manager, I'd say it's a cowboy who, for his own gain, who started a crayfish company, wanted to introduce crays to as many lakes as he can, which he has, and those now have got to epidemic level. So in one way, it's helping the carp, but the other way, it's propping up the otter population.
Yeah. It's an additional, easier food source, isn't it? As you say, it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? In terms of some benefits and definitely not some benefits.
It is. So we're finding now, a lot of the old guard of fish that are left on the water park tend to be your males who've got that bit of testosterone, that bit of kick to get away from carp. Whereas you get into the winter and those poor females that have accumulated their egg, or regenerated the egg mass for the next year's spawning, they haven't got that power to get away. That they got a big egg mass, they're a bit more slower, and they invariably be the ones that get picked off from the otter. So you're left with big males, and that's not quite, male fish grow huge. A lot of the old British records were male fish, Mary, two-tone, etc. It's horrible to watch it, but what becomes important is you have to see the lakes. Fish you have to keep introducing fish, because you're going to lose them, and that's always been the way on the water park now.
We're going to talk all that thing, because I know that it's a passion of yours, and it's definitely something in terms of looking into the future and leaving a stamp on things. But going back to those sort of reserve adventures back in the day on the water park, what sort of things did you see? What sort of fish did you see? And what sort of ways did you go around sort of actually fishing for them? You talked about there fishing through the night. Yeah. I'm guessing you're pre-baiting an area and fishing on the deck, or keeping things nice and subtle over the course of time.
Well, each lake sort of had its own set of problems, and that would be access, or one of them was full of bream, loads of bream. So I'm like, how you got to try and overcome these problems. You're only there for a short time. How can you maximize it? So typically on one of the nature reserves, it was all about fishing like huge baits, like massive baits.
How big?
Oh, size like, I don't know, there'd be 45 mil, maybe long cylindrical ones, a bit bigger. And that was just to get around the bream, because I would, at the time, so when I was fishing that particular lake, I moved up to the water park, and I was full tilt making bait, because I've moved up to the water park. I've took on a unit. I didn't have these overheads when I was, doing it from my mum and dad's kitchen.
Yeah, of course not.
So I'm moving up. I moved up there with a new girlfriend as well, Claire, who's now my missus. So at that point when I first started the business, we was hand to mouth. We moved into a rented accommodation in South Cerney. We had a plastic blow up couch for my first sort of 6 months. That was what I sat on. You know, that's what we were right on the, not on the breadline, but we were just making enough just to pay the unit fees and pay my rent and to live. You know, it was, so I was fishing this lake sort of grabbed me particularly because I'd seen a picture of like always, you need a spark, don't you? I'd seen a picture of a 45-pound fish that someone who I knew had caught, and it was just epic. It was nice big chisel scales, huge carp, massive carp, and it's in this place that had been fished before and it had been documented before, but it's sort of fallen off the radar, and no one knew about this particular fish. And there was another, so there was 2 target fishing. There was another one which was a real old gnarly fish, which they used to call the Jurassic. So that's a bit of a clue for people who know will know.
If you know, you know.
Area. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So the Jurassic was another one, real wrinkly old fish. Last out 39-12, hasn't been seen for like 7 or 8 years, presumed dead. But I'd seen that fish. I'd gone down there and I'd spotted it. So I saw this picture of this other big carp, and I thought, well, there's 2 targets in there. And I thought, and there was, I didn't know how many fish were in there. I was only talking to my friend. He had caught, I think, 3 or 4 over 2 years, and he was just dropping in at key moments and catching them. But he'd done a bit of time, so I'm thinking, shit, there's not a lot of fish in here. I was thinking there's like a handful of fish, like 6 fish, 10 fish maybe. It's a big lake. It's like, I don't know, 45, 50 acres. It's a big lake, limited access, really shallow. And it's really heavily into bird watching. Lots of bird watchers there. Couldn't fish it in a day. No, out of the question in a day. Mm-hmm. EA would get regularly tipped off about it. So it was one of those lakes. So I was like, but I really after seeing that picture of that fish and then going down there and seeing the other one, which I knew hadn't been for 10 years, but it looked massive. And I'm like, wow. You know, I'd sneaked in there one day as a bird watcher, as you do, all dressed as a twitcher.
Well,
yeah.
Binoculars,
with binoculars and that. And I'll go round, and there's one area where you're not allowed to walk. It's all triple SI as well.
Right, blink.
And I was sort of chancing my arm a little bit, but there's one particular day where the bird watchers were in particular hides facing the other way, and I thought I'd just walk up there. The wind was pushing in, all the stars aligned, and there was that fish, or 2 fish came in. That was one of them. And the other fish didn't look too bad, but this one was like, I was like, that's definitely the Jurassic, because its dorsal is really melted at the top. It's got hardly any dorsal at all. Goes into nothing. And I thought, that's that fish. Got to be that fish. So I thought, that's there. And then I thought, well, what if that other fish is there? So I hatched plans to fish that lake, and I just knew that trying to get into the lake and fish it was going to be difficult. There's loads of bream in there, absolutely scores of breams. You can see them. There's a black with them. So I'm thinking, right, the baiting approach. Because I haven't got the time with Baitworks, I can't go and fish this. I can only fish nights, and I can't physically do it. The demands on my body. I can't go and fish it 4 nights a week because I want a bait business. I got to go and roll bait. So I knew I could only fish it once or twice a week. Once a week, it turned out as the best way. But I knew that I've got endless bait. Yeah, I've got endless bait, and I need to somehow bring the fish into an area where I can fish for them. So I settled on an area, and it was a nothing area. It wasn't. I couldn't go pick an area where a southwesterly wind went into because there might be a bird hide over there, and that rules it out, because they're keen as us, the bird watchers. They're in there at like 4 a.m, sometimes on first light, to get their shot of a kingfisher or whatever. So I'm thinking I need somewhere where I can stay the morning, but I'll be out of there either in the dark, or I could string it out to maybe 6 o'clock and then go. Yeah. Because a lot of the time the bird watchers weren't there at early doors, but the odd one would get there who was really keen. So I had to be a bit careful. So I had binoculars and everything over there so I could sort of scope out. But there's just one area where I thought, right, I can bring the fish to this area, but it's a nothing area. It's a passing area. It's not an area which I thought is going to hold fish. They don't want to spend time there. But if I put bait there, I think I can bring them in and hold them there for their feeding time. And I just needed to pin down when that time was and then adapt my fishing around that. Hopefully it wasn't 12 o'clock midday. Yeah. Because that's going to be a bit, it's going to be a nightmare. But I was hoping, invariably in the spring, most lakes and that are sort of first light early morning. And I was hoping that was going to be the case. And it turned out it was. And I pinned that down by fishing there, for a few overnights. And I managed to sneak in there in the day with binoculars as a bird watcher, watching the area where I'd baited. Yeah, no activity in the day. No, okay, it's mornings. Hope it's going to be morning. So yeah, the baiting approach was sort of key on it. And that was centered around lots and lots of boilers, as you would imagine. But but I was making, initially I wasn't putting in big boilies, so I didn't think the bream would be too much of a problem. I fished it for two seasons hard. In the second year, I went to bigger baits. But for particularly that first year, the bait was the key. And the key to get them visiting the spot was actually not to put boilies in first, because all boilies, particularly if they're freezer bait, the shelf life's different. It won't break down as quick. So we're limiting and inhibiting sort of the enzyme process, the bacterial breakdown process. The byproducts of that is the baits will gas and come up and float off. Now on a freezer bait, that's all happening. So basically, if you put any freezer bait into a lake, after 4 to 5 days, depending on the ingredients, it will naturally gas, float up and go off, and the birds will have it. And that's exactly what you want. But I knew that the passing area, I needed to have bait there, and I didn't want bait potentially that would sort of be hanging around for long periods, and I didn't want to draw attention to it, because if bait gasses up and pops to the top, the bird population soon suss it out and they're on it. And then they will locate your baited area and they can smash it then. So I was thinking, I need to be a bit...
And it's shallow, you said as well, didn't you?
Yeah, it's literally like, I could wade across most of it up to my chest. So it's really shallow. So I baited up with tigers, because they can stay there for weeks and weeks.
Yeah.
So yeah, started baiting up in 1st of April, and then fished it 1st of May. So I was baiting it for a month. And I was literally baiting it started off every 4 days, then got it down to every other night, travelling down. And where it was located, I had to, because I didn't want to get caught going in and out. These were all nighttime excursion baiting up, all nighttime. So I'd literally have food with Claire, have some, whatever. This is April time, so it's getting dark at sort of, I think back then it was about 9 o'clock. Have something to eat, say, right, off to bait up. So I'd disappear for like a 2 hour round trip to go and do everything, because it wasn't just park next to the lake. It was park a mile away from the lake, then cycle in, then hike over a couple of fields with a backpack full of bait. And then I had waders stashed over there, and I had to wade out because it was so shallow. And literally, it was like deathly quiet over there. Even then I was like dropping baits in, because it was odd people about. And then back, and then just kept on building up sort of the bait. And then after 2 weeks of baiting with tigers, I then switched over to boilies, because as I was going out, I could feel the bottom with my feet. I was dropping the bait, and it was all getting firm and hard. And I'm thinking, right, it's being cleared. And then you swap over to the boilies, and the boilies then, that really brings in a lot of the bigger fish. And I had, absolutely mountains of boilies to put in if I wanted. I was putting in like 5 kilos every other night. It's all getting cleared. So I was thinking, right, something's clearing this.
Yeah.
A lot of bream, but then there's carp as well. So over there, and I've told this story before, so I might be going over old ground, but I buried all my kit over there. That was, so I had to work out a way of getting all my kit over there. So I basically dug a big hole on a this is prior to me fishing it. So in January, on a full moon, I went over and buried all my kit over at the lake. Unfortunately for me, and apologies for anyone who's heard the story before, because I'm sort of repeating myself, but it coincided, unfortunately, with a girl who later got found out was abducted and murdered.
Oh,
yeah.
No.
So that night, there was like big search. They had arrested this guy, and basically there's a big search for this girl. And where I wasn't a million miles away.
What, and you'd gone to fish?
I'd gone to bury all my kit.
Oh, you'd gone to bury it.
So I picture the scene, right? I've had to park near the lake because I've got all this kit. I've got rods, I've got everything. And I've got it all in, I've got this box. So I've got a big box and a shovel. I've got to do two trips. So I'm going over with a box and a shovel, and all these people are looking out for this murderer. And these helicopters are circling like not too far away. And I've walked halfway, and I heard it on the radio coming down, and I just didn't twig. But when I got there, I was like, shit, yeah, they're looking for this murderer. I'm walking, I've got a spade in me. I'm about to dig a big hole. It looks like I'm burying a body.
Yeah.
So I've gone over, and I've picked a full moon, because obviously you can see, you don't need a head torch. You can see what you're doing pretty much. And I've buried this box, then gone back, got the tackle, put that in there. And yeah, I had a bit of an epiphany thinking, Mark, this is crazy. It was like bloody cold as well, because it's January or whatever it was. And it was when this girl was being searched for. And I remember switching my phone off, because I'm thinking, I just think I could be tracked or traced here. I don't know. I thought all things are going through my head.
Yeah, it's that nighttime period, and all going on. You lost your head.
Yeah, there was. And I was panicking like that. And I was just covered in sweat, dirt, mud, everything. Where I'd buried it in this like woods, and where I'd picked, it's going through tree roots and everything. But I got it in there and managed to bury it. I got pictures of it all buried and everything, put tarpaulin over the top, camo net, and then loads of leaves. And it's all buried, it's all out of sight. So it means now I can just go in, turn up, unlift the tarpaulin, unbury it, tarpaulin, get my kit out, walk 10 yards to the swim. Everything was done by touch and feel. So all my rods were already made up with little leg clips on, with little links where I could basically loop on. So everything was done because it was in the dark. So everything was touch and feel and could basically get the clips on. I had a little roll-up mat which I slept on, sleeping bag. Progressed to a little air bed because that was the way.
Nice.
Trying to sleep on the floor was a nightmare. So cold, particularly 1st of May because you still get those nighttime temperatures which are down between single figures. And so went over, got all the stuff all done. Had a little tarpaulin which I used to sleep under just in case it rained. But yeah, it was exhilarating fishing because I generally only knew of a couple of fish in there. There was obviously more. Didn't know quite what was in there. Only fishing a little way out, and setting up sort of for your first night, sleeping on the floor in amongst all the wildlife, and it was just you walk in there. If I was fishing, I isolated the time more and more. But that first year, I went in there on dark. Turns out I didn't really need to fish in the dark. It was all about the mornings. But I used to get in there in the dark and sleep there all night. And when you first got in there, because everything was like calming down, all the wildlife, it's noisy, like the jungle. It was all the birds and that all settling, all starting to roost because it was a sanctuary at the end of the day. There was loads of badgers about, loads of foxes, deer, everything. When I used to cycle in, I used to have to go over a field, and I used to call it the badger field. There was on twilight, there's loads of these badgers. Yeah. I used to go through this field at pace because there were cows in the field as well. And there was loads of cows and a couple of them looked a bit tasty, I used to go through them at pace. So if I go through at pace, they ain't got time to look up and wonder what's going on because they spook and bolt, and in the dark they could just take you out. So
it's a big old unit, isn't it?
They are big animals. So I thought, well, if I go through at pace, but as I was going through at pace, I would catch, because it was twilighty, I'll catch, they turn out to be badgers. I see this white and black fleck, and they'd be running, and sometimes they'd be running. I'll be at the same pace then. They'd be like right beside me and then look at me like that, and then divert off left into the bushes, and they'd be coming around. And a couple of times they'd come across me and I'd nearly go over a badger. Oh my God. Yeah. So, it was really, really sort of raw and exciting stuff. So managed to sort of get in for the first night on the reserve. And, lo and behold, sort of first morning, I absolutely, clumped them. Clumped them. I thought there was only 5 or 6 fish, 8 fish in there. I had 4 on the first morning. It just went off. That was the power of the prebaiting, constant prebaiting. They just came in and I'd catch one. It was like, wow, it's a mid to upper 20. Amazing. I'll keep a couple of retainers, sacks there. Sacks are easy, obviously. I'll keep a couple in the sack, or keep one in the sack, and then, there's fish bubbling out there. Flick the rod. I'm only flicking it out 10, 15 yards. I'm right on top. As I'd flick it out, so shallow, like fish would spook. I was like, shit, they're here. I've had two rods out. That would be it. But
on those big hook baits as well, did you say?
No, not that year. Yet? Yeah, I hadn't switched. So that first year was all on like double 18 millers. Big sort of,
which is still a big old hook
mouthful. Yeah, mouthful. Because I knew there was bream. I thought I'll put double 18s. I'll be okay. I wasn't. But that first night, luckily, in the morning, the carp turned up. They were turning up there, and I was catching. I caught 4 or 5. Like I think it's 4 that first morning. Upper 20s. Biggest was 30, 31.
Nice.
And I was like blown away, And I remember it got to 6 in the morning. It's well light by then. And I'm thinking, I got to get out of here. I can't blow this, So that was between 4 and 6 in the morning, twilight, and then first light. So I then obviously packed all the gear away, put it all back. I then all I travel over is a rucksack. All I got were my buzzers. So I thought, if I get rumble, all I'm taking there is my buzzers, and that's it. I had buzzers. I had everything else all in the box, little terminal tackle and all that. I stripped all the gear straight back. It's actually surprising how much tackle you don't need. I was going over. I had literally 4 or 5 leg clips, 3 rigs all made up with bottom baits, and that'd do me. I didn't need anything else. Nothing at all, Didn't need anything. So I stripped everything back to a box that big. It's crazy. I managed to sneak out the back and then walk out onto the fields and just look like I was going for a walk. I used to have a high vis in my in my bag. So sometimes I put the high vis on as I was going back up the street. So I look like someone going to work, someone. I then get on the bike as I was cycling back. Look, he's cycling off to work with a high vis on. Looks like a worker.
That's some extensive guarding, isn't it?
Well, yeah, could be. Crikey. So yeah, managed to, catch quite a few on that first morning. But I knew the nature of that spot, that it was a passing area, and I sort of had to try and maximise it. So then I was fishing it all on the last quarter, moon phase. That was prominent. That was always the one over there, always the one. That was when I look at the diary, it was always when when I saw the most activity and caught the most. And some lakes are different, but I'm a big believer in sort of moon phases, be that full moons, new moons. But particularly that last quarter, there's a little window of a couple of days where it just seemed to go off. And I found that on other lakes as well, but particularly that one. So I thought, well, I've got to come back tomorrow night. So I'll come back, put bait in that morning, sneaks it in, come back the next night and had another 3 or 4. I think it's 3.
Jeez.
3 that next morning. Again, like £25 all the way up to sort of 29s. And I'm thinking, this is amazing. But they're different fish. And I'm thinking, I've caught 8 fish in two visits.
How many are in
Gotta
it?
be more. Like the clarity, it was like tea water, tea stained like algae. So you couldn't really see a lot. It's not like you can go around in a day, it's gin clear. When they're up in the water and they get into shallows, you could see them, but you couldn't really see them apart from that. It's a sort of water where it's a bit like the old Belgium canals. When you return a fish, you return it, at a 30 pounder, it sinks down 6 inches, it's gone.
Yeah, disappeared.
It's a bit like that. So I was like, it could be anything in there. There's obviously more fish because I was seeing lots of activity. So I was then basically that spot. Then I went back, I think 4 or 5 nights later, started catching bream, and I thought, right, I've exhausted the pack which come in. That pack that's come in and regularly fed, which I've been putting 5 kilos of bait in, that's done. I don't know how many fish out of the pack I've caught, so I can't really visually see. I've got to start again. So I started to build the process. So another 2-3 weeks of constant baiting. You'd go in and have bang, bang, 2 hits of fish, usually on the last quarter. Or if the weather looked really good, particularly, I'd go in. But I was only fishing it. I didn't fish a lot. I fished up until they spawned. Then I thought, as soon as they spawn, that's it. The fish I'm going for. I don't want to catch them when they're, I don't like fishing for pre-spawning fish anyway. I like to give them a long time to recover. So I thought, and at that time it gets busier in the summer. There's more people there. So I'll give it to when they spawn, which is quite early. It's usually mid-May. So I only had like a few week window when I was fishing. If I started fishing in May, I had like 2 or 3 weeks and that was it.
Yeah.
So I couldn't build it up. But when they spawned, I'd leave it and I'd go back in the autumn and then I'd build up again. So I was building like 2-3 weeks and then going in to fish it and usually catching a few, however many of that pack. And then you're building another process just because of the way the lake was shaped, formed, and the stock of fish. I think now there's probably somewhere in the region of 35, 40 fish, something like that, a guess, a real guess. This is going back a number of years now. Now the otters have been on there and decimated it, so I don't know what's left, if anything. On both lakes, there's another lake not too far away from there. So, which is unfortunate. But yeah, at the time it was really exciting because you just didn't know what was there. So that sort of drew to the close the first year. And I think the first year I had, I think about 15 fish, maybe 15,
That's
16.
mega going, isn't it?
Well, it wasn't, because I was only thinking I was fishing for a handful of fish, but hadn't turned up with these big ones. So I'm like, I've got to be close. I've got to be close. And I lost a couple of huge fish there, which flat rodded me. And I can't help but think those were maybe at least one of them was the biggest one there, or one of the big ones, because it flat rodded me and I just couldn't stop it. And it just felt different to everything else. The 20s and 30s that I've been catching, it just felt different, big, slow. Well, it stripped a lot of line, but it was like really ponderous and steady pressure. So I was in tatters, I was shaking, and it sort of almost like brought a tear to my eye because I'd lost it, because you put so much effort into making that moment happen and then it's gone. It just from a hook pulls you can't control. And that was all part of the buzz. It was all part of everything leads up to that little moment, and it wasn't to be, it just happened. But I vowed to go back the following year and to do it all again, armed with the information that I built. And the second year was easier because I did a few nights there, but very little, because I knew that window was from 4 till 6, and I could potentially get over there at 3:30 in the morning. Didn't have to spend the night. It'd be tiring, yes, but I didn't have to spend the night. Doing the nights on the floor is absolutely exhausting. It's horrible. And anyone who slept on the floor in a sleeping bag will know that when you've got to get up from a standing start, when you get up from a horizontal start up to go and strike a rod, if it's at twilight and you've got a terrible night's sleep, you get up, you're really disorientated because your head's been, like in my case, 5'10" down on the ground. And then I get up to that position, all your blood's rushing. And
lightheaded.
A lot of the times I'd fall over, I'd stumble, I'd fall into a rod, almost fall in. And it was just so tiring because you were always on edge of someone rumbling you, someone being around.
Was there people about in the park or not?
So a couple of instances. There was one instance where there was a homeless guy.
Yeah.
Who basically slept. He was sleeping there, and he was like 50 yards from where I was fishing. I presume it was a homeless guy. So all of a sudden, I'm walking back an unusual way because there's a bird watcher, and I've got to go back I've got to get out another way. I can't go the way I usually go. So there's someone walking down this field. I think it was a bird watcher, which I got lost because he usually you don't walk that way. There's no bird hides, and it's all triple SI. So I'm thinking, shit, I can't go that way. So I've gone the other way, and I've gone 50 yards from where I'm fishing. And there's a big blue tent, like been just put up in the middle of this nature reserve. I can see it like 50 yards away as I've gone through the foliage. I'm thinking, what the? So I'm like, I've just like stopped in my tracks. I'm thinking, what am I going to do here?
Yeah.
There could be someone in there. There could be someone dead in there. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking.
Is that what you think?
I don't know what to expect. It's zipped up. I've got closer. I've like said,
and it's massive blue and like.
Yeah, like it's it's a blue. It's like an
Argos job.
Yeah, an Argos crisp packety blue thing, like
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, I don't know what I'm going to walk into here. So I've gone up a bit closer to it, and I've got within 10 yards, and I'm sort of hello, coughing. I don't want to alert. It's not a massive lake, and I don't want to start shouting, but I want to try and wake up.
Yeah.
I don't want to startle someone and go in. So I'm like, oh Christ! So I get a bit closer, shout, nothing. Now I get right up to the tent, and I can see it's obviously zipped right down to the bottom. Can't see in, can't see anything. I've shook the tent, like rattled it, waited, listened, no movement. And then I scratched the tent, made that horrible noise on nylon, scratched it, like an axe murderer coming to kill you.
That's not the one you want to hear from the
God
inside.
forbid if someone's on the inside there, like trying to keep stum.
It's a bear.
What the hell? So I'm like scratching the nylon, no, nothing. So I'm like sat there for a good few minutes thinking, I've got to get out of here because it's getting late. I've got to get back rolling bait because I've got to get back in to roll bait. So I've then thought, plucked up the cartridge. I've got to unzip and have a look. I've got to look. So I've got the zip. I thought, right, do it like a Band-Aid, do it quick. So I've literally gone zip and pulled open like that. And I've looked in there, no one in there, thank God.
Oh.
But there's like a sleeping bag on the floor, a pillow, and that's it. There wasn't much else in there. And I'm thinking, shit, someone's sleeping rough here or sleeping here. And I'm like, this is mental. And I've like a bit of a sigh of relief because I generally thought when I was going to open it, I was going to find a dead body or something.
Did you really?
Yeah, well, you just don't know, don't you? Not too far.
I don't think I'd have unzipped it, mate. I think I'd have just jogged on.
Well, do you know what? I knew that if there's someone coming and going, it's going to blow my cover.
Oh, yeah,
my
true.
selfish head was on, and I was thinking, this thing's stand out like a sore thumb. I can't believe the bird watchers haven't seen it. So I've seen what's in there. I've lifted up the tent where obviously there's like a built-in ground sheet to it.
Right.
And I can see the foliage on the bottom hasn't gone yellow. So I'm like, okay, this hasn't been here that long. It's been here a few days. Because I haven't heard anyone. I would have heard someone. So I've literally think, what am I going to do? I've got to get out of here. I'm going to roll the tent up. I'm going to pack it down. So I've packed the tent up. So I've literally rolled it all up and managed to stuff it as hard as I can into my rucksack.
Are you joking?
Yeah. So
you nicked a homeless man's tent?
I think so.
That's
bad
brutal,
bad karma. Bad karma. So I rolled up this tent, left the sleeping bag there. I thought I'd leave him sleeping. Very nice of me. Well, I think it was due to rain that night as well. But anyway, so I've screwed up this tent. I've then gone back out of obviously the lake. Got to this little wooded area. I've gone through gone to pick up my bike, which is stashed in this little wooded area. And I thought probably the best thing I can do is probably set light to this. So I've got it home. Yeah. just get rid of all everything, all
evidence.
Yeah, evidence. So I've basically got a lighter and basically set it all alight and cooked it, and it's all gone up and happy days in the bin, gone. So I've come back a couple of nights later to bait up, and I've gone in and the sleeping bag's gone. So I'm like, oh, thank God for that. So he's obviously moved on. So he's took the sleeping bag, whoever it was. God knows who it was to this day.
Good job he weren't in it. You'd have burnt him, mate.
Well, yeah.
Get out of here, lad.
Yeah. So yeah, there was always that. There was another instance with which I thought someone was a close encounter where I was sleeping was on. So if you imagine like there's no footpath or anything like that. It's just literally you're going into stinging nettles and trees and everything. You've got to find somewhere to sleep. And invariably the best places to sleep were where the deer, the foxes, badgers, everything would walk through, and they'd all use the same paths. That makes sense. There's actually like a little it looked like there's a path through here, but it's not. It's where the wildlife, what they use, and they tread the same path. Very, very predictable. So invariably there is like space like the size of this if there's about 1.5 meters where it's just been little trodden down, something like that, where I could lay out my roll mat and an inflatable little airbed, and then put on my sleeping bag, which has all obviously been stashed. I set them a little tarp, had a couple of big sticks I'd put up, then a little bit of like the army tarps. Where you just stretch them out. I had that literally pinned down, got a couple of pictures of that where you stretch it up high. So any rain, it comes down and beads off and I can nip out. So it's really easy to put up and down, screws into nothing, So had that all set up. So I'm sat there, or led there. I've got in there, and I say that second year I didn't do as many nights, but sometimes I'd just get in there, I'd get out and do a night. So that one I'd got there about 11, 12 o'clock, and I thought, right, I'll go in there, I'll get in there late. I'd have a nice bit of food with the missus, chill out for the evening, and then go. So I didn't need to be there in the evenings really, so there's no point rushing. And there was always a few people about at sort of 7, 8 o'clock. So I thought I'll go in there at like 10, 11. So I've got in there, absolutely knackered. Right, let's get the baits in. And that year, I got plagued by bream, so I'll go in and I'll try and fish, and your bream would be wiping me out, and all through the bite time as well. And I was thinking, I can't have this. And that's when I switched over. And I thought, well, I've got a bloody bait company. I can do anything I want with baits. So let's make big baits. Let's go with really big baits. Because I'd fished other lakes with big baits in the past, like Coat Water, where I'd fish huge baits because I had a massive bream problem. So I'd fish big baits over there. So I thought, I'm confident with them. I know, they're very selective. You're still going to catch £20 carp on them, but I need to get around these bream because they're killing me. They're killing my bite time, and I'm through the night. I'm starting to catch them now at like 1 a.m, 2 a.m, and ongoing. And I'm then trying to go to work, and it's just not going to work for me. So I didn't have any rolling tables that rolled any big baits. The biggest baits was like 22s or something like that, which probably, from what I've learned about bream, you get a bream and stretch his mouth out, and you can put 22s in there fairly comfortably. You get to 24 and above, that's when it becomes really selective, depending on how big the bream are.
Yeah, how big are these bream?
These bream are like 7-8 pound average. So a 24 mil and above is very selective with it. You can still catch them, because what they end up doing, they suck at the hook bait, and invariably sometimes they suck the hook up and they get hooked that way, but they haven't actually ingested the bait. So I was searching for a rolling table that would roll me big, because I'd do it by hand.
Yeah,
I didn't have machines at the time. I was still rolling on hand tables. So my day to day was like 8-9 hours looking at a wall, rolling on hand tables.
That sounds horrendous.
It was horrendous to make 70 kilos of bait to then sell around the water park to earn myself a living. So that was what I was doing. So table wise, I found this table in it was Spain, 30 mil, because they got big baits all over there. So I basically paid for it. I think it was on eBay. Imported it over. It came like a couple of weeks later. So I got a 30 mil table. Still got it to this day. So I was rolling 30 millers on that. And then I was chopping sausages, which were, so straight at the extruder, I'd extrude them sort of that big. They were about 40 to 45 mil, and making them sort of that long as well.
Right.
Like boilie sticks.
Yeah.
And they're very selective. So the bream physically couldn't, because the bream's mouth, the cavity, it goes up and goes round. Something like that won't go up and round to get to.
It's straight.
Yeah.
How are you using them on the actual rig? They're bottom baits, I take it. There's no buoyancy added to them.
No, yeah. So the key element of those big baits, and still remains to this day, is to make them heavy and selective. So if I had a wafter on there, that'd be wafting about. There's potential for the hook to hook the bottom, and invariably you'd probably you'd foul hook a few bream or carp because it's wafting about everywhere. So I wanted this bait hard on the bottom, not moving, staying there, and then the suction of a carp on a 45 miller or the big long sticks is enough to everything's going up into the cavity. It's all going because it's all or nothing. It's not mopping up the bottom and accidentally taking a 10 miller because it's just getting caught up in the vortex. That fish is isolating that bait, going down. Boom. Yeah. It's fixed. It's nothing else is on its agenda. It's hitting that bait. So with the big baits, the heavy baits, it was key to make them really heavy, no buoyancy whatsoever, long hairs. So I take the hook away from the equation so the bream wouldn't suck the hook up. So I was using hairs, conventional hairs of probably an inch or two on a big bait, because if that's going in, it's going in. So I was using long supple hook links, size 2s or size 4s, 2-inch hook links, big, look just ridiculous. It looked ridiculous. But one of the keys was, which I found out after fishing it for a night, is the bream would come in and they'd roll your bait around. So you imagine a bream coming in on a bed of 30 millers or 45 millers or whatever. They would come in and they would be hitting these baits and they'd be rolling around because they're round on the bottom. They're just rolling around. So I remember the first night I brought the rigs in at bite time thinking I should have had a bite and I had to go. And they were covered in loads of weeds and twigs and that. And I twigged them.
Nice.
I'm going to say the magic twig.
Yeah, let's not go there.
Yeah. So, the twig then on me that, these baits are being rolled around by these bream, and that's killing my chances, and it did. So what I ended up doing is making these 30 mil baits and then the cylindrical ones and squashing them.
Oh, so like a little pillow type
Yeah, so they're
shape.
like literally, I'll get them all on a rolling table, all done. I'll get like a big long chopping board or something like that, at the kitchen, and just flatten them down just slightly, so when they sit on the bottom, they're not moving. They're just staying there. They're little discs. And I'd done that with the big cylindrical sausages, just to give them a flat edge. So then I found I wouldn't get all those bleeps through the night where the fish are constantly bream are like coming in. And although the bream were in the swim and I wouldn't say they gave up on them because they were always there, but I caught very few bream after that. I was going from catching as many bream as I wanted, 7 or 8, 9 consistently, to having the odd one every 3 trips, and that was enough. But what it did do, it made the fishing very selective, and I started, every time it'd go, it'd be a one toner with a carp, and that was the key really on the baiting approach, because I kept. And the key thing, the really nice thing was, I didn't have to bait with a lot of these because they were so selective.
Right,
so when I was putting the year before, when I was putting in 5 kilos of bait, I was compensating for the bream, and I didn't catch loads of bream. I caught a few, but then not to be a problem. And I can never gauge what was left on those big bait, on them smaller baits, because the bream would come in and would have them. But these big baits were so selective that the birds did rumble me on the second year, but they couldn't deal with the big baits. They couldn't get them in the
take them. Yeah,
take them. So a lot of them gave up. So it just left me to put the bait in. And the good thing was, where I was putting in 5 kilos, I only needed to put in 1.5 kilos, 2 kilos of bait, because they're so carp are going to eat them. That's the only thing that can pick that up is a carp. So out of 1 kilo, you'd mainly get 60 baits or something stupid like that, or 50 baits. Can't remember what it was now. I did count them on a 30 mil baits. But they were so selective, I could drop and lessen the bait quantity.
Right.
And don't get me wrong, from my observations, carp prefer to feed on small food items. Their preferred choice is 12 and 15 millers. They love that all day long. When you get to big baits, they're not so keen, I think, on gorging. You won't get that same effect, but that's why I sort of drop the baiting, and you're selectively fishing for sort of those fishing out. So yeah, those big baits sort of have their place, but you certainly wouldn't catch numbers, and it's not their preferred size wise. But certainly, when they have one, what you'd find is your rig mechanics work a lot better as well, because you can watch a fish eating a 15 miller, or particularly big fish, and they can take 7 or 8 in one sitting, bang, up in the mouth, or smaller 10 mil. Sometimes they shuffle them about and they select a few and crush and they're ingested. On those big baits, they're taking one bait, and that takes a little while for them to crunch and to get it down and get it out. So what they do, they come in, isolate that one bait, pick up and they're a huge amount of suction required, and the big fish is easy for them. That's going in, all your rigs flying up in there with your 2-inch hook link and your big hook. It's very difficult to eject. It's a big mouthful. So the force of the ejection is huge, and if that hook takes hold, that hook's going past the barb straight away on the ejection of a big, massive, heavy bait. But while they're feeding, and I watch fish feed on those big, heavy baits, they take generally one, suck it up, and they're off. They're tipping, feeding up, and they're going off, and they usually go round in a circle, crunching, dealing with it, and then they come back. So they're coming in and they're feeding in a different way.
A little circuit.
Circuit, and they're coming and feeding in a very different way to mass baiting, like we said, with particles, where they can take their time. They're coming in and having to deal with one bait and going round in a circle, coming back. So your rib mechanics are all like spot on. I had some brilliant hook holds and well back as well. And I didn't lose many fish after that because of that. So yeah, it's something you work out, I suppose, along the way. But those big baits were integral to catching some of the better fish there as well.
What did you have capture-wise? You got obviously a good first year. You've done less time, you said, second year. But
yeah, I had a similar amount of fish. So I had another, I think it's 14 second year.
That's 14. Good going, that, isn't it?
And but I was getting a lot of repeats as well. So I'm thinking I'm starting to max out what I know's in there. I didn't know at the time, but I had a few repeats in that. But in amongst those fish, this one morning, it wasn't long before they were gone. I didn't know if they had spawned or not. I was sort of in that middle of May period, and I wasn't too sure if they'd spawned or anything. But I just go back relentlessly, and I caught a couple of fish. So I thought, okay, they don't look like they've spawned, so I'm going to carry on. Because I couldn't just go over and check it in the day, just couldn't, it was out of the question. So I set up on the morning, I got there early in the morning that time. I think it was like 4 o'clock in the morning. And it was by that time in May, it was twilighty light, and set up, got the rods in, and there wasn't a lot of activity there. And again, with the big baits and everything. So I sort of sat back. It got to, I think, about 5 o'clock, and I'm thinking, this is a non-starter now. I'm going to have to can it off. And with that, I've had a lift and a take, and a real slow, steady take, whereas a lot of the takes before were a little bit faster. And in the shallow, we see the bow wave going out, but this was a slow, methodical sort of take. I've hooked into this fish, and it's gone really powerful. Just kept going. I'm thinking, well, I can't. I'd like, I think at the time, 18-pound line on. There wasn't a lot of weed there, but I didn't want to lose anything. I'm fishing close. Everything's bedded down. I don't need to. There's no why take any risks. There's a few trees left and right of me. And this fish has gone out, and it's gone out quite a way into this lake. And my concern as always is when the sun was out, it's quite sunny. The sun was breaking out, and when you hold a rod up high, and you get the wrong angle, and that line lights up, and it going out into the lake.
Blatant, isn't it?
So I'm like dipping the rod tip, thinking I can't see the bird hides. Oh, I can see the bird hides in front of me and to the right and left of me, but I can't see the other ones, and I don't know. So I've got to be air of caution. So the rod tip's down. I'm just playing it all the way back, and sort of don't want to lift the rod tip at any point really because the sun's out. I'm playing it, and it's come actually a little bit too close. I think it's got to be close now, and it's actually under my feet, and it's come past me underneath my feet, quite high in the water, and I could see like a knobbly dorsal. I'm thinking, whoa, this is interesting. And a few of them did have that knobbly dorsal because they're quite old fish. So I thought, okay, so it's gone out, and I managed to sort of play it. And I've had at some point, I've got to put the rod up. So I've put the rod up high-ish when it's sort of, I'm feeling the fight is coming to the end. Managed to get it. I can see this massive mouth come up, huge mouth with this massive 45 miller sort of in it, just dangling around outside. And I'm thinking, wow, that's a big mouth. And one point I haven't mentioned is my net. So the net, landing net, was really difficult to, because it's big.
Yeah,
long.
it's a big, yeah.
So I thought, how do I get a net over there and stash it? There's rats over there, there's animals, there's all sorts. I don't really want to stash it in the bushes. So the best way I found was to submerge it. So basically, because it's like tea, the water.
You can't see, yeah.
Can't see it. So I had a little stick in the water, which I knew exactly where it was, which I basically, there's a little reed bed to my right, and I could walk right until I hit this stick, put my hand down in sort of 18 inches of water, fill the landing net pole, lift up the landing net, and there's my landing net. so I've got I lift that the last minute. So by that time, the landing net had been in position since last year. So when I used to bring it up, it was like bringing up the Mary Rose. It was like covered in siltweed, getting heavier and heavier, covered in leeches, snails, loads of shrimp. So loads of shrimps in there. So it was quite heavy and clumsome. I had to sometimes like clear it off, like strip it all off. all the land net poles all like covered in algae and everything. I've still got it all at home. But yeah, I managed to bundle this fish into this net, got it in the net. Oh, yes, look down, and that's it. It's the Jurassic. I'm like, I'm over. This is amazing. So I'm like shaking, thinking this is one of the targets sort of ticked off. This is a huge fish, and it was big. So I've got it onto got it in the margins, sort of all a bit of a flutter. I then had another take on my other rod while I'm doing that, and I'm playing this fish, and it's almost a carbon copy of the fish I've just landed. It's really heavy, gone, same thing, done out. So these fish are obviously together. I'm like, this is like taking line. I've now got a bit of a problem. So I got a fish in the net. So I'm like, what am I going to do? So I've to net it in the same landing net. I have to. Yeah. So I'm playing this fish, and it's really heavy. I haven't seen it at all. It's come right in close, and it's come right down to my right, and there's a couple of snag trees. It's made a line for these trees, and I've had to clamp down, get the rod nice and low, and it's gone, and suddenly hooks popped.
Oh, damn.
And I'm like, and this was at the time when I just started sharpening hooks, doing it a lot, and I cursed myself because I brought the hook back, and basically the hook point was, when you, on a sharpened hook, if you hit the bone, it can like buckle.
Yeah.
And this had buckled, and and up to that point, I've had no issues, but I remember I'd switched over that season to sort of sharpened hooks, sharpen them myself, and can't help but think I'd gone into a bit of bone, it hadn't gone in properly. And if I'd been using a conventional hook, which I was doing, I didn't need to go to sharpen hooks, but I was just trying to maximise chances. I was using big leads, big baits, big hooks. Didn't need to do it.
Do you have many hook pulls with those? Not at all.
With what?
With the big baits and fishing in that manner. Do you have many?
No, not generally. No, because it was such a, I say, if the carp target them, they got to make that decision. It's all going in. It's going in. There's no like just suck at it. Just, it's not just wafting. It's not wafting at all. There's no buoyancy to it. So you often see when carp go down, they're feeding on corn, for example. They're sucking at, they've isolated a bit of corn and they're sucking at it, but then corn from left, right, and from a little plate all go in because it's a big vacuum. So no, didn't suffer. I had really good hook holds, and they needed to be. So that was whole part of it. I wanted to get a really good hook hold, make sure I got good hook holds, and those heavy baits, because it's going in and it's going back quite a way. Everything's going up with it, and those hooks were. So yeah, lost that fish. Absolutely traumatized by that. But I had this big fish in the lake, and I can't help but think that other one
was the other big one.
Don't know. I can't say for sure.
How big was the Jurassic?
So I've got it onto the bank. Now, the scales I'm using are not the best scales because I've obviously got everything down. I've basically bought, you got hand luggage scales, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, hand luggage. I was using them. So I tested them against my scales, and they seemed fairly accurate.
Were they?
Yeah, I reckon they done it in. They done the increment. Well, it's all digital, so you just weigh it up and lift it. But I couldn't be accurate trying to hold it. It's a big fish, weighing it in. I had sort of those zip carp sacks. So I got one of them out to sort of weigh it in, zeroed it all off. But I couldn't be that accurate. But it wasn't about weight, pounds and ounces for me.
Anyway. That fish, wasn't
really,
it?
Yeah. So it looked like it had spawned because I knew it had been 39.12 10 years ago. 10 years previous, it had been. That was the last known capture. Someone may have gone over there and caught it in between. I don't know because I didn't. But I kept tabs on the place, and I talked to a lot of people who had experience over there. And as far as I can make out, I haven't been fished for a good long years, and that fish was presumed dead. So when I weighed it, it come in. I think it was like 36. So it's 39 with a wet sack and all that, and it was about £3. I'd say £2 or £3 for the sling. So I weighed it after. So it was around sort of £36.
That'll do, mate.
That'll do. But it's such an old fish. It's such old, wrinkly. One of its eyes was milky. It hasn't got long. It's probably long gone by now.
Yeah.
We're talking now. We're going back 8-9 years now, something like that. So yeah, I'm talking a little while. 8-9 years, maybe longer than that now. Yeah, longer.
Longer, yeah.
Yeah, longer. They're probably unfortunately, all those fish are probably well gone. But yeah, that was. And I'm doing all self takes. I'm trying the best to get shots in a self take, and they never come out great. But I thought, I've got a lovely memory of it. I've got a little bit of video footage of it as well, and a picture. But ruling the loss of that other fish, and I went back and fished it more over the next of the autumn, and I caught a common in there, which was £35. Just never heard of a big common in there. Didn't know about a big common. And that was obviously very special as well. Just looks pristine. Looks like it's probably grown in there from small size and gone massive. And
How
that was
cool is that?
Oh,
man?
it was lovely, absolutely lovely. So that was another lovely moment on that. But yeah, the wildlife. I told this story before, so apologies. I don't know if you heard of. Did I tell you about? Have you heard about sort of me sleeping on the ground and some of the wildlife and the
what's
people?
happened?
Oh God! Well, obviously this bloke could turn up and he was camping in the woods, and I've obviously disposed of him. So I'm always on edge that someone's about. You know what I mean? You get over there and you hear lots of wildlife. You'll hear the deer crunch, crunch, and you can't help but think, is that someone? That's someone here. And there, the field, you get odd people would walk dogs late at night. So you get the odd person about. It wasn't like there's not people about at all. So there's one night I'd finished. This was in the second or the first year. I forget now. I think it might have been the first year. So I was sleeping on the floor on these runs where obviously all their wildlife are using. So I'm sleeping on the floor. And I remember I'm still a bit. I'm getting over there sort of 10, 11 o'clock in the dark, and I'd go to work in the morning. So I'd have like a t-shirt on that I maybe worn the next day, or jogging bottoms particularly that I'd roll bait in the next day. And I'm going over to this reserve, so it don't really matter. I'm going to go in there, sleep on the floor, and then go straight to work in the morning. I got my jogging bottoms on, I got my t-shirt on from the day before. Didn't think anything of it, but if you think about it, all the jogging bottoms, I've got bait on it. I've got Atlantic heat, particularly, which I've been rolling that day. So I've got red marks all over it. And I stinks of fish meal, and t-shirt the same and everything. But I didn't think much of it. So I've gone over there and set up, done my usual sort of situation, got onto the floor, get into this sort of reserve, and first thing you do, you sit down and just sit quietly for 10 minutes and just listen, make sure there's because invariably if there's someone about, you'd hear them walking or hear something, because it goes definitely quiet. It's one of them places where you could hear a pin drop. So I was listening, okay, all the birds settle down after a few minutes and that, and then you think, right, let's start getting the rods out. So you go for your normal stuff. Led on the floor, set it all up, all lovely, like, thought, right, I can have a nice sleep tonight, hopefully, and not be pestered with too many bream and wake up to a carp. So I'm there and I'm dozing off, and I'm sort of falling asleep. And I think it got to, I don't know what the time was, but it was probably about 1 a.m. So pitch black, dark. I've sort of, when you feel like you're being watched, something like, or you just you wake up and you just something eerie. I woke up and I just felt really weird, and I was like, oh, this doesn't feel very nice. And I said, okay, I'll doze back. Come on, nothing, just go back to sleep. And all of a sudden, I can hear this just like a noise, like in the distance, and I'm sort of halfway up this reserve, and then in this wooded area, and there's it's not windy, but there's a gentle breeze which is going down from me down that way, so I can't pick out the noise that well. If the wind was in the other direction coming towards me, I'd be able to pick out what it was, but I could hear something going on. And I'm thinking, wow, that's weird. So I thought, I'll just go to sleep. I'll go to sleep. So I'm not sort of led there, and I think, and you can't get to sleep, and I'm just like mulling things over. I've got to bloody roll more bait tomorrow. What am I going to do? And you sort of thinking, I go, no, I've got to sleep. So I heard another like clatter, like another like distinctness. It's like branches breaking or something like that. And I'm thinking, what the hell is that? And I'm thinking, oh shit. I'm thinking, is some homeless guy? Or I don't know what it is. It's getting louder. And I'm thinking, and this has got my attention now. And I'm sort of, okay, I'm awake now. Let's just listen. And then I heard another, it's just getting louder and louder. And it sounds like someone's walking through the undergrowth, like clumsily walking through the undergrowth. Like branches are going over, bushes are going. I'm thinking, this is getting close now. This is getting a bit uncomfortable. This must be, I don't know, about 80 yards away from me, I reckon. 80 yards. I'm thinking it's getting closer now, because I can hear it. I can hear the sounds. And I'm thinking, what do I do? I pack up my stuff? Have I got time to pack my stuff? All these things running from my head. I'm thinking, if I pack my stuff, I'll stash it. I'm thinking, whoever it is coming up. And if you was to walk through it, you'd probably take the natural line that I'm on, because it's not a path, but it's sort of it's an area which has all been trodden down. So I'm sort of got my zip, and I'm thinking, right, I might have to make a run for this or do something. So I'm listening. It's getting closer, 50 yards away, getting noisier, and I'm thinking that is definitely someone walking through the undergrowth coming towards me. Oh. Closer and closer, and it's coming close, and I'm thinking this is 20 yards. I'm thinking, oh shit, I'm thinking, right, if this is an angle, I'm just going to go, all right, mate, or I might cough or do something.
How you getting on?
Yeah. Well, I just, because other people knew about it, and I thought like I did. I went over early morning on full moons to scope it out. I'd walk round on a full moon, have a look round and say, oh, I can get here, I can get to there. Oh, this area looks good. So I thought, I bet this is someone who's really keen. You know, and I did put a few people off over there with various tricks and things to put them off who did venture over there, but that's probably another story. But anyway, this noise is getting louder and louder and getting towards me. And now it's like 20 yards away, and I'm thinking, well, whatever it is, it's going to be on me soon. It's coming this way. It ain't stopping. I don't think it's going to stop. So my feet, my head's at the top. My head is the furthest away from where it's coming, and my feet are going to be where it's going to come onto. My bottom of the sleeping bag, essentially. And I got this tarp, so it's all open. You can see me. So anyway, it's dark as well. It was like particularly dark night. It wasn't, the moon wasn't out or anything. There was a bit of a wind. It was a bit cloudy, so it's like pitch black. Can't really see much. And something's then come within 5 yards, and I'm thinking, right, at any moment, I'm just going to have to get out or say, all right, mate, because I think this is someone. With that, it's got to the edge of where my tarpaulin is, right next to my feet. And I've like, shit, I've got to break cover. And I've opened my zip, I've gone, all right, mate. And I've like got like that. And with that, I can only think that it's a badger. I screeched to high heaven. It's jumped, literally, I could see this. I can make out this black is now from me to you away at the end of my feet. I can see this black and white thing jump up in the air, gone hard to its right, almost into lake, knocked all my rods off. Beep, 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 beep.
No.
Yep, and then just clattered all the way down the reserve, all the way down. I could hear it going through the undergrowth, all these trees and bushes. Yeah, but it was a big badger. It was massive. It was massive, and I was thinking, I was like so relieved it wasn't a person, because I was ready for. I didn't know what
you can do. Yeah, exactly.
What are you going to do? Pitch black, 2 a.m, you know.
Bank stick. That's all you can do.
Yeah, well, I didn't have anything to hand. All I had was a wooden stick, which was propping my tarp up. Jeez. And I was thinking, I'm toast here. So, I absolutely crapped my pants. But I was so relieved it was a badger. I sort of laughed to myself. I thought, oh my God. And my heart was just in my mouth. So I was sweating. I was a right mess. Couldn't get back to sleep after that. But yeah, it just clattered around. And I think what had happened is I'm obviously set up the smell of me to a badger.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Or any of those, or a fox or anything like that. This lovely smell of Atlantic boilie is wafting down this path all through these woods, and he's picked up the scent, and he's just followed his nose and come all the way up, you know, for hopefully a big free meal. And from that night on, I never wore my bait
the
clothes.
Fright of his life, mate.
Yeah.
He's traumatised. I bet he's doing a podcast, mate. Going, my God,
therapy.
This lad.
Yeah. But it scared the life out of me. But that was
that's an incredible chapter of angling. I think about it's maybe a bit different. Maybe it's not for you now with regards to sort of, I don't know, being a bit more sort of public with like work, with Baitworks, with how things are. And maybe that chapter wouldn't happen now because of that. Maybe it would. Maybe that's still something that you do. But to have that at that period of time, to go around and sort of pioneer places, there's a little bit known. You might have known the odd fish here and there, but realistically, you haven't got a clue of the stock.
Yeah.
And then to fish it in the manner whereby you can't just go there and it be free, free and open fishing is pretty cool, mate.
I absolutely loved it. And it was that sense of adventure I think we all tried to capture when you're like a little boy. When you turn up somewhere, you're daunted by it. You don't know what's in there. You're at your depth, all of that. And I crave that. And that gave me that real buzz. And to coin a phrase, to just motivated me to get out and to put everything into it. And I have to be careful with what I do, with where I put my focus, because usually other things suffer for it, be it family, business. And I know that style of fishing, I could do it the way I fished it, but I couldn't do any more. And I was exhausted, even like a month little campaign until they spawned was exhausting, because I was baiting every other night or every 2 nights, 3 nights or whatever, then fishing, little sleep. So I couldn't do any other fishing because I was encapsulated by that. And I can zone out and zone into something and put everything into it. And I suppose I'm quite meticulous when other people say, well, I'm not meticulous with it. If you look at my van, it's a mess. You know, it's like, but on certain things, I'm quite meticulous in what I do. And a campaign like that, deserved, but it needed that focus to execute it and to get in, get out. And I loved every minute of it, and I still try and capture some of that with other fishing. So, I love the social side of fishing, and it's great for mental health, but that side of fishing just captivated me. And I still try I try and emulate that and get that fix of what that gave me. But I don't think I ever, who knows? I don't think I ever get that back again.
We've talked about probably the finest chapter in terms of the overall experience of the fishing there. Another aspect for you that we're going to move on to is, and we've talked about it when we planned this, what you would deem as some of your finest angling, but this is on the other side of the spectrum, which is rigs, mechanics, thinking outside of the box to get rewards.
Yeah.
Talk to me about this specific venue. It's quite a small venue, and it's got quite a small head of very riggy, very tricky to catch carp, and how your sort of, if you want, your thirst, your sort of information, your processing and your rig mechanics, and not being, I don't know, swayed by convention trends and how people go about their fishing or what's seen, how that led to your success, mate.
Yeah, so I call it the bird pit. That's probably bird pit, but it's a pond. It's a tiny, tiny place. It's a acre and a half, I think, at best, maybe 2 acres. But it's a unique set of circumstances in how you're able to fish it and the actual setup of the lake itself. So the lake itself, as I said, is about an acre and a half, 2 acres. There were 2 lakes originally, which have basically been joined. There was and now there's 2 islands in it. So if you imagine like a figure of 8, probably the best description of it. They're small dot islands. So they're very, very small, but there's a lake of 2 halves, if you like. One's really, really shallow and the other's depths of like sort of 2 to 3 foot. And the other half of it is probably about, I don't know, deepest area, 8 to 9. Right. But interestingly, it's fed by a chalk stream. It's really unique. So the water quality going in there is tap clear, which makes for a tap clear environment in the lake because the stock density is very low. There's only, when I was fishing it, there was 13 carp up to mid-40s. But these fish had just seen it all. Old fish, been there for a number of years, all come from eclectic places. It used to be a syndicate. Then basically a guy who bought it turned it into... It's not a booking style. That's probably the wrong word for it but it is run in that way. So instead of having like 30 or 40 man syndicate on there, he's got a 20 man syndicate, if you like, but you only get 2 weeks fishing. So one in the winter, one in the summer. Right. And it's a lottery of when you get that week in the summer, when you get that week in the winter. And that way, obviously, as 20 members, that takes up 40 weeks of the year. And I think he may have extended the membership now to cover all the weeks, but that's how it is run. And there's a traditional close season, so that sort of covers your fishing. So yeah, that was in terms of an exciting place to go and fish. I don't think I've fished anywhere quite as exciting as that because the nature of the lake is gin clear. There's loads of like watercress and say the inflow and the outflow. There's always water passing through it. There's always a flow. And the fish have got big and massive on a lot of natural food, a bit of bait, but mostly natural food. But they know their environment because it's so small, such a tiny little lake. So I've joined the syndicate, if you like. I've got my week, and my week was, I'm pretty sure it was end of May, which is a fantastic week to be on there anyway. I'm pretty sure it was end of May, maybe the first week of June, but one of those. I'm just trying to cast my mind back. When was it? It was closed for certain points. I can't remember when. It wasn't traditional, I don't think, but my mind sort of escapes me in terms of when it was. But
no worries.
It was closed for certain times, maybe when they spawn or something like that. But it was closed for certain time. But anyway, I've gone on there end of May, sort of beginning of June, and it's just a captivating place, absolutely captivating because of it's big, huge, mature trees. You can get up and you can find the fish. You walk round, you can find the fish absolutely everywhere.
Can you see the bottom in that 8 foot?
Just about, yeah. Right. Wow. Time of year, most of the time of year. I say because there's only 13 fish and nothing else in there apart from a couple of perch and the odd pike. There's nothing else to obscure or to kick up, and the stock density is incredibly low for the lake of that size. So it's gin clear because of the flow. So any algal blooms the river's pushing through and taking that out of the equation straight away. And it's a chalk stream, so it's unique. So yeah, these fish prior to it being set up as sort of a similar sort of booking style where you get your 1 week winter and summer. Prior to that, it was a syndicate. It was heavily pressured, and those fish were known about and fished for, and there's some very good anglers from all over the country who fished for them. So they know their way around rigs and everything. So, turning up there a handful of boilies probably ain't going to do it, not just, conventionally. So it was such a exhilarating, because you only get them 2 bites of the cherry, each time you've got to go there and you've got to fish it. You can fish it as hard, or as you can treat it as a holiday. You can take a mate with you or whatever. But I was like, it's not hugely expensive. I think it was like 400 quid. So you're paying 200 quid a week, aren't you, essentially? So my feeling was, I'm going to go in, I'm going to fish it hard, and then have a little break on a Wednesday, and then fish the back end of the week hard again, because it's like Saturday to Saturday or whatever. So I always used to, when I fished it, the first night I'd say, right, I want to try and get in there, sneak in there and sort of assess it. So I was in no rush to get the rods out whatsoever. So I'd turn up there in the afternoon, beautiful like afternoon, sun's out, and I would sneak in, and then I would sort of do a lap, and just you had to be so careful, because there's an otter fence all the way around it, and in some areas it's tight. It's like a bivvy space to the water, and the deeper end like shelves straight off. So you're right on top of the fish. You walk one footstep out of place, and they know you're there. So I'd walk around and try and do a circuit as best you can, and some of the times you're crawling on your belly, on your knees to get from one swim to the other, using the skyline, and but you're seeing fish, and when they didn't know you were there, they're behaving like normal carp, and they're coming up in the water, and even if they're 4 foot down, you see them. But these fish were just circling around, and they're big fish as well. There was 13 fish. I think at the time there was like 5 40s. Wow. All the rest were like, most of them were 35 plus, 1 or 2 smaller ones like a 20 and maybe a low 30. So if you get a chance, it's hopefully going to be incredible fish. But they're just old. It's old fish. A lot of them, unfortunately, probably now have long gone. But back then I used to sort of sneak in and do a lap and assess where the fish were. And importantly, not let them know I was there. Then rather than rushing to get the rods out, I'd sleep on the bed chair with no bivvy for the first night, and you just sort of just listen. And usually they would show in the night and slosh over. And you'd work out activity-wise where they were spending their time before you sort of like make your approach the next day. So the next day would come, you'd get up at the crack of dawn, and I'd constantly just walk it, and not even put a rod in initially. It was constantly walking and working out where there was an opportunity to ambush or to get in and create a trap, if you like, because it's not sort of to me, it wasn't your conventional fishing where you're going to set up in a swim and I go 7 wraps out there and 8 wraps here, and I'm going to bait with a bed of hemp, and then they get caught on that. Don't get me wrong, they're carp at the end of the day, but to catch, invariably you look at the catch reports and it does a bite a week, maybe a bite every 2 weeks. There's only 13 carp in there. So you think 13 carp, how many bites? It's like any fishery, you're looking at stock density. How many bites are those fish going to give you in a year? You can't rely on one fish to come out 10 times, although some do. You think, right, one fish equals 2.5 captures, 3 captures a year. So, 13 fish, you're looking at 40 captures roughly for the lake stock. You divide that over a week, 40 weeks. Well, that's maybe 1 carp a week, maybe a chance a week, every other week. So you're up against it straight away. It's not going to be a runs water, although carp fishing, the flip side of that is there's conditions would dictate sometimes that goes nothing for 2 weeks and you might get 3 or 4. There's always that sort of thrown in the equation. But on this particular one, I knew it's sort of going to be very nip and tuck and getting the bait in and bait application. What was I going to use, and rigs as well, because they're so riggy, gin clear water. They've seen everything a million times, and you think, right, how can you be different and set yourself apart from what's gone before? So after walking around numerous times, there's a couple of areas where they've basically, where the lake's been joined many, many years ago. There's raised areas and the fish want to get on those areas, but anglers dictate they don't, because as soon as they know anglers there, they're not going to sit there. But because they didn't know I was there, they were coming up and behaving and sitting on these areas up to this point and having cast a rod in. So what's the beauty of that particular lake, and I probably liken it, I've never fished it, but from talking to anglers, it's a bit like Ashley Pool, gin clear,
Yeah.
get round, watch your quarry. And that for me is just everything. So I was up trees watching them, and then I had pockets full of bait, and I found that the best way, well, I found in time the best way, but the best way I was finding, I went there with a plan of fishing like ridiculously small baits, like tiny. There's no other nuisance species, not going to get problems with roach or rudd, tench or anything like that. So I was going down like, there's a mixture of pellet and boilie, because I know that they loved trout pellets. I've been told that from the syndicate years before. I know they've been caught on pellet before, which sometimes you think, okay, that's gone before, but it hasn't been used for a long time. So I thought, okay, pellets is definitely, I'm putting in a van, it's there. And I thought, right, if I'm going to fish a conventional sort of boilie, I'm going to make up little hook baits. So I made up tiny little hook baits, which were probably 6 mil. Some of them were like pellet shaped. Others had a slight bit of buoyancy if I should need it, sort of wafters, if you like, with a little bit of cork. So I made up these little hook baits to use. I had that first session, I had everything with me, because you just never know.
Of course. What's going to present itself.
Hemp, I had particles, and you just take everything there. I had floaters, it's all there. So I went round, found these fish on the shallows or the shallower areas, and then from the tree, just literally dotting a mixture of these little tiny 6 and 8 mil boilers and single pellets. I was able to get them in without them spooking, because it's just like a 15 miller going in, creates some sound and vibration, but these little ones would drop in and flutter down and rest. And I found that those fish were so much more comfortable coming in and feeding on them tiny food items, moving from bait to bait, moving around and picking them off. I'm thinking, if I can get a rig in there and they don't see the bait, this is game on now. I'm sure if I'd have baited up with like 20, 15 millers or whatever, not the one on there, they'd be very, very cautious in the way they approach and everything. But these tiny little pellets, I was thinking, well, I don't know if these have been used down here, but they certainly have got a really good reaction, and these little tiny little boilers. So I made up sort of a fish meal mix to mimic a pellet, pretty much identical with the oil and everything. The only difference is I'm using binders and boiling the bait to skin it. So in essence, it's giving off all the same food signals as the pellets I'm feeding, and it looks exactly the same, albeit tiny bit bigger. Say like 4 mil most of the pellets I'm feeding. So I'm dropping these bits of pellets onto these spots, and I'm watching where these fish are moving and going around the lake. And there's this one area where the longest length of bank in the shallow area. There's a load of this. There's like floating, lots of different types of weeds, but particularly there's sort of milfoil, which is coming out, almost breaking the surface. And there was a couple of areas where there was a slight depression where it dropped from 3 foot to 3.5 foot. So a nothing area really, but it was on a patrol route where these fish would come in and out of this shallower end of the lake into the deeper end, and the fish would pass like really tight under the bank there. And I was thinking, that just looks like a golden little spot. Didn't look like it'd been fished. There was designated swims on the lake where 90% of the anglers would fish from, but the owner said, you can go fish where you want, as long as, just be careful, you can fish where you want. So to me, that was like, right, I'm going up on that bank where it's so tight to get a bivvy that, no one's going to fish there. And in the end, what I did, I fished it a couple of years. So over time, I actually set up 2 bivvies, one on each end of there's 2 lakes almost. So I set 2 bivvies.
One at the deeper end, one at the shallower.
Yeah. So I was going back, having to pack down the bivvy so many times to go back on, because I was chasing them all over the place. But I had them up in this shallower water, or these fish wanted to spend more time there, but it was the anglers' lines that would dictate that, and their presence, they didn't. So then they go to the deeper end. And in my opinion, when they're in the deeper end, it was a little trickier to catch them, because you got some visual, but the clarity of the water at the top end, the shallows was just amazing. So I had this sort of crater, which had obviously been fed in before, because that's why it's a crater. So it's probably an old spot. And I thought, right, I'm going to drop, same tactic, my little pellets on there. There's a little spindly tree, which, had no right to climb really, but I managed to perch myself up on top of it. And I still haven't put a rod in the water, but first fish that came over was a big orangey fish, and they call it the big orange in there. And that's like a known 40 pounder, one of the known 40 pounders. And that came in. It's quite distinctive because it's got its jaw is always open. So we've seen some of these
like
fish.
lockjaw jobs.
It's weird, yeah. So something's happened. The jaw is constantly open. Still got a bit of suction, but it's just so when you take a photograph of it, its jaw It's always hung down, like it's just always there. It looks terrible, but you know, it's always hung down. But it's such a character of a fish. And so that fish dipped down and mopped up a couple of pellets. So I'm thinking, yeah, this is looking good. So I've set a rod up, set everything up, and I've managed to set myself in amongst all these stinging nettles. And I've set the spot up thinking it's either going to be first light or in the evening as the fish are sort of passing. But what I didn't know is that the fish were spending actually a lot of time in the shallows in the night. So these fish were staying up those shallows because, in essence, they didn't know I was there. That's where they want to be all the time, in 3 foot of water. It was lovely and warm. The weed wasn't that excessive because obviously the weed, as it respires, it would take out oxygen at night. It wasn't that bad. It was comfortable enough for them to stay there. And they were disregarding sort of the deeper end for whatever reason for that week I was there. So I was like, right, I need to concentrate here. So dropping a few pellets in, I then had to devise sort of a rig to try and catch them. And I was thinking, well, these fish have seen absolutely everything. I know when they're sucking the pellets in, there's not a lot of suction taking place, so it needs to be quite delicate. I can't go more conventional sort of too many elements on the rig where it's very stiff, and I'm trying maybe to hook them in a different way when I'm fishing with more conventional boilies. These fish, I need to scale everything down as much as I dare, try and fish for them in a semi-weedy condition to land the fish, because you've got to be safe. So yep, and so I remember putting together the rig, which was a tiny supple part, and I'm literally, the rig is, the whole length of it is what, 2 inches.
The whole length of the rig, total.
Whole length, yeah, it's absolutely tiny, because I'm watching these fish as they're feeding, and they're coming in, they're sucking a pellet up, but they're not tilting up.
Right.
They're just, they've seen it all before, and they're eating a bit, and they're almost sorting it out as they're not stationary, but as they're not coming in tilting upright. And I can't help but think they've been fished for so long that
you know, they want to hit that lead.
Yeah, I think once a fish goes in, tilts, goes upright and starts pulling away, everything's tightening up, then it's game over, isn't it? But these fish just fed in a slightly different way to anything I've seen. And I just think it's probably obviously the situation I've created with the pellet. That's probably something to do with it. But also they've been fished for well over sort of 30 years. And it's such an intense environment. When the syndicate was on there prior, you know, you'd get 3-4 people there on the weekend, and, you know, they're just being fished for all the time, and they're getting away with it, and they didn't do loads and loads of captures. It was just a hard lake, you know, a really hard little lake. So I thought, right, it has to be really, really short. I have to try and get that hook set as quickly as possible. So it was a size 8 hook, so a tiny hook, a tiny little sliver of the baits that I'd made. So in essence, I could have fished a bare hook with a sliver of cork. I probably should have done that. But I needed something on there for them to isolate and target, because I was putting in literally like 8 pellets, baiting up with 8 or 9 pellets. That was it. I wasn't putting any more in. I didn't want to put a handful in. I create a different baiting situation if I put a handful in.
And you're spreading those 8 pellets.
Yeah, they're going the size of a dustbin lid. That was all the size, where it dropped down sort of half a foot, and I'd dot them all around the dustbin lid. And my bait was my bait was further to the left than it was to the right, because I anticipated the fish coming from the right. And what I found with rigs and baiting, if you can get them consuming a bait or 2 before they reach the rig, that's just golden, because once they pick up a bait, ingest, and they're feeding, it's switching on all their receptor sites. They've located food that they want, want another, and they lose caution, but they're in feeding mode. And once they're in feeding mode coming onto a rig, you know, they're a lot more easier, I find, to catch. I see it all the time with floater fishing. I'll put out a pouch full of floaters. The first 1 or 2, they're coming up and they're missing it, or they're looking at it. As soon as they take 1 or 2, bang, they're in the feeding mode. Next one, bang, they've clumped it, and they're, you know, sort of getting their iron, so to speak. So I positioned the rig. Well, I thought the fish were coming from the right. So I positioned my rig on slightly left, so I knew it had 2 or 3 pellets, which is nothing, before it hit the hook bait. So put it in the first night, and I've gone to bed all sort of confident. Got up in the morning and looked at the spot, and the bait on the right hand side's all gone. Everything on the left is still there, and there's like 3 or 4 pellets on the left, and my rig and the bait. I'm thinking, what has happened there? They've obviously come in from the right, which I thought, because it's an obvious route in from the shallower bit. Where I thought they were sitting all night, and I thought they've done that, and they've done something's alerted them and they've gone. I couldn't life for me work out what it was, and I was looking at the situation, and at the time I had the lead in, and I had the line sort of slack all the way and slack to the rod tip and all the way up, and I was thinking they twigged something here. And the only thing I could put it down to, I think the hook's covered. The hook's, got a little bit of shine to it, but with a balanced bait, it's on top of, it's resting on top of the hook. So I don't think that's it. Maybe it's sucked in and blown out. I could see the position of the rig, and it looked like it may have moved the orientation of it. Because when you're dropping it in that clear water, you can I'm going to drop it, and there's a little pebble there. I'm going to put it there, and it moved. So, but that could have been from the fish just displacement as they've come in and spooked off something, and it's just because it's a balanced bait. So I can't.
What was the lead system that you had with this? Because you said you had like a 2-inch hook length, didn't you? A bit of a supple section.
Yes.
And a small hook. What was it?
Tiny hook.
Did you have a little inline, or what did you have it on?
Yeah, so it was an inline. So I wanted to bring that lead in straight away.
Yeah.
So my usual setup for that would be a 4-ounce inline. So big lead. I wanted to send that hook in, which was drop off style. So it just enough that you'd get the full weight of a 4-ounce lead, and then it'd pop out, and then it'd be free. Yeah. And then I could put my hand down and grab the lead and use it for the next time if I was that lucky, which I did actually. That did happen.
Nice.
So a very big lead, very, very short hook link, and then a supple 2-inch hook link. But then I extended the hook shank with a bit of monofilament. So in essence, she's doing a little combi rig, but it was ridiculously tight. Before I've started doing other ways of doing that, but back then when I was doing it, this was 14, 15 years ago now. I knew from a lot of my findings from stalking fish that extending the hook shank, making it into not a bent hook, but an extension, just give them all sorts of problem when that bait goes up and in terms of the way it moves in the oral cavity. It's, if you think about it, if you've got a section stiff like that, if it's going in, it tries to go up, it's hitting something, and it's, the last thing you want is the hook to sort of double back on itself and come back out as it's blowing out. Whereas those stiff sections can sort of jam and move, and it creates the fish to panic. So I knew extending that would give me the most benefit.
How have you joined them? An Albright knot?
That was an Albright knot at the time. Yeah. I've since then sort of done other things to create. The beauty of now is there's so many rig components out there. It's amazing. Like now, you've got little ring swivels and clips where you can attach stuff, all different monofilaments, all different fluorocarbons. So I love it because you can look on the market now, and I'll buy bits from different companies if I need to do a job and to make something more mechanical. I think, that's it. That's an Olivet. I can do that with that. Or I can do this for that. So the rig I knew the rig had to be tiny because I've watched the way they feed. And there was the 2 inches, and there was in between sort of the hook link, there was a little counterweight as well, which at the time would have been like a little BB shot, something like that. So a little BB shot. So to give me, once that's up and in, I needed weight on the back end to drag along the fish's mouth. So once it's in, and a tiny hook like that, like a size 8, they're so sharp, they're so. I wasn't sharpening hooks back then, but they're ridiculously sharp anyway. Once they're in, they're like a little bee sting. They're in, so it's not going anywhere. So I was thinking, I can't be the rig, because I'm sure if I'd have got a pickup, it would have done its job. So something's happened to alert the carp. So I looked at the lead and I thought, okay, I can see the lead on the bottom, maybe, but it wasn't like a garish, shiny thing. It was like I think at the time it was like a coated lead, so it looked okay. But I thought, okay, I can sort the lead out, because I know what I'm going to do with that, which I've done on other places. So I still on the setup where so this is the second night now. So on the second night, I thought, right, I need to change things up. So the lead, I then got basically, there's lots, although it's a pond, there's like clay seams and that. So I grabbed some clay out the margins and I smeared that onto the lead, so it looked like a little clay ball on the bottom. So nothing really. It looked a little bit stark because everything around it was dark and had this like bit of orangey clay. I'm thinking, well, I might be going a bit OTT here, but these fish have been fished for. I'm sure a bit of clay down there is not going to arouse suspicion. And then I looked at the line lay, and I'm thinking this has to be line lay. Rigs is one thing, but I don't think I've got a pickup. I think this is all to do with the line coming back. No matter how well I think I'm pinning it down to the bottom, slack lining, all that, I think there's a chance we're on the slack line as the fish are coming in feeding, it can get wafted up, it can get picked up on all sorts of stuff. So I'm thinking I've got to take that line out. And I thought, how am I going to take the line out the equation? And it sort of come to me from watching the fish in the day. So you can watch the fish all day, although the bite time was predominantly going to be in the morning. I thought, well, a lot of the day was spent watching the fish and sometimes bring the rigs out because I could see it's gin clear. They're not feeding. They're just like going around their normal business. And I noticed they were going, on the shallower bot, there's lots of like bits of reed stems that are poking out the water and everything. And there's weed and everything. So, and they're going around and they think nothing of the reed stem brushing against themselves and that. So I'm like, okay, so the line, a reed stem is not spooking to them or any of the bits of weed. So at this time I'm fishing one rod. I'm only fishing one rod. There's no need for a second rod. There's nowhere for it to go. There's no point. So the rod set up. I thought, right, let's got the little clay bit on the lead. That's good. My rig's fine. Everything's pinned down. I thought, right, now I want to suspend the line going straight up from the lead up to the surface somehow, then back to the rod tip. So everything's out the water. The only thing that's in the water is the line from the lead to the surface. So scrambled about in my van, had a cork. So I got a cork. So, okay, that's my float, essentially, which I can come back from to the rod tip. And we're only fishing, I don't know. I'm fishing like literally where your feet are from the bank. So it's not as though I got to go out a long way. I'm literally just dropping off the rod tip. So I can set my rod up, nice high tip, and I'm going from a rod tip to where the bait, to where it goes down to the bait is like half a rod length, like nothing. So I can do that. So I've got the cork all set up. I've just literally cut into the cork. So so I've created a cut straight through the middle to the center. So I can literally like pinch it on the line. Yeah. Okay. You see what I mean? So in the fight, it'll come off.
It's got like a groove, and then as soon as it's tight, it's gone.
Exactly. It just needs to hold for what I'm doing. But if it goes through the weed, it comes off and it's out of the way. It's not a lobster. There's no knots or anything like that. I thought, right, from the cork down to the hook bait, I looked at reeds. So I got a couple of reeds out the water, tried to fasten them and tried to tie them on. But in the end, I found the best way there was like long strands of sort of the milfoil and Canadian. So you'd pick a strand up and it'd be like 3-4 foot long, some of them. I thought, oh, that's perfect. So I'm on the bank trying to figure out what I'm going to do all day, sort of watching these fish, and they're clearly not feeding. And I'm thinking I'm setting up now for the night and the next morning. So I have plenty of time. So he's I got the Canadian pond lead, sort of tied it in a bit of a knot, then tied it down at segments all the way down the line, and anchoring the top bit, importantly, in with the cork as well. So that gave him a structure, and I got a strand then coming down. So I got a strand coming down, sort of wrapped around the line. Then I tied bits to that all the way down. So it looks like a big bit of weed. Yeah. Just a big bit of weed, just throngs of weed, which is all sat there. But importantly, the line's concealed. To the carp, they can touch it. They can do anything they want. It's not going to, hopefully not spook them. And, I've done, prior to my carp fishing, when I was a young boy, I've done a lot of, float fishing and match fishing. And anyone who match fishes will tell you that, the carp will feed happily on a float. You can stalk them on floats and that, and their tails are hitting the line, and they don't necessarily at the moment associate that vertical line with danger. If we all started fishing like it, if everyone, that was the going practice to have a vertical line down, they'd work it out within weeks, months or whatever, and it'd be a tactic you wouldn't be able to use. But because no one does it, carp learn from association. So by having this all out the water, I thought, I wonder how they're going to react to this. So set it all up, get it all sorted, then put the rods out for the evening, for the night, and sat back, obviously then redone the pellets, put another 4 pellets out because there's already 4 pellets still there because they haven't moved. Positioned exactly the same thing, but this time obviously got a big strand of weed coming out and a core coming back to the rod tip. I set my rod up high, and I was thinking, this looks a little bit ridiculous. It's blatant, yeah. It looks a bit agricultural, but do you know what? The premise is sound in terms of what's going to happen, what I think is going to happen, and a little bit of weeds drifted onto the spot where they're feeding. That's it. I don't think they're going to twig any different. So, yeah, I set the rod up and literally just on first light, I've had an absolute one toner, bang, it's gone. I'm on it in a flash because I'm sort of bivered up, I don't know, 5 yards away. Literally, I'm pointing at the otter fence, and I've got the electric bar at the top, and I've got to sort of squeeze out, and that's the only place I can get an umbrella to sleep. Literally facing away from the lake. Yeah, it's pretty mental. So I've scrambled round, and I'm playing this just all down the margins. And it's in only sort of 2.5, 3 foot of water, so it's going absolutely ballistic. Tiny little hook, so you're sort of, mouse in your heart. First fish, from first fish you've hooked from the venue. And managed to get it up, get it in play, and get it into the net. And it was, I fished it rolling. It was the one I'd seen the day before, the big orange, which was, it's dying in weight, unfortunately. When I fished it, they had spawned probably a few weeks prior to that. So it's 38 pound, but one of the known 40 pound fish in the lake with that big drop mouth. I got a lovely picture of me, because it was just into first light, and the sun was just poking up, and I've rushed to get the self takes before the sun bleached, because sun on a fish like that would just bleach it.
Oh, yeah.
So I've managed to get the picture, and I've got not a great photo, but a decent enough with me in the background, all the mist coming up and all the water, all the floating weed and everything like that all behind me. But yeah, that sort of set the tone. Once I found out that little routine, I then that whole week managed to catch I caught 4 that week, which is a huge amount of fish for nearly half the lake stock, I suppose, which is tiny. There was one particular fish that I sort of joined there to catch, and it was a linear. They call it the old leanie in there, and the origins I don't know, but it was just such a chestnut sort of coloured fish. It was just amazing fish to watch in the water. Could find it all the time because of the colour of it. Just different to the other ones, were a bit more grey and a bit more old school, I suppose, or wrinkly. Whereas this linear was a special carp, and it didn't get caught a lot, and that worried me, because I'm thinking, well, it only does 1 or 2 captures a year, probably 1 capture a year, and it's gone a year but without capture before. I'd love to sort of try and angle for that one. And in the middle of the week, I started seeing that fish sort of appear. And in the day as well, it'd come over the spot and sort of look and everything like that. So that one would be getting about. And I was thinking, oh, quite, that one's, hopefully that one's got my name on it. But the spot that I fished sort of dried up. I sort of had one take off it. And then I moved, the fish sort of then moved down to the deeper section. And that was, I was like gutted, because I was thinking, I've got something going here. But I thought they might be back. This is early doors, but for whatever reason, they've gone down to the other section. So I've gone down to the deeper section. And I was thinking, well, I need to apply what I've done here. So on the far bank, there's a no fishing bank all the way along where the sort of little river, chalk river, runs along. And I was thinking, right, how can I get, conventionally everyone will cast over there and cast as tight to the margin. There's a gravel shelf going down. Yeah. And I'm thinking, how can I get over there and get a bait in position, particularly with this weed up the line? And I thought this is going to be tricky. So, the 3-rod chick has been used a million times, but it was perfect for there back then. It was absolutely perfect. And the owner there's no problem doing it, long as set up all safely and all that palaver. Yeah. So the fish were going along sort of the deeper bank, and I could, from the trees from the far bank, you could see there's an outlet there which goes back into the river, and I could see where they were patrolling. And on this sort of chalk cliff, if you like, there's a couple of ridges and a couple of areas where you could potentially present bait. So I've done exactly the same thing on that area, and basically cast 3rd rod, cast over, reeled my rig over to the far bank, and then basically went and put like the washing line set up on that far bank. But importantly, the washing line then to a cork marker and then down. Right. So it's quite a faff to get it. But once it was set up, I was thinking, well, if they come in and feed like I've seen in the shallows, we're going to catch one. Lo and behold, literally the next morning, the rod's gone off, and it's there's only one common in the lake, which is a rarish visit to the lake, but did come out, and that was 28, 29, one of the smaller ones in the lake, and that was on that method, exactly the same thing. Rod pinned tie over there with a big drop back, big boil, and hooked that one and played that one all back and didn't lose it, and that was that common. So I was like buzzing, absolutely buzzing. I was like, wow, if I can just get this rig in amongst these fish, the line lay was so crucial, because it's so weedy, and particularly that time of year. The lake bottom, I've snorkeled quite a lot of lakes, and I'm quite fortunate to run lakes where I can just go in and get down and see it. And when you get down, which is one thing looking above where you're seeing all the weed beds, when you get down and looking at, literally on my belly's on the lake bed and you're looking across, there's loads of deviations. And no matter how well you think that line lay is, it's never 100%. It's very rare to get it all laying flat. So I think these fish over conditioning had just worked out that, you know, the line was one of the biggest. If they can see the rig, yeah, they're going to spook. But the line lay was one of the biggest ones, because conventionally everyone was just fishing out over weed, and weed was going down and the line was coming over the weed down onto spots and down onto areas. So the line lay on there was absolutely pivotal in success. So
do you think if you hadn't put weed down that as well, you'd have still got those takes?
Yeah, interesting. Maybe, yeah.
Just because of the fact that it's straight up.
So I have used it recently. So I used it I've done a couple of videos on our YouTube channel. Well, the opening night at Syndicate, I always try and video it. And I was in a swim, which lended itself perfectly to it, because where I was fishing was a deep side, and it's like 12 foot of water. So a bit more problematic to execute. Yeah. But, there was weed in front of me, like literally a rod length out, 2 rod lengths out, and there was a hump about 7 wraps out. But between me and the hump was weed that come up quite high.
Right. So
you could play fish through it. There's no problem fishing it, but your line lay is horrendous.
Yeah.
There's no way you can get that line down unless you fish like a little flying back lead, but and all that. But there's just no way of getting it down. So I thought, well, it's the opening night. It's more about the social side of things. So I thought, I'm going to fish this, and I documented it. So I bought myself some big pike buns. These big ones, the biggest ones you can get, basically. And recently I've got, I was down, where was we? It was down, is it Croyd or Weymouth, I think. And I went into one of the sea fishing tackle shops, and they had these big polystyrene ones, which they use for sharks and all that,
proper ones.
They are the ones. So I got those, because it's all about getting enough buoyancy and a heavy lead to basically then get your line out the water coming back, because you haven't got to have enough float or lead, it sags and it does it. So yeah, I found those polystyrene ones, but at the time I was using the pike ones on this opener. And so I thought, right, I'm going to fix the line with a little stop knot. So stop knot went at 14 foot, 13 foot. I know it's 12 foot depth. I'm then going to, obviously that floats free sliding. In the event of a breakage, it will pull over the knot or anything. So it's nice and safe. And I put a little bead above. At the time, I had a little bit of tubing, so I needed something for that separation for the hook, because otherwise, if I cast that, it could wrap around the float.
Tangle.
So I had a bit of tubing. So on the bottom, I had a bit of tubing sticking right up, and that was 18 inches.
You're joking.
But it didn't worry me, because I'm thinking those fish haven't seen that before.
No,
they've never seen. So to them, it's like a stick. It can be anything. So you could put anything down there, and it's only through association that carp are learning how to deal with things or with danger. So something stuck up. I don't think they're going to think anything of it. So it went straight up to obviously the float hit, cast out. The float hits the stop knot at 12, 13 foot. So I got a little bit of give so I can angle the float sort of on an angle back to me, then straight to rod tip, and then fished it straight down just with a conventional boilie. And I caught 2 fish that night into the morning. We didn't do a lot of fishing because we, it's more of a social barbecue event. So we went over, had some food, but yeah, it worked perfectly. And then the added bonus was, as you're playing it, that float is keeping everything above the fish when you're playing it. A bit, when they fish at Rainbow with floats and all that. Yeah. So that's keeping everything away from the weed as you're playing it, and landed them sort of no problem. So it's a method that I definitely use. I've used it not loads of times, but in the right situation, it's deadly. Absolutely deadly, and especially those areas of lakes on shallows where the fish want to be there every day. You cast a rod out 40 yards and they're gone, aren't they? Because of and not some from the splash of the lead. A lot of it is just line lay. Yeah. So if you can take the line lay out, fish a pike bung right in the middle of them, and they just swim around it and brush against it. They don't care. So it was that sort of thinking, particularly on those old fish that have seen it all before. They hadn't seen that, and that was the key on there. They hadn't seen that, and they had no script book to deal with it, because they were getting hooked. There was a bit of clay at the bottom, which was, inert. So a bit of clay, they've seen loads of that before. There's a bit of weed coming up. Well, they swim through weed every day and don't get hooked. And there's a tiny little hook link with looks like a little free pellet. And that was the key on there. So I went back up to the shallows, and started seeing that big chestnutty one, which I was thinking, wow, that chestnutty one's now up the top. Then I'm moving back up, so I moved back up. I'd say the second year I started setting 2 bivvies up, but the first year I moved up there, and moved up to that top end, sort of prepped the area again, and it was obvious that all the pellets had gone from the night before, so everything was sort of a fresh slate, if you like, from a couple of nights before. But I saw that chestnutty one, which was circling at the top, and I'm thinking, if that fish stays up here, we're in here. This is a good chance. So set the traps all over again. And it was just one of them nights when it was a little bit muggy, bit overcast, bit of electric. And on a water like that, where it's so small and intimate, and you've got lots of mature trees, which I climbed up all of them. I was walking round and round and round. You get so much shin splints just from walking around in the day because there's nothing else to do.
Yeah.
Can't really find the fish. I tried floaters, I tried everything, but the floaters almost alerted them to your presence. So it's not the ones. You just want to leave them to do what they want to do. And you knew that bite time was the morning anyway. So set the rod up again, same as last. Had to get another bit of cork. There's a couple of shops down the road. Had to go and buy bottles, just wine or whatever. Just
of course
to
you
did, because I had no cork.
Classic
so,
excuse.
Yeah, I don't drink wine, but I don't drink it.
I just need some corks.
Yeah.
75 of them.
Yeah, I couldn't think of anything else that would do the job as well as that cork. It's mega buoyant, little cut in it, brilliant. So I always got lots of cork now in my van. But yeah, done exactly the same process. Set it up again, sort of 8 or 9 pellets. I'm thinking, I don't want to create a feeding situation. I'm fishing for a bite. If I got one fish there in the week, I'll be buzzing. I've had 2 already, and it's now like Wednesday. I'm like, this could be, could be on for maybe another one. I don't know. So, set the rod back in, everything in position, and it was just one of those muggy nights. And on those little intimate pits, I could hear the fish sort of rolling in the darkness, and they're literally all around the top end of the shallows, some in the deeper water because I could hear that, but mostly up sort of my end. And I'm thinking, this is happening. And it was one of those, although it was overcast, you could still make out, you could still see the surface rocking. And when the fish moved at that top end, it rocked the water. And I could I'd get up and I'd walk down to 20 yards from where I'm fishing. I could see the water rocking. You'd see the weed. The beauty of it is because you had all the weed floating, sticking out, you could see where the fish are because you get a jerk and move.
Yeah.
So that anticipation of, wow, they're here. They're obviously there. And you'd see the weed move and twitch, and you'd think, wow, there's definitely one there. Or I think there's one there. And there's only 13 carp in here, so it's not many, but they're about here. And I think at some point they're going to come across that area. They have to, or one has to. And then literally I think it's like 3 a.m. This was like it was dark still, but it was getting light soon. I've had a couple of bleeps, and I thought, hey, something's up here. And I've looked out, and the rod tip's still over. And it's like gone through, it's gone, obviously the cork's done its job and everything, and the rod tip's sort of bent over, but it's literally gone round the reed bed to the right, and it's sort of stuck fast in there, and I thought, oh Christ, bloody hell, must be a small fish or something, I don't know. There's a 20 pounder in there. I thought, I better hook that. It didn't take off like clatter out like the other one did. So then I've lifted a rod and sort of followed it around, and then the fish has come out the reed bed, and it's then sort of flat rodded almost out into the weed bed. So it's gone out like into the middle of the lake, and it's found the sanctuary, this sort of quite a dense weed bed there. And I'm like, oh shit, this is a bigger fish than I thought. So this is a bit of a stalemate. I got a size 8 hook on. Got tight, okay, I got 15 pound line on, but this is treacherous, So I've had to get strip off down to my pants basically, and you can, although it's 3 foot deep, there's a lot of silt because it's an old lake. So I'm like, I'm going out, and it's although the bottom is like, only going to should be up to my waist or whatever, or nipple. I'm there going up to a neck in silt, thinking, oh shit, this is dangerous. But I managed to get out to the carp and couldn't see what I was in, just bundled the whole weed and everything into the lake. And I'm sort of in the middle of the lake now, looking down, and it's sort of twilighty, but I can't really see much. I'm scraping away all the weed, pulling away, and I got to the head, and I think, oh yeah, it's a big fish. I can see the size of the head. I saw like the sort of the milky eye on it. I was like, oh, I wonder if that's, and the colour of it, I couldn't really make out because of obviously the light hadn't even got up. And I've sort of pulled the weed away, and I can see this linear flank going going down into the depths of the water. And I think that's got to be it. There's only one big linear in here, and there's only one fish really that looks like that in there. All the rest are very different. They're all characters. And so I was like, well, I've got to get to the bank. So I got to the bank, got it out, and it's the linear. And it's got a name there. They call it various different things, the Leany Lin or whatever. But the origins are a little bit unknown, but it's just a spectacular carp, just absolutely beautiful. I was there on my own, trying to sort out the weighing stuff. And again, sort of the fish of that size, the weight was a little bit immaterial, but for the record, it was like 38.14, I think it was. Again, it was one of the fish at the right time of year goes 40 pounds, has been up to like 42, I think, 41, 42.
Right.
But I say it was a bit immaterial. It's just such an old fish that I knew had a lot of history of not coming out, a huge amount. So it was one that I went there thinking, if I get a chance at that one, you just go there thinking, I just want to catch one, but to then have three and have that one, that one was a mega one. So again, it's all self-takes. I've got no, although there's probably people that come and take a photo, I've got my self-take stuff, and it's just a very intimate place. And it's just you and the carp and your camera. It's just beautiful, just lovely. And it's strips away. I have my phone on me, but it's usually off in the day unless the missus want to get hold of me. All the social media stuff. There's no interruptions. It's just you hunting the fish, and that's really rare in this day and age.
Yeah,
but thoroughly, and there's not a lot of waters like that, unfortunately. But that was so exhilarating, and that morning taking pictures in the twilight again, same area where I had the fish, and it was still sort of fairly dark, so some of the shots look a little bit like night shots, but they're such old fish, I don't really want to retain them and for long periods.
Yeah, of course not.
So I wanted to get them back out of respect for the venue and the fish and the owner. So I slipped that back, and I thought to myself, I looked at the photos after, as you do, sat back looking at photos, and I was like, oh, that's amazing. What a mega fish. It's a shame that it looks like it's a night shot. It's not, but it looks like a night shot. So I'm like, oh, bloody hell. Anyway, so I slipped the fish, it's gone back, and everything's fine. And I'm thinking, right, it's 3 fish now. That is far beyond anything I've sort of expected. And the fish now have gone back into the deeper ends. I think, okay, I've spooked them because that fish went out. I'm in the middle of the lake. Those fish have moved a hell of a lot now. So then I've gone back down to the deeper end. So in the deeper end, I'm then trying to look for where these fish have gone, and they've ended up not too far away from where I've caught the common from.
Right.
So I'm thinking, well, that's as good a spot as any, because I know I've had one bite off it. I think I could potentially have 2. So I've gone through the process of sort of going around there, assessing it, getting all the sticks in process, setting a bivvy up, so moving down, and it takes all day, but you've got all day, because I'm thinking the bite time is the next morning anyway. So there's not, that's not a problem. Even pop up to the local pub, have some food, just very relaxed in the day, because the bite is not, you hinder your chances by fishing for them a day anyway, I think, on that venue at that particular time. There's now more fishing there, so it's probably changed, but at the time then, fishing for them, I think would put them on edge, and they'd behave so much more differently. So I was only putting the bait in at key moments when I had the opportunity to catch a fish. So I had the rod out of the water more than it was in. The rod was only in the water from when it got dark in the summer at sort of 10, through till 6, 7 in the morning, or if I had a bite, and that was it. So 6 hours a day it was in, really. And
you one rod in it as well. You're not exactly got one up in the old shallow spot and one up in the deep.
No, in the deeper end, the second year I found another area where I could fish 2. But when I was up at that top shallow end, I'd always just fish the one. That was always the one up there. Just the one. Just find the area where they're happy to dip down and try and get a bite. Trying to, a lot of times with our extra rods, I feel we try and put them in just because.
Yeah. Definitely.
I'm guilty of it. Everyone's guilty of it. But you can, on a water like that with line lay, you're trying to make the carp unaware of your presence, and having another rod in the water. Yes, if you'd set it up the same way, then there's an argument to say you could probably find another spot. But once I'd found that area where I got a bite from, that was it. I was thinking, I'm going to concentrate until that spot changes colour, and if they've worked it too hard, that it becomes a little bit blatant, then I won't do anything. I'll leave it. But for now, I've got a couple of bites off it, and it's working well. And the key was not putting too many pellets down there. 8 pellets, that's it. Little boilie hook bait, and we weren't creating that feeding situation where they're churning up the bottom. They're isolating, moving between each bait almost, and you're fishing a a spreader boilie situation just with miniature baits, aren't you? So yeah, I moved down to the so these fish were in the bottom end, so I moved down to the bottom end and getting the rod out. I'd spooked a few of them, and they'd basically gone up the top end. So I'm like, oh geez, and this was like cat and mouse. This is all the time. So if you make too much noise in one area, they just move to the next. So I found the best way in the end was I set up in the deep end. I think, right, I know there's a chunk of fish in the shallows, but I know that if I go up there and create disturbance, they're going to come down. So I set the rod up in the deep end, got it all in position on that night, and then went up straight at the top end and started putting the lead out on a marker.
Yeah.
And just cast in a couple of times. Or it took 3 casts, literally. Cast, bang, bow waves straight in the deep end. So I'm like, happy days. Right, they're in my end now. They don't think anyone's at that top end. So happy days. So I've gone down to the bottom end, sort of snuck back in, settled for the night. Then lo and behold, first light, rod fished over onto the far bank. Same scenario, little lead, cork and everything. Had a drop back, so it's washing line.
Yeah.
Gone into that, played this fish, and would you believe I've landed the same fish that I caught 2 days previous, which was the linear. Which, just a really mega rare one, which has come out twice to that method in literally 48 hours. It's just crazy. So to me, it was like, wow, it sometimes happens, doesn't it, like that? Sometimes fish, they go on, I don't want to call it a feeding spree, but sometimes they need to feed, and they are susceptible to getting twice in a week, twice in 24 hours sometimes.
Yeah.
It took a little bit of the shine off of me, because I'm thinking, bloody hell, this is a fish that I really set, and I've caught it twice in 48 hours, but it's probably more the method.
100%.
It's come in, it's just not it doesn't think it's being fished for. It's probably a bit more gingerly picking up a pellet or two, but it's done it. And so I've caught that one, but the beauty of it is I got, and I caught it in the net, and I was like, do you know what? I'm going to put this straight back. Obviously, I've only caught it 48 hours, but I didn't have a decent daytime shot of it. So what I done, I thought, do you know what? It's in the net. And what I done, and which was a brilliant way to photograph fish, actually. I got my camera, and because the margins are so deep there, I'm stood up, I'm stood in water up to my chest, basically, and got the fish in the net, I've just landed it. I've stuck the camera literally on a tripod on the bank facing me.
Yeah.
Switch the camera on to take a picture every 5 seconds. And I thought, well, I'm going to get out in return. I'm just going to spin around and hold it up for a couple. And I've done that, and they've come out as the best shots I think I've ever taken of a fish. Just randomly. It was so random.
Yeah.
The light, the sun, everything was just right. When you get them, the sun was up by then in the morning, but when you get a big cloud come across the sun and you get the light goes a bit diffused, and
beautiful.
The lake in the background. And I thought, well, I'll just take a couple of snaps before I slip it back. And I've done that. So it's out the net, push the net out of the way, face the camera, it's going click, click, click. I've got about 6 photos every sort of 5 seconds, and turn around, slipped it back, and those photos come out amazing. So I was happy for that. And it was that fish, and that then brought the week to the close. And that, although it was a repeat capture, I ended up with 4 bites from there, which was, I went home sort of Saturday, sort of a happy man. The next guy come on, his name was Phil Owen, who was a friend of mine. I sort of still keep in contact through Facebook. And he goes, oh, mate, how'd you get on? I said, mate, I've had 4. He went, what, really? And he was like happy for me, but gutted, because he goes, oh, mate, I've got to try and follow that now.
It's a fact to follow,
so he caught half of them. Yeah. So, nearly
that's epic, mate. But that seems to be, and through speaking to people who fish with you and yourself, that seems to be very much you, mate, in terms of you do like that's out the box. People might see the situation, they might come up with a completely different concoction of tactics, tackle, rigs, etc. to sort of suit that. But what you've done there is definitely out of left field. The whole suspended, the whole wrapping the sort of weed down the line and all that sort of stuff, and the rig itself to work with those small pellets. For you, in other aspects of angling, that sort of against convention, not using your typical Ronnie rigs or your typical what's in vogue at the time. That always has been a part of you, hasn't it?
I've always, I hope to think that I've applied just a common sense approach to rigs in terms of, and if you look at some of the rigs, then you think, crikey, how's that working mechanically? But it's all based hopefully on sound fundamental principles of, once a fish sucks or ingests the bait and the rig, you've then got very few things to work with to get that hook where you need it to be. And one big thing is gravity, and you can affect gravity with buoyancy.
Yeah.
So when you start thinking sort of down those lines, well, if you've got a degree of buoyancy in the hook bait and you've got heavy rig components, well, in a fish's mouth where it's very volatile when it goes straight up into a fish's mouth, but everything's wants to point downwards. That's how basically all of our rigs are working, aren't they? From the hair rig, there's some weight to the hook, so that's why we hook everything in the bottom. It's called cavity from the scissors hopefully round on the bottom, anywhere in dead center bottom lip, and that's all to do with weight. So once I suppose you understand that, and I hope everyone would understand that's a basic principle. Well, then how can we exaggerate that? How can we make a hook bait that is buoyant and then potentially heavy components that drag? Well, and then how can we load the back end of the hook or the front of the hook? How can we load a pointed area that it's like a claw that wants to drag? And how can we do that with the materials that are available back then and sort of now? And everything's evolving. But the Ronnie rig is a very, very good rig. I think in large part because it's quite weighted at the back end with all the jingle jangle. There's a lot of weight going on the back end, and that's part of the secret to it, I feel. So I've always sort of tried to construct rigs around sort of those premises. And once a fish sucks in something, potentially everything should go into the mouth. Once you've got it in the mouth area, you're then looking at areas to exploit. And gravity and weight is a huge. It's one of the only ones we got to work with when you think about it. Really.
Yeah. For you, an example of sort of maybe some out the box type presentations that have worked along those principles. Obviously, that's a defining principle. You've highlighted that. What comes to mind?
Well, extending the hook shank is big, and I think I'm not the only one that's thought of this. Far from it. There's lots of anglers have always documented. I remember reading in the Save days the Looney extension rig where they're extending the hook shank. So there's nothing new. But from my observations with carp in clear water, I've been very fortunate, to fish a lot of waters that are gin clear for many, many years, and also keep carp as well and watch carp, how they feed. So extending that shank of that hook, you're in essence making a bit of a stick, aren't you? Something that's quite solid. And you can have some degree of flexibility in that if you want to, but something like that is giving the fish problems, because once it's in the mouth, if you try and blow it, if I give you a round ball to blow out, you'd do it no problem. You'd probably be really accurate with it. If you give you a barrel, it's a bit of a funny shape that comes out at different angles and it doesn't go out true. Same with rigs. If you've got something quite stiff and short, that goes in the mouth, and what you're trying to achieve is it not either coming back on itself or it's sort of jamming and getting stuck, and that creates panic, straight away for carp. So having extending the hook shank for me creates a very, very efficient hooker. So I come up with a rig. When it is now, it must be 10 years ago, maybe a bit long, maybe 12 years ago. It was early when I come up to the water park, and I didn't have a name for it. The guys at Cordo called it the Meccano rig. So when they come out on the features of me, they used to see it and show it. And essentially, it was using all the things that I've just touched on with gravity, and it's an extension of a hook shank. It's probably quite hard to explain, but essentially I doubled up a section of fluorocarbon or mouth trap. It's
stiff.
So it's quite a stiff component. And then created a loop so you could basically lasso your hook on, a bit like the multi-rig, that style. So if you imagine a multi-rig pulled down tight, with a stiff loop, and then the loop would then basically, I could then at the end of the loop fold it down at a 90-degree angle, in essence creating my eye of my hook. So it's like an eye of a hook,
right?
So I'm folding that down, so it's basically coming in line with if you look at the rig on straight down the barrel, if you like, from the hook point, this is in line with it and going straight down as well at the end. So it's basically the hook is like that, and then it's coming down, and then it's like a so if you think of Scott Lloyd noodle rig, the mechanics pretty much exactly the same. So it goes like that, and it comes down at the end, the noodle, doesn't it? So when I say about a lot of anglers have seen what I've seen and come to and made their own conclusion. The Scott has probably come to his conclusion of that and made the noodle rig. Well, I come to those conclusions making the Meccano rig, and this was 12 odd years ago or something, maybe even longer, 13 years ago, that extending that hook shank and having that little recess at the back, which almost mimics the eye of the hook. I've just made the hook like
bigger,
2 inches, 1.5 inches long, 2 inches. And then I'm thinking, okay, so I want to make that as free. I want to use stiff components, but I want as much flexibility as I can. So on the end of that hook section, when it comes down, I've done an overhand knot and blobbed it. Okay, so it's that little loop section that comes out as so an overhand knot blobbed. So the bits that never happen, so it wouldn't obviously come back on itself and unravel. And then importantly, then between the hook and that knot, I've put a little tiny swivel, which would break at sort of 30, 40 pounds. It's a micro swivel.
Yeah.
I've locked that in place with a little, I've done it with float stops, beads and all sorts, So I keep it at one end where that knot comes over. I can then attach a hook link to that little ring swivel, and that gives me total free sit any which way. It's the most supple, far more supple than any braided hook link or anything like that, because it can just rotate 360. It can go any direction
with that swivel element.
With that swivel,
yeah.
And then the hook link of choice would be something quite stiff, because all I'm interested in is pushing that far away and laying it out flat. So when the fish picks up, I want to bring my lead
into it quickly,
as soon as it can.
Yeah,
as soon as it can. But this rig doesn't have to work with the lead as well, because once it all goes in the fish's mouth, everything's aligned. The hook's already in position. It's already there. It's already there. So the hook point's already in. And now with the hook sharpening kits, it's in the right situation. It's one of my go-tos in terms of the best hookers. And in large part, it's the reason why Scott Lloyd uses it as well. It's one of his go-tos. And it's the why Fink and anglers have bought it out, and you can buy it as a conventional set, because it's so efficient, so good. So on the business end, I usually got a size 4. I usually try and fish big hooks, because the way I balance the baits, it's all going in. Everything's going in, so why not use a big hook?
Yeah,
big gape. Yeah, you got more purchase area.
What type of hook? You got a choddy hook style?
Yeah, usually a choddy style hook, because of the nature of the double filament going back out the end there. I like to keep a straight line. I've messed about with curves and everything, but I found the best way is a straight line and that little 90 return at the end. That for me just sits prime position. All the curves, and as soon as you start curving stuff, then you notice if you lay it on a flat on the table, then the point of the hook's starting to come away and coming up. What I mean?
Yeah.
I want that down almost. Yeah. So I've messed about with straight pointed hooks. If I could wave a wand, I'd have like a big curved shank with an outturned eye, but no one would do it. That'd be my ultimate.
Niche. Yeah.
That would be my ultimate, because everything's aligned. It's a big hook, But that, for boilie fishing, and that's for out and out boilie fishing, that rig, I fished for that at Cotswolds Water Park, caught loads of carp on that, because of big mouths, everything's going up and in, and you're using that gravity to your advantage. So, yeah, the hook bait invariably would be something that's balanced, but you've got to be careful, I find, with wafters, from what I've seen, particularly the wobble. So invariably, if you balance something, and we're all now using bait screws, aren't we? Is a good example.
Yeah.
Or we're using swivels or rings or something. Well, by putting in a bait screw or a swivel, you've created a big pivot point, haven't you? Because you've got your bait like that, and you've got over exaggerate, it's that long. So you've got your swivel on, and it's waving about like this
on that swivel or on that,
on that wafter.
Yeah.
So it's waving about. So I've seen it so many times when the fish come in, they're feeding on boilies, and they're there's a 15 miller. Oh, there's another 15 miller. And they get to within 6 inches of your bait, and they've consciously made a decision to go for that bait, and then it moves because of displacement. And once the carp gets within sort of 3 inches on a big fish, it's blind to it. So it's made its decision. It's going to suck it in anyway, so it's game over. But that 6 inches, it can make a decision, and you see it on the underwater all the time. You watch the underwater where they've got a wafter, and you'll see it, and it will just move. And the fish will be on a beeline, and it'll move off, and it'll take the one next to it. They go, oh, that was close. And you see it all the time. Well, I've seen that from trees all the time. So balancing a bait, you've got to be very careful on the buoyancy of it, and how it's sticking up off the baited area, particularly with those little ring swivels and that, which are really efficient and really good, but you've got to be a bit careful on how much buoyancy is there. So you want just enough buoyancy to throw the rig away, so mechanically it can reset. So it gets picked up, it can reset.
Not too much that it gets
not too much that you're waving it around. They catch plenty of fish, don't get me wrong, little wafters and that. You'll catch loads, but when you see it first hand and fish coming in, and you think, oh, why haven't I got a bite? And you don't twig it really. It's really hard to see
subtle, isn't it?
It's subtle, really subtle. You see it on the underwater stuff. It's like, there it is, like a flashlight going off. So yeah, having that buoyancy, but that rig, the Meccano rig, it's a bit like, we all know, like the hinge stiff rig is just absolutely part of carp fishing fabric. Well, for me, it's the equivalent of a hinge stiff rig, but in a bottom bait form.
Yeah. Okay.
And the beauty of it is you can change the rigs because it's all lassoed on. Everything's interchangeable. So it's a bit, back when I first done it, it's a bit jingle jangle because I didn't have the rig component. So I'm having to fashion this and, I use that and I use this for that. But now you can ultra refine it down and you can do away with a lot of it. And you could fish, like Scott has the noodle rig, that little section that goes like that. Well, that's half the rig. That's half the battle is getting that.
But it's interesting that, and I will overlay some pictures of the rig so people can see it.
Hard to explain.
But no, I think you've explained it very well. But I will overload some pictures, and I'll also see if I can get one to be put up on the promo for this so people can see it. But the loop system as well that you've got there is now pretty much in vogue in that a lot of rigs are loop on, loop off.
Yes.
Well, a loop at one end to fix it to your lead system, a loop at the other end to fix your hook on, and then interchange your hooks. And there you've got an example of using that in that form that you developed 10 or 12 years ago. So that's...
Yeah, it's just to say, I'm not claiming to invent anything, but I think there's a lot of anglers have come to the same conclusions. I'm always looking at sort of rig components to see how I can improve things and make things flip and turn. And those were the components at the time, but I've sort of refined that. And I use now a lot of... so the Albright knot, we all know the Albright knot, which is a great knot for joining two materials together, usually fluorocarbon and braid.
Yeah.
Well, I've used the Albright knot for years and years. And it was only when I sort of think, well, how can I make that braid into a loop? So I doubled up the braided section and then tied the Albright knot. So you, with a loop, and then you basically, at the end of your fluorocarbon, you then get a nice loop with an Albright knot, a doubled up Albright knot.
Yeah.
And I've done that, crikey, that was a number of years ago. And that's now become not standard issue, but a lot of guys have sort of gotten onto that. Darryl Peck, for example, uses that pretty much exclusively. Mark Pitchers uses variations of it.
Jacob uses it.
Yeah, exactly. But the multi-rig's been around before I did that. So it's we all go around on a...
It's interesting how things, but like, as you say, with regards to it all, that the principle behind it and then what you've derived from it, the same principle you can see mirrored in slightly different forms with different components and different people.
Yeah.
But when you've done it 10, 12 years ago and things come into play and it looks a bit different, it can sometimes be like, whoa, that's a bit wacky. But then realistically, you've explained it very well by talking about the principle of extending the hook shank, etc., etc. One aspect we have to talk about, mate, and I'm conscious that I've taken loads of your time, is the bait game. Now, when I talked to Mike about this, and Mike's been mentioned a load of times, the legend that is Mike Holly, he talked about, obviously, Baitworks, how that's come to be, how it started in sort of your parents' house and grew on to the incredible success that it's had. But he did say, and this is something that I did get a guise for in terms of your love for rearing fish, but he did say that the starting point that I should broach you is your love for growing on fish, but that you tried to start this in your mum's garage?
Yeah, I did. Something? Yeah, Bristol, yeah.
Is that what happened?
Yeah. So, crikey, I've always... It goes back before then, but essentially I've always had a fascination with water, fish, all aquatic life. I was always in a pond as a boy. Mum and dad would say that was my only interest. That was my fixation. So I was quite into a bit of science and that at school, although I didn't get, as I said, many qualifications.
Pottery. Don't leave out
pottery. Yeah, don't leave the pottery. Very important. Everyone needs pots. So I've always tried, to grow bloody all sorts of things, from collecting frog spawn and all that sort of stuff. So I've always done fish, and luckily my mum and dad had a koi pond. So that was a massive fascination for me as a boy growing up, dropping all sorts of my breakfast in there as a young boy, and all and that was really the embers, the start of my fascination with carp, particularly growing carp, feeding carp. And off the back of that, that's how I, started my bait company, I suppose. But I've always grown carp, and I suppose in many ways it's really, really helped me in terms of when I apply that to my carp fishing, because it can blow away a lot of the the smoke and mirrors, which is throughout the industry of, oh, you got to use this because the fish will do this if you don't. And, you know, our industry is set up to ask questions and almost create problems that might not even be there, you know. And I'm sort of treading carefully now because I'm involved with a number of companies and everything. But essentially, rearing carp, having access to those carp, and then reading lots of the koi books. I was quite into the koi carp and that at an early age, just reading the material. You get to learn about the fish and learn that they're not this mythical creature that gets caught once every 10 years, although some carp are. But you strip away that, and I don't know, maybe some of the romance sort of gets shredded away with that as well. But you see carp for what they are, and you can make better informed decisions on how to catch them, why they're doing certain things, why are they in the shallows, why do they do this at this behavior when the weather conditions like this, what do they do in high pressure, low pressure, you know, and all that sort of thing. So having those, having that grounding is invaluable, I think, and I implore anyone who hasn't to keep carp, you know, as fishermen, because you can learn so much from them, just ridiculous amount. The guys who keep their koi know their fish inside out, know behaviours, and they'll tell you about hierarchy between a pack of fish. They'll tell you about different personalities, how a fish likes to feed, how it does, what it likes, what it doesn't like. You know, there's a whole host of information there, which is amazing, you know. So that was one thing. So from a very, I say early age, I suppose, before Baitworks, I always kept fish. And when I just started Baitworks, I started rearing fish. And that was, to me, like, you know, mega exciting. So started Baitworks in 2005. And probably around, that's when I moved to the Cotswold, 2006-07, when I moved to the Cotswold Water Park. So just at that time, I was up the Cotswold Water Park all the time, back and forth all the time.
Yeah.
And I was trying to, I'm really fascinated by fish like I always have. And I've always kept fish in tanks and that. And I thought I wanted to grow some fish. And at the time, I was fishing a lake called Bradley's Lake on the Cotswold Water Park, which is steeped in history. A lot of those fish would have got introduced from Ashley Pool many years ago when the Fishers Club lost the rights. So a number of fish went into Bradley's and then went into the Hills Lake next door, which some of the fish, one or two are still around. So they're very old fish now. But when I come up to the Cotswold Water Park, that was one of the first places I want to fish. And it's a big 100-acre lake. And when I was fishing it, there was only, I want to say 35 to 40 carp probably in there. There'd been a stocking of 30 carp. And prior to that, there was probably only 10, 15 carp left in there. But many of those stockfish, some of them got took out. So there's probably 20 of them left and maybe 10 fish, 10 originals, maybe 15. So yeah, 35, 40 fish would be a very good guess. And I just read so much about it. I wanted to fish there. So I fished on there, and I was such a big lake, huge lake. And I managed to catch a couple of fish when they used to get down towards the shallows when the weather is right. Because of the nature of the lake, you could only fish certain areas, and you had to quickly worked out you had to fish it on the right conditions. So when there's a pumping northwesterly into a certain bay, they're going to be there, like, you know, because it's a big pit, and there's only 30 carp or so you've got to be on it. So managed to catch a couple, but they spawned in the spring, and that really was the start for me. They spawned, and I thought at the time it was South Sunny Angling Club that had the fishing rights, but they had just lost the rights. And then another company called Watermark Fisheries had took it on, and I was in that transitional time, so I was still fishing it, and the fish had spawned. I was like, I'd like to have a go at bringing these fish on, because I read about it and fascinated with carp and that. I thought, how hard could it be? So I collected the eggs from the pond, and at the time there was a new fishery manager there, and I said, look, that's what I want to do. And he said, yeah, no problem. I said, well, I'll give you some fish as well. So I collected spawn. He had a load for the stock pond they're just setting up, and this is right at the start of sort of Watermark Fisheries. And I took some spawn home to Bristol, and really it made a pig's ear of it, to be fair. Because I don't know what I know now, but you got to start somewhere. So all these fish, I had way too many. You know, you take a bucket of spawn home and you think, that's going to be, you know, a few hundred carp. It actually turns out to be thousands of carp. There's absolutely loads of them. So all of a sudden I got these thousands of little pinhead carp, loads of them. I'm like, oh my God, what am I going to do with all these? So like everyone does, they all make the same mistake. You try and bring through too many. So I've then got them in big. I've got like a big IBC container, which is basically a big plastic container, which you can buy off eBay for like 30 quid. I've got them in there. That didn't quite work. It is outside. So I thought, I need to I need to build something inside for me so I can keep them warm and all that sort of stuff. So I had thousands in this IBC, and I thought, well, I'll take a few out. And I was trying to feed them, and I just made a right hash of it. I wasn't giving them the right food. I was nipping down to the ponds, trying to sieve out loads of like zooplankton, like Daphnia and Cyclops, and all the microscopic sort of stuff in the water you don't see, which will feed these juvenile carp. And I was doing that, and I was having a little bit of success, but there's just too many mouths there. And like all these fish just got to a size, and they were a bit deformed. A lot of them died, and I was like, oh dear me. So unfortunately, a lot of them went, but a few of them did make it through. I didn't realise at the time, but they all look a bit funky because they had like curly fins and like funny. Their gills like were quite flared, and the jaw structure wasn't quite right. And I very quickly learned that nutrition is a key element for fry as they're growing, developing. If you don't give them the right nutrition in the first sort of week, that's for life. You know, skeletal growth, everything's happening very, very quickly. And I just didn't give them the right nutrition. So it was a steep learning curve. And I ballsed it up for the first 2 or 3 years, really, before I had any success. But I was back in Bristol at the time. And I thought, well, I've got a few of these carp, which are Bradley's carp. These are amazing. You know, I want to bring these on. I'll give them to the new company and set up, and they put them back in there, and it'd be a mega story. And I love it, you know, and all that. I'll fish for them in years to come. Yeah. So these fish, you know, I got them to about that, I don't know, about 1.5 inches big. And I was feeding them egg yolk and everything. I was still learning about what to give them food-wise in terms of as a fry dart, not as a boilie maker. I knew obviously when they get bigger. But what I didn't know is that as their organs develop, then they can't utilise sort of a high protein content, and straight away you have to give them a live diet almost. Yeah. So, you know, I was sort of aware of it, but didn't know how important that was. And it very quickly became very evident that you need to give them the proper diet. So anyway, I got these fish to about 1.5 inches. I had them in my, I had them outside, and I brought them inside to my mum and dad's garage. And at the time, I think I was still doing a bit of running and everything. I said to my mum, right, I'm going to make this little tank in here, just going to fill it up with water and everything. I'm going to keep some fish. And my mum and dad were brilliant with me. They said, yeah, they just cracked on, like, you know, anything they sort of keep me interested in something, they're always fully supportive. Any business, you know, I'd run quite a few different sort of ad hoc little businesses over the years, like selling stick insects when I was a younger lad. Yeah, all sorts.
Entrepreneur.
Oh, it's just all sorts. But yeah, it was maybe, but all sorts. So I had those little schemes that I'd always go into, but never quite finish them. So I said, look, I want to grow these fish, and this is what I'm doing it. So, and you could see my bake business was, you know, starting to get a bit of traction. I was selling, but I was making a bit of money, which is great. And my mum and dad's place, I was paying them a little bit of money rent, which I've never done. So happy days. Yeah. These fish had grown sort of about 1.5 inches. And so what I'd done, like a corner of a room. So I basically thought, oh, okay, there's a corner room there. If I put a plank of wood sandwiched against it, I make a triangle, don't I? Make a triangle, and I put battens down the wall, make this structure, so I can basically, you know, like a corner desk would look like in a corner, yeah. So basically, I put this structure, this batten that goes across from wall to wall. I've now got a triangle about, and I'll take it up to sort of chest level, and in there, if I put a pond liner, drop it in there, seal the pond liner at the top, literally staple it all in, and then just fill it with water. I put my carp in there. Job done. Aerator. Yeah, lovely. So I went about starting to put this all together, putting all the wood up. Very happy with myself after about 1.5 hours. It's all done. I thought, right, get the hose. Hadn't told my mum and dad that I was filling it that day, but I got excited and I thought, oh, do you know what, I'm going to do it. I'm going to fill it up. Yes. So I thought, I'll go out for a 20-minute run, 30-minute run. I'll fill it up. I'll come back and put the fish in. So I said to my mum, Mum, do you mind just keeping an eye on this? I'm just filling this up. She goes, oh, I don't like the sound of this. I said, no, it's fine. Just fill up to this level. When it gets to that level, it'll be about 10 minutes. Come out and just turn the tap off. Oh, happy days. So I've gone out for my run with shorts and everything, gone round Hamlin, where I sort of lived. Come back 20 minutes later, and I've come through the door, and my mum is literally like holding the batten like that, and she's like literally, her legs are like splayed out between them, behind her, and she's like at right angles, holding this batten in. And what had happened is, obviously, I didn't allow for the water pressure. Luckily, she switched the tap off. The water's not going anymore. But there's so much pressure wanting to push out this way. One of the screws are coming out on the battens. My mum's holding it back, this tidal wave of water that's going to engulf our house, basically. Because we had this garage, which I ran the bake business from. But it was all same level as the house. So it basically gone through there and gone through to the kitchen and all. Yeah, so she was holding on for dear life. I don't know. She'd been there for, 5 minutes or that, but yeah, she's not the strongest. So I had to get in there and basically hold it with her and that, and managed then to get a siphon and start siphoning it out. And luckily we sort of saved an instant in the meadows where I lived. But yeah, that was my first exercise at sort of having a stock pond in my house, and yeah, never to be repeated again.
But subsequently, that's become people will know from Baitworks and the bait sort of game. They'll know from you fishing. They'll know, obviously, that you've run lakes and you've mentioned that. But a real burning passion has been collecting spawn with permission from places, growing those lines, if you like, of fish on, and then subsequently speaking to whoever it may be and either reintroducing them or having those lines within your own lakes, haven't you?
Absolutely.
From egg.
Yeah, from egg. And that for me was that whole process I fell in love with very early. And I look at sort of the strains and iconic strains of the UK carp scene and sort of sometimes shake my head with that someone hasn't done something to preserve and keep intact some of our heritage and some of the fish that we revere. The Yateley fish have been talked about a long time, and rightly so, because they're just captivated an era. But those fish, your likes of Heather and the Dustbin and some of the Sutton fish as well. But I know the Sutton strain has been preserved because VS Fisheries, they do a fantastic job down there, and they preserve that bloodline and it's part of their brood stock for future generations, which is brilliant. That's amazing. And I know they've done that with the Harrow Waltonians as well. So there's a couple of strains there which come to mind, but some of those Yateley carp as well, I just despair sometimes when those are, once they're gone, aren't they? In terms of where they actually came from. A lot of our carp, all of our carp have come from Europe at some point. Some have come in the 70s, 60s and earlier. Some have come more recently, but what I'm saying is these carp strains that have come over and some of these fish were revered back in the sort of 90s, a lot of them were probably imported at lower weights. There's a lot of people bringing fish over at the time. Waveney Valley, they've already documented that on podcasts. You've got Ken Ryder up at Humberside Fisheries. He was bringing loads of fish in from all over the world. EA were in cahoots with Ken, and they were buying fish off him and then stocking water. So these fish have gone everywhere.
Everywhere, yeah, exactly.
Everywhere, absolutely everywhere. You had Donald Leaney, obviously, who's a well-renowned fish dealer. He was bringing in lots of Galicians from sort of Holland and even Belgium as well. So the lines get blurred a long time ago. People are very quick to forget that. But some of these bloodlines that we have got here, and some of these lakes particularly, I look at the Horseshoe strain. What a strain of fish that is. They've gone to Stoneacres and Christchurch, gone elsewhere and done amazingly. And they've got longevity. So I know the carp site have got active stock ponds in place. Well, that should be a massive USP for them in selling those fish, because they are revered for me. They're, it's just amazing fish, absolutely amazing carp. And some of those strains like your Yateley, I'll use it because it's just a good example. There's times when you stock fish and leave them for 25 years or whatever, and then restock after they've gone. For me, that's just playing with fire a little bit, because you are going boom bust, aren't you, straight away? And what if someone took spawn from those fish 15 years ago and were growing on the next Dustbins and Heathers and Arthurs and all that, and they reintroduced them back into Yateley, so the lake lives on with fish that are absolutely in keeping with what's gone before. And I just think they become part of the fabric, part of the iconic nature, and Yateley would still be here. I know it's been taken over and run in a different guise, but yeah, for me, we lose a little bit there with some of these strains. So for me personally, I'm very fortunate in a position that I run a number of lakes on the Cotswolds Water Park now, and where I can, because if you was to stock loads of different strains into a lake, there's a massive biosecurity hazard there, but when you're taking them from eggs and hatching and growing, it's a hugely labour intensive process, long process. But the flip side is you eradicate the risk of transferring disease. So I've done that painstakingly and because it's a labour of love, and because of that, I've got a lake that's full of a chocolate, all sorts of, fish really. There's just everything in there, all shapes, sizes, all colours. I love them all. I absolutely love them all. I don't like just scaly fish. I don't like just plain fish. I like everything, all shapes and sizes, all the different body shapes. And I absolutely love that. And the only way I could probably achieve that was to approach fisheries and have sex. And most fisheries are really, really kind. And sometimes they let you, sometimes they don't. But those fish are then preserves in my eyes, and you've got them. And my only gripe was, why can't more people, or why isn't there more fish being preserved? Some of our iconic fish, because there's, the fish farms are brilliant, and there's fish farms all over the country that are producing some amazing fish.
Yeah.
But we're all using sort of similar bloodlines now, and I just hope that we don't lose some of the character of some of those fish. And I'd love to see them sort of preserved and live on for another 50 odd years.
Yeah, too right, mate. And then obviously from the whole fish rearing game, which we talked about, Baitworks from your parents' garage. Your parents' garage is very pivotal, mate, I feel.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, huge.
From that to what it is now, mate.
Yeah, I'm very, very lucky that I was able to start Baitworks in a garage, no overheads, for the first year or two with my mum and dad. They just let me do it. They probably thought, this is another idea he's going to have, which is going to burn out. But they knew I loved making bait, and they knew that I had, fundamentally an understanding with fish, and born out of loads of tank tests and dropping food into for koi, and had an appetite for consuming as much information as I can regarding bait. And I got very fortunate at the start with 2 or 3 ingredients that are still in the baits today, which are really pivotal in terms of attraction, which helped me build what was a very, very attractive food baits, which stood the test of time. So I knew from day one that I wanted to make. I wasn't interested in selling the most bait, but I was interested in selling the best bait. So I wasn't. I knew that by creating a good product you would always have a market, and I just wanted to make the best I could. And big part of Baitworks' success was selling direct to customers. So we don't sell into shops; we sell direct to customers, and that just made common sense to me as setting up a business. I wanted to put as much as I could into the bait, and if you're starting off at a low price point because you've got to adhere to a trade price, you're going to struggle to make any money and make a business out of it. So, yeah, it started in my mum and dad's garage, and that was literally with, that started. Well, we mentioned about my car crash then, where I ditched my missus, and we
mentioned that before.
Yeah, we mentioned that. So that was the pivotal point at that time. That sort of happened around the same time. So I saved up sort of 400 quid from the job I had was Sheffield Insulation, selling insulation, which was the worst job, as I mentioned, I ever had. It's a horrible job, sales job. I'd saved up about 400 quid, and I basically ploughed that money, reinvested it into Baitworks, and that's how I set up Baitworks in my mum and dad's garage, with a baby bath to roll bait. I had a little Hobart, which I picked up for peanuts, and I had rolling tables, which didn't cost the earth. And I basically I used half of my mum's freezer, because the other half she had like her chicken and frozen veg.
Mum and dad have been understanding here.
They've been great. Yeah, without them, I wouldn't have been able to start. Or it'd been much harder. I'd have to gone out and get a unit and that, and then you're on the back foot straight away, aren't you? So it gave me the space to plough everything into it, and basically my time then was just every spare waking hour was rolling bait for a lot of the Bristol anglers, local Bristol anglers around the area. And then once I got some traction from that, then the bait started, because a lot of Bristol anglers because around Bristol there's not a lot of lakes, it's a lot of clay pits. And there's a river, Bristol Avon, which had carp in back then. But a lot of them were sort of clay ponds, just excavated out for motorway, sort of bricks. So there wasn't a lot of water there. So invariably loads of Bristol anglers all used to get on the M4 up to the Cotswolds Water Park and fish there. So my bait was being used up there. I was getting catch reports back from the Cotswolds Water Park. And I was like, at the time, it's all about timing, isn't it? These things with a bait company. I knew that was the place I needed to be. I need to get up there quick before anyone else did. The only company that was operating up there was a company called Cotswold Baits.
Yes.
It was run by a guy called Phil Chun. But he was selling into shops. His business model was shops. So it wasn't in my market. I wanted to sell to all the anglers in the water park. And he was selling a bit, cash in hand out the back of the van. But I thought if I can get up there, I've got a really good product. A lot of anglers are using it. So that I made, very, very swiftly, within 2 years, I made the quick decision and I met my missus in that time, and then moved up to the Cotswolds Water Park and took the company up there as quickly as I could. But that was fraught with, the early stages of that it was a nightmare. The first unit I had, I actually stopped the fishing on a lake. It was absolute nightmare. So I'm looking for a premises. I want to move it to Cotswolds Water Park as soon as I can. And there's a friend of mine who runs a syndicate up there.
Yeah.
And I've just joined it as a syndicate member. So I've gone up there for my first look, and I'm still rolling bait in Bristol. And I'm supplying the syndicate with loads of bait anyway. And I've noticed on this lake, beautiful lake, and on this point, there's what's like a big shed, a big shed with loads of stuff in it, like a big shed. So I've gone to him, hey, has that got electric? He goes, yeah, we've got electric here. So there's electric, a little light bulb. That's it, I'm like, started ticking.
Yeah,
I was like,
this'll do.
bloody, I should make a great little bait factory for me. And he said, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. I'll tell you what, I'll ask the owner and I'll get back to you. So I thought nothing of it. Next day, he said, I'll talk to the owner. And he said, yeah, you can come up and make a bit of bait. So basically the syndicate leader, I talked to the owner. The syndicate leader was a friend of mine. He said to me, yeah, it's fine. He said, the owner said, yeah, you can make some bait for the syndicate. So he thought I was making it for the syndicate members.
Yeah.
So I started moving. So I was like, right, get a truck all loaded up, got all my stuff in there, got a mate to help me move. And over the course of a couple of days, I've moved all my gear up there. I've moved all my ingredients in. And at the time I had like big Tupperware boxes, which hold about 25 kilos of each ingredient. But I had like, I don't know, 35, 40 ingredients. There's a lot. There's a lot that goes in it. And that was all scattered around. So it takes up a lot of space. Then I had my little compressor, and I had obviously the electric plug point and everything from a freezer and everything. So I got up there, and within 40 hours, I'm rolling bait, and I've got this big vista of this lake. I thought, I'm living the dream.
This is it. I've made it.
This is it. This is amazing. So I'm thinking, this is the best. So I've then secured a house in South Cerney, and we've moved up on the weekend. So I've literally only been in there a week.
Jeez.
So I've moved up there with the missus, say goodbye, thanks, mum and dad. Big step, never lived on my own, apart from in America, but living on my own with a newish girlfriend who'd been together sort of a year or two. So we moved up to South Cerney. So I'm like loving it, going to work in the morning. Claire's got a job down at a local restaurants or whatever, and we're just trying to make enough money to pay the rent and all that. So I'm up fishing. I'm at this lake after sort of I think it's about a couple of weeks go by. Unbeknown to the syndicate leader, the owner had basically, what it is the owner's had a dad, and it was his lake, and basically it's his dad's lake, and the son had basically leased it out to us fishermen.
Right.
Dad didn't know anything about it. He lived in London.
Yeah.
So he didn't know anything about this. All of a sudden, he gets the bill for the electric.
He's gone mental.
He's got a light bulb that goes on there, which usually costs him probably 30p a year.
Yeah.
In the first month, it's gone in there. It's like, 60 quid or something like that. And he's like, and he's then come down from London and questioned it, saying what's going on. And basically what was happening, his son was, he was looking after the lake for his dad, but he was leasing it out to like events and people and stuff like, and us to the syndicate, and then he'd have a corporate event, and he's making money sounds like he's making money on the side. So it exposed all that. And at the time, my friend, who's a member of my lake now, funnily enough, they were just about to invest in a load of fish to go into that lake for fish for the future, because they didn't have loads of fish in it. So basically it all went crash bang wallop. The syndicate folded because he couldn't trust the guy who he'd been talking to about the lake. I had to move out. And I'm like, oh shit, I got to go back to Bristol. I've just moved it. I've just paid for this. I'm renting this house in South Cerney. I've had to pack all my gear up. I'm like, as of the owner give me, a weekend, 3-4 days to get out of there. And I was like, thank you. Playing on the heartstrings a little bit. And he wasn't happy because I chucked a load of his stuff out. And the son, I said, oh, what do we do with that? He said, oh, just get rid of it. So I burnt a lot of the stuff.
Oh, no.
And he had like loads of furniture, old furniture and that there. And I just put a match to it and burn it because his son had told me to do it. But this was like quite sentimental, some of it to him. He said, oh, that's my channel. I've just burnt it all. It's all torched. I'm like, oh, no.
You have had a mare.
I've had a mare there. So he said, look, I'll give you a few days to go. So I was like, shit. So I then started ringing round Cirencester. I'm looking at every industrial estate. And as luck would have it, there was one up in Cirencester, not a million miles away from the Cotswolds Water Park. But when I say the room was small, it's the size of this room, maybe a touch narrower, and it's tiny, absolutely tiny. So yeah, it's probably no bigger, a bit smaller than the garage I've just come from. But it was like $2,000 a year rent. It was the only thing available, so I had to make it work. So I was in there making bait in there. I had electric, stuffed all the ingredients in, had it floor to ceiling. I was on a bit of a corner pitch. It was the worst unit ever, just terrible, absolutely terrible. So it was a bit of a sun trap, got boiling hot. But I had to boil the bait outside the unit, so all the neighbours, all the industrial units next to me weren't very happy. Oh, it was a nightmare. So I stayed in there for a year. But luckily, because I'm in the area and I'm producing bait, I'm selling more and more locally, and it's enabled me to go, right, I need a bigger space. And that's been the story ever since, really. The foundations have always been solid because I've let the company rush ahead and I've always called it up. I've backfilled with infrastructure. So the company gets big and it dictates we need a bigger space. And then we go. So that's all. I've never done it the other way and gone, oh, I think I'm going to be there in 5 years' time, size-wise. Well, let's invest there and get that and then try and work towards it. I've always done it the opposite way, which is a bit more stressful, but it just means, for me, starting a business, my biggest fear is it all come crashing down around my ears, and that's always been the case. And I've talked to a few other guys that run their business, and that is core central to the driver. It still keeps people pushing, just the fear of it all crashing. And as you get bigger in scale and you employ people, although you think, you've made it, and yes, you're making a living, but there's always that fear, and you're supporting other people's livelihoods now. Other people's paying their mortgage off the back of what I pay them at Baitworks. So I've always got that fear, but that's a massive driver, and you just got to turn it. You can't be anxious about it. I turn that into a positive, and it's one of the drivers to make sure I do what I do. It gets me up in the morning, gets me up at night as well.
There's all, as you say, it's a double-edged sword with regards to that, but you can see that sort of single-track mindedness flow through whatever you've done, pretty much. Like, it is a risk, and you talked about a pivotal moment where there was a car crash, you split up with an ex-missus, and you took this journey into Baitworks, but that's been very single-minded in terms of driving it. You talked about the fear, you talked about your fishing in terms of, even now, there is that switch, that fishing head that is very focused. When you've got those 2 hours, it's intense. It's full on. But your goalkeeping's the same, isn't it? Like in the early days, that was very
tunnel vision. And it's whatever it is. It's whatever I do. My mum always said as a young boy, then she couldn't get me to do anything because I was very stubborn unless I wanted to do it. And she said, if once I was into something, that was it. Bang, I was on, and you couldn't get me off it. And I think it says it has its pluses and its negatives, because I'll sit down watching TV with the missus, and if I'm into whatever it is, a TV, I totally focus on it, and the missus will ask me something, and I can't hear her because I'm just so tuned in.
Sounds like bliss.
It is nice. It is nice. Yeah. Or I pretend to. Yeah. So it's always been like that, but I just know the way I am, so I've got to be careful if I channel that into fishing too much. So sometimes I'm a bit scared to set myself a target of a fish, and I'm thinking, because I know how much time and effort and dedication you need to put in to maybe achieve that, unless you get very lucky. And I just know that's going to take away from family and from the business. So
I think you've done it in a very constructive way, mate. You talk there about obviously the company and that sort of financial provision stuff. You've got a family now, so parameters have changed. You're fishing, yes, it's still there. You've still got some onus and some time, and you make it work. You've now got, if you like, your fish rearing, which is, I know, has always been there, and your sort of you sort of group with regards to restocking lakes around the water park as well.
Yeah.
Which is, again, it's a constructive use of that, of being able to put those heads on and juggle life, which is not always easy if you're doing two things, family and work. You've got about 65 things, mate.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on, but I like to be busy. But there's a danger you can spread yourself too thin, particularly when you're trying to focus on many different things and juggle. You can wear too many hats. So I've got to be a bit selective where you put your energy. And I do struggle from that from times to times, and that's why sometimes on the fishing front I'll be really intense for a little period, and then I'll say, right, turn it on or turn it off, because I know that if I continue like that, I'll be wanting to be on the bank all the time, and I know something will suffer. And there's a lot of things going on at the moment with the business and the way it's grew and what we want to achieve. a lot of things going on personally with I've managed to fortunately get myself in a position where I want to dig my own lakes. There's a lot there as well, all coming up. So there's a lot of things happening in the next sort of 2 or 3 years, and I've got to put energy into it and focus into it, because that will dictate the rest of my life.
Yes.
So I try, you go through life and you sort of care for what you wish for, but you can, in some ways, orchestrate your life how you want it to be, particularly when you have your own business. So I feel fortunate to be in the position I am. Don't get me wrong, it's took a lot of hard work to get to this position. It's far gone past my expectations, what it ever could be. But because of that, then I feel a responsibility not only to myself, but also my family, to make sure they're okay, and to bring time back into my life, because I want to be around and be healthy and have time with the family and quality time, and not just be work or fish. But you've got to have balance. And I find you got to have balance between work, life, business, loved ones, family, and all of that. And you've got to have certain time allocated for all of those things and keep them all a good level. When you start putting all your energy into one, something else goes down. It's keeping all your buckets full, isn't it?
I can honestly, it's incredibly inspirational, mate, and there's no look about it, mate. You've put an incredible amount of graft in across the board in various different factors, and the success, you deserve every single bit of it, mate. And I'm sure there will be in the future, and I look forward to having you back in a short period of time and looking at maybe what you've done with lakes, etc. Because, yeah, mate, you're a force of nature, mate. You've done an incredible job. No, you have.
Oh, thank you. That's very, very kind of you to say, but I don't know. I think anyone in a similar situation, particularly with your business, once it starts getting traction and you start, you just put more energy into it. And why wouldn't you? Because you can then dictate your hours and time and that. So the good thing about COVID, it's born a lot of new businesses, which is amazing. Both from fishing and loads of people have started things at home, and that's now manifested into it. So, the internet, we're in a golden age at the moment, I think, for the internet, particularly the last 10 years, particularly the last 5 years. It's never been so easy to start your own business, because the bar to entry, in terms of going back only a few years ago, how do you advertise? How do you reach these people? It was all magazines and so expensive. And I was an early adopter of YouTube, Facebook, and that's been part of the secret to the success is adopting those platforms early. YouTube, I was doing videos back in 2005, 6, back way before we was blogging or doing anything. And my only regret is I wish I probably put more energy into that, because look what it is today. It's a main driver of most companies now. But what I'm saying is people could set up, a t-shirt company with slogans and logos, and you're on the strength of your creative mind about that. And you could be advertising that on Facebook tomorrow and selling the next day. And that's the age we live in now. So there's never a better time to start a business. And so what if it fails? The bar to entry is so low now. You're not investing thousands of pounds into it. You can start off small, and more and more people are doing that. So why not?
Love it, mate. Mate, thank you so much for coming in. Before I let you go, I've got some quick fire questions, mate. You are not prepped in any way for these.
Okay. Ooh,
so let's see how fresh you are, mate, after I've pecked your head.
Yeah.
Right, one boilie for the rest of your days, a fish meal or a bird food?
Oh, fish meal, easy.
Yeah, I thought that'd be easy. Never grow carp again at all, or never go and catch carp again?
Oh, that's a tough one.
I started you off easy and smashed you with it.
I still love the catching a carp. I don't think anything's going to beat that. So yeah, catching the carp. I think if you ask me the question in 20 years' time,
might be different.
It'll be reversed probably. Yeah.
Fair play. 3 celebs you'd take fishing and why? They can be past or present.
Oh God, 3 celebs. I think Paul Gascoigne would have to be on there.
Yeah,
love Pat. Yeah, Paul Gascoigne. Although I know he's having his troubles now. If I could take the 90s, Paul Gascoigne.
Yeah.
He'd be up
Loves
there.
A bit of fishing as well, Gazza.
He does. Yeah, no, he does. I should say Dave Seaman, because I fished with Dave Seaman.
Legend. Goalkeeper, yeah, of course.
He was down on a Willow Park fishing when I was with the carp site, and I was fishing. He was next to me, so I got a picture of me and him holding a carp. So many years ago.
Oh, goalkeeper, Bance.
Oh yeah, bit the union. But I won't say Dave, but he should probably be in there instead of Paul Gascoigne. Another celebrity. Oh, geez. Probably Lee Mack, probably one of my favourite comedians. Absolutely sharp.
He's got about as much energy as you, mate.
What, Lee Mack?
Yeah, mate.
Mate, I love Lee Mack. He's brilliant.
No, I'm thinking of Lee Evans, who's got the energy.
Lee Evans. Well, yeah, he's a Bristol. Well, he's down my way. Yeah.
That's where I've got the energy from. I'm thinking of you and your old bake factory, mate, sweating.
Yeah. Oh, well, he does sweat, doesn't he, as well?
Yeah.
He does sweat on the blade stage. Yeah. And one more celebrity. Probably Jurgen Campos, the Mexico goalkeeper. Why not? Let's bring him back. I hope he's still alive.
That's a shout. Who was the goalkeeper that did the old scorpion kick?
Is it
Gita, wasn't it?
Yeah, Colombian goalkeeper. Yeah.
Drum and bass or country and western?
I like all genres. I like a little bit of drum and bass. Sort of over country music probably just edges it, but I love everything.
It's not very Cotswolds, mate. Drum
It's
and
not.
bass.
Yeah. No, it isn't.
Person you'd choose to catch a fish to save your life, mate? A carp, that is.
A carp. I would say there's an angler you probably wouldn't have heard of. It's a toss-up between... It's a toss-up between two or three. There's a guy called Stu Morris.
Right.
Have you heard of him, Stu Morris? Might not have. He is just an exceptional, one of the best anglers I've seen for catching the carp quickly, working it out quickly, and he can fish off the top, in the middle, on the bottom, zigs, and everything. So I've watched him fish. He's got limited time. He's worked. He used to work at Honda, but he doesn't anymore. But he used to get little pockets of hours here and there, not many at all, but. Yeah, he everywhere he's gone, he's caught fish from. There's not a lake he won't catch fish from. Just a very, very perceptive, right time in, and just a very, very good angler. But he's caught billions of fish, never really publicised it. He's been associated with a couple of companies, but just a very, very good angler. We fished at Farriers. I fished Farriers at the same time. It was an absolute nightmare because his shift work, he'd always get there before me.
Yeah.
So he was just the way it worked out. I'd finish work and I'd get there in the afternoon. He'd been there since 11. So we had gone round and clumped him off the top on floaters. And he'd have like 4 or 5 over there and that. And I'll be picking up the pieces. So I'd turn up and thinking, oh shit, I'll try to go the opposite way where he's been. But yeah, just naturally, just very, very good. And you just find that with there's a few anglers who sort of tick that box. But yeah, he was probably, and still is probably, the best I've seen.
Love that. History carp you wish you'd caught?
Probably for me, probably every set. There's a lot of people that say Yateley and the Dustbin. That's probably one. Just a lovely, lovely shape, head, fins, everything. So that one's got to be up there. But probably a bit closer to home for me. They had the Resident from Coat Water Park. Been very close on that. I caught a number of fish over my years fishing Coat Water. That one eluded me. Unfortunately, no longer. We don't think it's no longer. It's never been found dead. But that was just a great shape, really iconic carp. Just a shape. I really had a big wrist on it. It just had everything, that fish, and it had steeped in history. And it wasn't sorely missed, unfortunately, because that lake's unfortunately in its decline, which is a real shame.
Which is the better carp, the croc, the Burfield Common?
Seen both and photographed both, actually.
You photographed the Burfield? Oh,
yeah.
Yes,
when Scotty had it. Yeah, when Scotty had it, what was that, 2 years ago?
Was it 2 or 3?
2 or 3. Well, has it been out since? I'm trying to think.
I don't think it has.
Not
that I know of.
Yeah, I don't think it has. But I remember going up to see the Burfield. Got the phone call off Scotty. And I was fortunate enough to go up and see a number of the carp from Burfield because he would ring me to come and do the photos. So I'd be travelling up there, sometimes in the winter. And he had some real special ones from there. And he said the Burfield Common, obviously, when it happens. So anyway, he rung. I was in the factory with Mike, actually, and we was getting ready to do something. I can't remember what we was doing, but a meeting about something. And we'd seen the phone go, and it's Scotty. And I'm like, oh, it's a funny time to ring, sort of mid-afternoon.
Yeah?
Yeah, or about 11 o'clock. And he rings up. He said, oh, I don't want to steal his thunder here because he's probably got slideshow and everything, so I better gloss over a lot. But anyway, he said, oh, come on up. So I've come on up with Scotty. I said, mate, he's got the Burfield Common. This is amazing. So we've gone up there. I felt huge pressure to get the photo.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Jesus. There's one thing going up and photographing 30s and 40s, but the Burfield Common, the one fish that he's gone there, to catch, that is, there's a bit of pressure there to go and deliver And, me and Mike have got there, and I thought he would have rung, like, other people. There'd be like, a whole host of people. No, he just rang me, and I said, can I bring Mike? Because he's, yeah, bring Mike. So there's 2 of us there, and that's it.
Mate.
Oh, it's huge pressure. And the where he caught it from, the lights all dappled, and I'm like, no. Yeah.
Stuff of nightmares.
It was horrendous, but I managed to see that fish, and just the length of it is just colossal. I don't know if anyone's measured it. Someone probably has, but it's a hugely impressive fish when you see it on the bank. So I managed to do pictures of it. I actually had to get in the water in Burfield. Like I was up to my nose in water, I was up to my nose in water with my camera just above, because I had the best way was to photograph it, me out in the water and him back on the bank. Because the sun was, out. I had, because otherwise it'd bleach out. And if you're getting the dappled, it just didn't do it justice. So yeah, we got some water shots, and they come out amazing. So pressure off and video and all sorts. But that's Scotty's story to sort of relive and tell. But so that one, seeing the fish on the bank, that was impressive. The croc, I've got affiliation with the croc in terms of my bait company. Particularly when I first come up here, that fish was a growing fish all the way through to what it is today. Yeah. So I've seen it from £30 all the way up to when it done its first capture at £40. That was to a guy called Roger Williams, who rang me, and I went over and photographed it. That was in November. First 40 for the lake. So a really iconic moment. So I was really lucky in that. And, a lot of my bait has gone in around the Cotswolds Water Park, which has, helped in some way to hopefully the fish weights, particularly the sort of the fish meal based ones. So to answer the question, I've gone around the houses here a little bit on it.
I like this. You thought about it. I've liked hearing your inner workings.
Well, I suppose the croc, because in a day and age when everything's documented, there's a bit of mystery there, because that one was stocked in 98 or 2000. I've got records, and I've got a lot of stuff written down at home, so it escapes me. But it's around that time. And it would have come from a lake not too far from Redmire. So there's a good chance that that's an actual Leaney style carp because of the stockings. And you look at Donald Leaney, the Surrey Trout Farm, they had a division up in Nelsworth, which is Stroud, which is up where about a mile from where this fish came from, a few miles, not far. So it stands to reason that those fish, they look incredibly similar, may have been, but in that day and age mystery. And when it came in, it was very like quite a runty looking fish.
Right.
And those are the ones, like, if I know anything about fish farming, and you look at all the British records over the years, everything has gone big. Invariably, they've always come from another lake, or they've come from a harsher environment to where they've gone. And when you hold fish back to that extent, they have an aggressive nature of them to feed or to die. And they've struggled all their life in stock ponds or ditch ponds where they're getting fed maggots or whatever. You put them, if you get them at the right age and they still got years ahead of them to grow, they boom. There you go. And you just get some of these freaks, and that's where they come from. And you look at Mary, it was moved from Rainers, I believe. You've got two-tone, unknown history where that came from. The Black Mirror, that was moved in at a weight. Mary, all those fish that I mentioned there, they're all fish that have been moved in and then gone on to get huge and massive. So two-tone, there's loads there. So don't discount those fish, and those are the ones that can surprise you. And the croc was no different. It went in and it just put on weight consistent, and it's such a lovely looking fish.
Yeah, it's a cool looking fish.
It is. It's old now. It's an old fish. When it was stocked, probably no one knew exactly how old it was when it went in, because you stock a 11-pound fish that could have been stunted for 15 years. You just don't know, do you? Or held back for 15 years, I should say, not stunted. But they go into those environments, particularly on the Cotswolds Water Park, where they've got acres of water, low stock density, and they just go a bit mental, don't they? They just eat and eat and eat, and they just change body shape, and they just look amazing. I love those stories. And probably because of that, because I've got an affinity with the Cotswolds Water Park, I'll probably say the croc. Yeah.
Nice. Final question. A night out on the bank or a night in with the missus, mate?
Ooh, well, I've had plenty of nights in with the missus because of babies and everything. My bedtime's now about 9 o'clock with the missus watching TV. So we've had countless of them. So
get me out
on the bank anytime I can. Yeah.
Mark Bryant, you're an absolute star. Thank you guys for watching and listening. I'll be back soon with another Nash Off the Hook podcast. Until then, Mark Bryant, thank you so much for coming in, mate.
Pleasure.